Hello and welcome from Liverpool in the northwest of England, where we're all set for the climax to a truly wonderful week. It's the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager for the first time ever, and what a journey it's been.
Are we ready?
I was born ready. Come on. He's full of celebrating! He's full of celebrating! Cross the ball! Penny back! Yes! Yes! Oh my God, come on! Vamos, hombre! Vamos, hombre! First of many. The first of many.
Well, we started with 20 managers. We have just 4 left. This is England's Aaron Falloon walking the walk to match his talk. From Indonesia, we have Ishan Rahmat Taufik, the meanest defence so far and the oldest player left. From South Africa is Enzo Bento, creative in the transfer market. Can he take the money? And from Germany, it's Sven Golly, topped his group stage as top scorers with nearly 1,000 goals. This is our match schedule for today. We have 2 semi-finals, both 2 legs apiece, and then we have a 2-legged final that's going to decide our ultimate winner. All live on stream for you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. And here we are. Look, the stage is set. This is unreal. It's amazing to be here for the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager. We've got a lot to do today, as we talked about 4 semi-finalists battling it out. We've got expert analysis from none other than Big Sam Allardyce himself and John Terry in the building. Very much looking forward to talking to them. And of course, we have the rest of our team. We have Chelsea Kabakis, Will Brazier, Dr. Benji, Lelujo, Statman Dave as well. Let's not forget him. They're going to be doing a press conference shortly. And but before all that, let's take a look at this morning's all-important draft where the squads were built just a few hours ago.
Very, very exciting. Players are going to be super important, but the teams we'll never may see ever again. A blend of stars, strikers, attackers, defenders, midfielders and goalkeepers are going to be so good.
These picks, they have to be the best players we can get, and then I think we're good to go.
You can't win a draft on draft day, but you can definitely lose one.
The draft is about to kick off. It will be South Africa who have the first pick. Marcus Thuram in the bag, first one out. $24 million, not a bad price.
It's a bargain price for a player who is, I mean, he's got everything you could possibly want from a striker.
Kone, $5.93 million.
There you go.
He was on, me and Ben did a little bit of research on who the value players were, and he was very near the top of that list.
There'll be some nervous faces right now if they haven't got who they really wanted.
The English guys right now halfway through their minute allocation, and it looks like they're going to go for Jordi Alba of Inter Miami, obviously Barcelona legend.
You promised me 60, 70 million pound spends. Where are they now?
Well, so who we've ruled out because of the budgets: Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, Harry Kane, Lautaro Martinez, Joshua Kimmich, Leroy Sané, Victor Osimhen.
Massive name. The biggest story so far is probably that we know England are going to have the lightest squad.
It was intentional, but the plan was to make sure the players that we do get are very versatile.
We just pick a big enough squad just in case anything happens.
He will be our playmaker. We got all the players that we wanted, even some bonus players that we kind of didn't expect to get.
This is it. The time for talking is done. The draft is over. It's match day next, and we'll see you soon. There you go, and this is the trophy they're competing for. Someone from one of those 4 countries will be lifting this very shortly indeed. Of course, one of the things that we've loved about this first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager has been the real-life press conferences. We've actually put the managers on the spot. We've asked them the difficult questions. We've had some fantastic answers. I'm hoping for more of the same right now as we hand over to Will Brazier, who's leading the line on this press conference.
Yes, Ben, I'm with the managers now. The press conference is about to begin, so let's kick it off. Who's got the first question for our 4 managers? Yes, a young man there. Dr. Benji, what's your question, sir?
Thank you, Will. Aaron, look, you're the home nation. The pressure is on, but are you feeling the pressure?
Not at all. I don't feel the pressure. In fact, I just feel pure support. And it's not just from the people that have come as well. It's actually from the managers as well. It's just been an amazing journey, and we just want to get it started. We just want to play some FM.
Your semi-final versus Indonesia, of course. How do you think your chances are going to be in that game?
We've got a good chance. We've got a good chance.
Thank you, Aaron.
Question there, Statman Dave.
Thank you. Obviously, the clash of the Titans, Germany versus South Africa. South Africa, a slightly different strategy. Enzo, you started with the Taram brothers. You brought them in. I think they're going to be very important for you. But you kept on drafting 25 players. Do you think that's going to give you an advantage?
I don't think it'll give me a massive advantage. I think the Germans obviously picked a fantastic draft, but for me, I'm not entirely sure what could happen. Anything could happen. So we just had to make sure that we had everything sorted, everything covered, just in case. As I say, you never know.
Sven, have you got any ideas on how you can beat South Africa?
Yes.
Next
I think
question.
will you just fine, yeah.
Care to explain?
Aaron, you have a pretty 18 people on your roster, 20 people maybe.
Yeah.
What are you going to do if someone gets injured?
We're going to play someone that's on the bench. I mean, like I said, we are picking players that are versatile within the team. So even the players on the bench, for an example, the centre-back can also play left-back. The centre-mid can also play attacking mid. That's just how we're going to roll with it. Unfortunately, if someone does get injured, then we are going to be a man less, but we can just roll with it. We're going to roll with our plan. We've done the same thing in Croatia with Dynamo. We didn't have the biggest squad. We had the squad that we felt that we needed, and that got us here. So why change when we're in this position now?
We got a question for Ishan, so I'm here with Sam, the interpreter. Is there anyone that he's missed out on that he would have liked to have got in the draft but he didn't get?
Dari draft tadi, ada nggak yang kayaknya pemain yang kelewatan yang sebenarnya pengen didapetin?
Oke, dari draft tadi sebenarnya semuanya kita dapat sih. Jadi ya siap-siap aja Inggris melawan kita. Soalnya semua dari community kita sudah sering mengalahkan dia dan kita juga akan coba mengalahkan dia hari ini.
He feels like he's got everybody he wanted, so he's just told England to watch out for him because he feels like he beat them a lot of times in his community. So he wants to beat them here in front of all the lights.
Love that. Well, Aaron, straight back to you. What do you think of those fighting talk words?
We expect the fighting talk. We're here to fight as well. Of course, we're friends, but we're here to also win the first World Cup. I have played them in draft before, but not in a surrounding like this. And also, I didn't have my assistant, Matt. So there could be a difference there.
Love that. Any more questions from the floor? Kevin Chapman.
So sticking with Aaron and Ishan, obviously there's been a lot of talk about the physicality the other two teams in these semi-finals have put in their squads. Do you have any plans for how your squads are going to cope with the big, strong, fast giants that Germany and South Africa have got, should whichever one of you reach the final?
Well, at Dynamo, we had to play against Milan, big physical team. We had to play against Real Madrid, big physical team. We had to play against these big physical teams at Dynamo, and once again, we had those short technical players. We had Luka Modric, we had Jorginho. We didn't have these so-called meta players, and we don't feel that that's the only way to win a Football Manager. So hopefully we can prove that.
Dari sisi South Africa dan Jerman kan sepertinya di draftnya mereka banyak memilih pemain yang kuat-kuat secara fisik, tinggi-tinggi, kuat-kuat, gede-gede. Apakah ada pemikiran gimana cara melewati kelebihan fisik dari tim-tim mereka?
Untuk melewati kelebihan fisik sepertinya enggak ya. Kita semua punya strategi. Jadi ya kita gunakan strategi kita masing-masing aja.
He's going to stick to what he has planned, and he doesn't feel like it's going to be a massive drawback against big physical teams.
Love that. Cool and confident. Chelsea, I believe you've got a question.
Germany, how do you plan to manage bodies?
I think we have quite the depth in the squad. We have a clear starting 11, but I think we also have quite a few players on the bench who can step in. And yeah, we'll expect to do well there.
We've got a question there. We'll start with Dr. Benji.
Yeah. Sven, we'll stay with you. A lot of people talking in the room after the draft that it's between yourselves and South Africa, and the other semi-final is just the loser semi-final of who goes to the final. Is that something you're believing, or are you still focused fully on South Africa?
Well, I think there's a reason why these kind of players are called like meta players. I think they're just really, really good at the game. And I think South Africa has shown that they're capable of basically also using tactics that work well in Football Manager. So I'm expecting them to do well in case they manage to win against us. But yeah, if we make the match, I'm quite confident in the final, I think.
Can I get a score prediction?
For today's game?
Yes, please.
There's going to be lots of goals, I think. Combined, let's say 8-5 for us.
Okay.
85 or 8-5?
8-5 combined.
We'll be watching that one. Community question down the front there.
From Tim Weinhaus for you, Sven. Can you tell us more about the importance of the German community throughout the competition? How much did they support you and in which ways?
Oh, it's been amazing. Like, we've had constantly hundreds of viewers who were kept supporting us. They were simulating for us. They were scouting for us. And they kept us up to date what's happening in the tournament. They kept us up to date whatever else was happening, like transfer deadline day, real life. They also kept us in update with those information. It's just really, really helpful having people supporting us there and also cheering us on. It was just a pleasure, basically having this kind of support.
We've got another question down the front there.
Yes, guys, this could really go out to all of you. We've heard a lot about tactics, we've heard a lot about players, but any of you got any mind games prepared? Anything up your sleeve to add a little bit extra sauce to the competition?
I can't speak for the others, but I just want to play Football Manager, totally honest. There's no mind games now at this point. It's just getting every goal that we score, we're just going to cherish it because you never know. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we're just going to cherish this moment.
We might get a chance to get a Yokohama player on the field in the final. Let's see. We brought one with us. We'll see.
Yeah, and 7 playmakers.
Jadi dari kemarin omongannya selalu tentang pemain yang di draft dan taktik-taktik yang digunakan. Tapi sekarang nih di press conference, di antara berempat ini ada nggak permainan mental yang mau dikasih ke lawan-lawannya?
Oh. Ya semuanya biasa aja sih. Tadi Jerman juga bilang punya komunitas besar. Paling kecil lah, nggak sebesar Indo karena vote aja nggak pernah menang.
He doesn't really feel anything. He also says that maybe after Germany said that his community's been really nice, he feels that our community is way bigger than Germany. And yeah, that's it. He just feels really nice.
Nice and confident. Enzo, what about yourself?
I'm just glad to be here, to be honest. We got this far, so we're just going to enjoy it. That's the main plan. Whatever happens after, we'll let it happen.
Just on that, we were in the room together for the draft. There was a few words, let's just say, from me, a few other ones maybe disparaging. Do you feel like we were disrespectful during the draft process?
I don't think disrespectful is the right word. I think it's it's part of your job. It's what you have to do. I understand that. It's been happening the whole tournament. We've proved it, a lot of people wrong. Someone, I won't say who. So
Can you say who?
I'll look. Sorry?
Can you say who?
No, I can't. My lawyer is not present with me.
Let's get this man a lawyer.
So yeah, we'll look to just keep doing the same thing and hope to upset some people again.
I think we've got another question down the front row there.
Yeah, I'm actually here on behalf of the debt collectors of Brighton. This is a question for South Africa. Obviously, a lot of prize money here today. If you are going to win, will you be returning any of the 800 million debt back to the club?
No chance.
So what are you going to spend the prize money on if you win?
Oh man, I haven't even thought about it, to be honest. I haven't thought about it.
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll take a trip down to Brighton and apologise. I don't know.
Well, that's a great question for all of you, Aaron. I mean, you've definitely thought about the prize money. What are you spending it on, and where's it going?
I'll be real. I definitely haven't thought about the prize money. Like I said, we've been playing this game since the ages of 10, 11, 12, and it feels like playing that game every single year, hours and hours, have led to this moment. So I think every manager here should be feeling proud. But now you have mentioned it, I am. I'm engaged. We are getting married next year, so I would love to use some of that money as well, and pay some people a drink, like Ruben, Raphael, Moritz, and everyone that's put the hard work in. Hopefully, I can buy them a drink with that as well.
So one big stag do.
One big stag do.
Love that. I think we've got a fellow manager in here who looks very, very cool, calm and collected. It's the German assistant.
Enzo, I like your squad, but you have a German goalkeeper, you have a German centre back. Don't you think there will be some loyalty problems?
They've been paid off, don't worry. Some on your team as well have been paid off, so just watch out.
I don't know if you have seen us play in Japan. We play the installment game very well, so we pay double.
It's a two-man game, you know? I don't know if you've seen Brighton.
I think that Brighton will give you any more money.
I love that. Just back to draft mode, Sven. I mean, your assistant's been a key part of the press conference, whether he's been in it or out it. What do you make of that? Is he taking too much of the limelight?
No, that's what he's here for. That's why I took him here. I think he's really funny. He's going to support me a lot, I think. And he's already did so much, just keeping everything away from me. And I think it's just great to have him here.
One we didn't talk to as well about the prize money. Question for Indonesia. What is he going to do if he wins the tournament and gets that prize money?
Kalau menang terus dapat duit hadiah, bakal digunakan buat apa, Mas?
Untuk sekarang sebenarnya duitnya nggak masalah sih. Yang penting pialanya bisa kita bawa pulang. King Indon nih, bos.
He looks very happy.
He is very happy. He's not so much concerned about the prize money right now, but he definitely like that trophy because that'll make him kings back home.
Love that. Love that. Any more questions? Yes, we've got a young statman, Dave, there.
Yes, thank you. Another question for Indonesia. Aaron Gisa, first pick. Why?
Translate, please.
Sorry. I was thinking of the Aaron Gisa. Why was he the first pick?
Oh, kenapa first pick Aaron Gisa?
Kita nggak perfect Aaron Gisa, tapi Zumbo.
He preferred Zumbo instead, but he got.
Love that.
No, very good. That was my question.
Thanks, Dave. Kevin Chapman.
Enzo. You can name him. It's him you've proven wrong, and you're going to keep proving him wrong, and I'm very happy about it. I just wanted to get your thoughts on obviously you've got much better strength in depth and more options than everybody else in this tournament. How do you think that's going to potentially pay off? And was that the plan, or did you just have too much money? Ironically, too much money left over.
So I think everyone thinks we're pushing for depth, and it's good that you brought it up. We have a lot of diversity in players. Yeah, we have a lot of big players, pacey players, but I think there's a mix of players. If you look closer, you'll see that there's a clear plan involved. There's clear intention of what we're trying to do. Obviously, I'm sure Germany probably did their research. They know what we're trying to do, but that's not what we're going to do. So, yeah, a few tricks up the sleeve.
Love that. I believe we've got a question on the second row there, yes.
Hi. Question for Enzo. You qualified from arguably one of the strongest groups with the likes of Spain and myself, and probably also the hardest challenge, where you had to play every single game as it was like a final, where the others played matches against weaker opponents. Some of them didn't even play all their games. How do you see that as an advantage, and how confident does that make you? And do you think the others would be complacent?
Thank you. Yeah, I think being in the group that we were in, I mean, you guys experienced Spain and Netherlands, you experienced it firsthand. There was no margin for error. We couldn't rest non-stop. So I think this is almost, I wouldn't say more relaxing, but it's less pressure in the sense of we can slip up and we'll still have a slight chance of coming back, where in that group we just didn't. So I think, yeah, but obviously I'm playing Germany actually. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. We'll have to see. But I think, yeah, you are right. It's a little bit easier. Just not in terms of the game plan. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying in terms of the pressure, it's a little bit easier, less pressure. Because obviously you saw we had to go the whole way. So yeah.
Sven, just off the back of that, just feel a little bit disrespectful, doesn't it?
Not at all. I think I'm feeling the fear right here. So this is gonna get spicy, I think. But it's gonna be lots of fun as well, I think.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, same here.
I think we any more questions from the floor before it breaks out in the flight? We've got one more community question down the front there.
Yes, one more community question from Rico Hoffmann from Germany for Germany. You decided to go mainly for Bundesliga players in the draft. Is there a reason for it? Is it because you're more familiar with them?
No, not really. Like we haven't gone for Bundesliga players specifically. But it's one of the biggest leagues loaded, as there's no Premier League and I think no Spanish league. So Bundesliga is one of the other top 5 leagues. So there's like a really high chance of just getting Bundesliga players just by pure chance. We're quite happy having like a German captain in the squad with Jonathan Tah. That kind of fitting for us, I think. But otherwise, we didn't really just pick by league or by knowledge, basically just based on attributes and what we think is good.
Right, love that. That's the last time we'll hear from the manager, so let's give them one big round of applause. Wish them luck. Spencer, you're with Football Royalty. We're going to crown a king of football manager. It's back to you.
Thank you very much, Will. Great press conference there. I think we're almost ready to see these guys go head-to-head. But, of course, I am joined by Sam Allardyce and John Terry. Great to have you here, chaps. We're about to see a draft. Now, this is kind of new ground in football. They're not really something we do in the English game or in any real part of football outside of America. Sam, if you were given the task of drafting a squad from nothing, a blank canvas, what's your strategy going to be? What positions are you looking for first? How are you building it?
It's always down the middle, always will be, and that would be the goalie and the goal scorer. So put those two in positions first, and then be the central defenders and centre midfield players, and then build the rest around it.
What about financially? Like these guys had £200 million, $274 million to spend on their squad. If you're looking at goalkeeper first, striker first, would you spend the lion's share of the money in those positions, or would you try and spread it across all the big names?
Well, I'd have been very fortunate to have that amount of money in my career, but never saw that amount of money. Listen, the number one's the striker, innit? That's the biggest spend now. If you're talking about, the professional game, obviously it relates to Football Manager as well. Based on how similar they are, and I think that the price of goalkeepers has escalated rapidly in the Premier League particularly. So, but the centre halves and the centre midfield players are generally what costs you the most.
We were talking about goalkeepers yesterday, weren't we, John? And you're sort of saying how big a part of the game they've become. How high on your pecking list or pecking order would they be for your draft if you were doing one? And what goalkeepers would you be looking for?
Yeah, good question. I think, like Sam, I think you go for the spine of the team, so the goalkeeper, centre-half, midfielder and the striker. But in terms of a goalkeeper, I think the top keepers deserve to be paid the big money, and you don't mind paying the big money for those guys. It's the ones that are kind of, for me, a little bit average and overrated, that get overvalued a little bit as well. So I wouldn't be spending too much if I was the guys on their goalkeepers. But I think I was very fortunate to play in front of Peter Cech, who was an incredible goalkeeper, one of the best in the world for me. Yeah. And it really makes a big difference, really commanding. It's not just their goalkeeping skills, it's communication skills, how they talk, how they present themselves every day in training as well. So they've got a lot to give as a goalkeeper.
We've just seen the squads on the screen at the moment. The big thing to jump off the page here for me is the different number of players they've selected. Okay, so England, for example, got 18 players. You've got South Africa there with 25. 7 players more. They're playing the same amount of games, at most 4 legs of football across 2 rounds. Is 25 players too many, Sam? And you consider they can still pick up injuries, all the same things that can happen during real life can happen during the game, but do you need that many?
Well, if you're playing all the games outside your league, your cup and your Champions League, then for me you'd need 25. Like I mean,
for a full season sort of thing.
In the full season, so you got to be great at man management, rotating, keeping them fit, and obviously the emphasis has always been on not letting them get injured.
Yeah, of course.
So the side of our game is always going to the sports science and the fitness coaches and strength and conditioning coaches and say, do our policies so the players don't get injured. Don't wait to treat them when they're injured. Keep them fit, keep them. And then, of course, when you look at the games that come, if you've got a 25-man squad and you're playing all those, you can keep those players relatively happy. If you're not in those competitions and you've got 25, then that would be probably too many, because you get too many knocking on your door saying, well, I'm not playing, I'm not happy, I want to leave, like you mean. So, it's a challenge that you have to balance off, and how many games you're going to play in that season.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, England's manager, he's picked 18, so he's the smallest squad, 7 subs. But he even said in the presser there that he's only really looking at playing sort of 3-4 names off the bench. He's going to keep it compact. as long as he doesn't have any sort of injury crisis, that should be enough. And he's therefore spent his money across less people, isn't he?
I think for the amount of games that the guys are playing, I think it's the perfect amount of players. I think if you talk in real life football, I think Chelsea got it spot on with 45 players. I think it's
minimum.
Minimum.
Imagine coaching all of them.
But it is, I think it's important that from obviously Sam's managed, and you're never going to please players. We're always moaning, we're always unhappy, nothing's ever good enough. And I think as long as players understand their role within the group, so you've got your core players who know they're going to play every week. You've got the other ones that are kind of on the fringe, and there's other players who kind of know their place within the team, that they'll dip in and out of the squad. And I think it's very difficult to keep players happy. So I think keeping it down to 18 for the guys is going to be good for them.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk a bit more broadly about Football Manager and your sort of histories with it. I know, John, you've played it a lot in your younger years. How did it impact you as a footballer? You talked about earlier, maybe on an away trip, playing a team you don't know much about.
Well, funny enough, we played Scarborough in the FA Cup away and didn't know too much about Scarborough. So on the way to the game, the day before, I opened the laptop and, got up the Scarborough squad and started looking at their strikers and who they've got and their younger players and stuff. And it just gave me an awareness of the group of players that I was playing against. And
Did you win?
Yeah, we won. I scored a goal. We won 1-0 and I scored.
Did you target the player who didn't have the good stats?
Yeah, of course, yeah. But it was just good knowledge for me as well. And I think that's what he does. I mean, there's so many people in. I think Sam's blown away. I'm blown away how big this is. I think it's huge. I think it's only going to gather legs and gather momentum over the years. But it gives people a real opportunity, to do the press conference and to experience the emotions that we've experienced as players and managers and coaches. It's great for them to go through this process.
We were sitting here kind of just a little bit thinking how surreal it was that the press conference is going on and these guys are about to play a game, right?
Yeah.
But you're someone that's been associated with technology all your managerial career, Sam. One of the early adopters in the Premier Division there of England. This game is essentially art, right? It's art imitating life. But what we're now starting to see is life learning from the art. We're seeing football clubs, we're seeing football media outlets all quote Football Manager statistics and use them to inform their decisions. Is it a sign of things to come, do you think?
Well, it's a sign of the amount of dedication that football managers put into it, and how it's developed over the years. I mean, I've had my grandson saying, Granddad signed that player. You know what I mean? And I go, what player's that? And then he'll reel off, he's such a body in such a country, like you mean. So I'll actually go in and test our recruitment mob and say, any idea about this player, like you mean? And they go, just a minute, like, and some of them, they're not that certain with. Some of them got that much information on, like you mean, today. But I mean, it's really fantastic. I mean, I think there's if you want to, look at professional football, and you want to look at Football Manager and the correlation between the two, then there is a place in recruitment.
Yeah.
I think especially the way
what they've got,
the way the game's gone as well. Data and the analysis side of it has become really big in the game, and I think managers don't rely on that as well. They use their eyes, because managers like Sam have got great knowledge of the game and they trust their eyes as well. But I think backed up with data in the analysis side of it is big, and I think these guys bring an awful lot. Being around them yesterday, honestly, I've been blown away by what I've seen.
Yeah, I think it's what separates Football Manager from many other games, and why we all love it so much is the quality of the information. People really respect it, and it's one of the best scouting tools you can use in football because of like you said, the dedication, the widespread nature of it, the amount of information they have year on year, always adding, creating a bigger database. So it's why we're all here today. It's why we're getting closer and closer to crowning the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager champion. Obviously, we're about to play some games. That's going to use the sort of match engine within Football Manager. So let's take a little bit of a look as to how matches work in the game.
Match day, the most crucial day for any football manager. It's where your tactics, preparation, and decisions come to life. Start by listening to your backroom staff and reviewing the opposition report. It's your roadmap to success, helping you fine-tune your tactics and player roles. Next, it's all about team selection. Picking your starting 11, choose your subs, and make those final tactical tweaks. Set pieces can be game changers. If you haven't already done so, then assign your corner takers, free kick specialists, and make sure every detail is covered. Then it's time for team talk. Rally your players with words of inspiration, or give individual talks to those who need an extra push. What you say in the dressing room can make all the difference. As the match unfolds, stay sharp, adjust tactics on the fly, react to the game, and keep your players focused. Every decision can turn the tide. After the final whistle, it's not over. Deliver your post-match team talk, face the media in the tunnel interview, and brace yourself for the full press conference. Depending on the result, the board might have a word too, especially if you're not meeting expectations. Match day is when legends are made. It's your decisions that define the outcome. Are you ready for the challenge?
None of today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid. I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the Fine Fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
Well, here we are in position, getting ready for the action to unfold. Lads, it's been a long week to get here, but we're very close.
Yeah, I mean, we were in that press conference there. I think we were in there Tuesday. It was all very nice and nice, everyone being good to each other. But I think 5 more minutes it would have kicked off. Benji would have had to drag someone out. It was getting very feisty in there.
I've got a snap for you. I've been doing a bit more research.
That's his job.
Well, yeah, and I'm coming for you. I don't think you might be aware of this. Maybe you are. Our Indonesian manager, oldest manager, 37, has been playing the game for 1 year.
You're joking.
That's embarrassing for me, if I'm honest.
1 year.
Yeah, I've been playing for a long time and I'm nowhere near his level.
Compare that to the assistant manager of Germany, who we've heard a lot from, obviously Terry, same age, 37 as well. He's been playing for 18 years, and he's not even the manager, he's the assistant.
I feel like it's putting us to shame. I mean, if he's good at that football manager, what's he going to do in broadcasting? He's good for our job.
Does 37 count as a wonder kid?
Yes,
definitely. We found a wonder
Yes.
kid. But that's unreal. I mean, how good can he be in 10 years at 47?
Exactly, it could be big. That development is massive, and I think tactically he's looked really good. His signings have been good. Draft is very good. There's a lot for him to go. He's a wonder kid in Football Manager, really.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things I love about Football Manager is you can play it a bit later in life, dare I say. You know, it's not a reaction time-based game, Kev.
Will you stop looking at me? Every time he mentions age, I've got Will going, no. I'm a young man, Will.
You look great.
You never have to retire, though, do you? Football Manager.
I hope not.
You play it forever.
I've been playing it since I was like 9. I need to be able to play it forever. It's all I really do.
It was in black and white when Kev started playing it, wasn't it?
Well, there was no graphics, so I mean, it was just reading.
But a word on what it means to be here. I know you two, big sort of stalwarts of the FM scene online. You've put a lot of events on yourself. You know, you've been part of it. You've seen it grow, seen the interest levels in it grow. Look at us. Look at where we are.
This is bonkers, isn't it?
All this for my birthday.
It's his birthday.
He's got it in.
Unbelievable.
Benji.
5 minutes in, he's got it in already.
Nice, lovely stuff.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's incredible. Again, what's been really lovely is that Football Manager is so often seen as a single-player game. And this week, we've made it not that. We've made it such a communal game, and the community have enjoyed it from all different areas, all different parts of the world as well, of course. So, yeah, it's been so lovely to see people come together. And again, we spoke about it the other day, that some of these managers and assistant managers didn't know each other before this week, and now they go away with a lifelong friend, hopefully.
And I have to say, I've been really impressed with the way they've carried themselves as well. Press conferences, we've given them some tough questions, and they've stood up to them.
Yeah, I think the big thing was obviously the community's been amazing, and that's been represented out in the press conferences. We found characters that might not be there, and I think you spoke to them at the start of the week. This could really be a launch pad for their career because Football Manager's only going one way, and that's up.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you talk about representatives from all around the world. We've got 3 different continents in a 4-person final here. You know, it's a widespread game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were speculating yesterday that we might not get anybody from Europe. We managed to squeeze 2 European representatives in the end, and obviously there's the potential for that England-Germany final, which
there is.
Could be a lot of fun.
Especially with the English crowd here, of course. But who do we think? If we have to get some predictions on the spot.
It's tough. I think Germany have built a very, very good team that has the right type of players, the wing-backs you mentioned, a lot of strikers. I think that's something they've got. They've got so many strikers, and that could make an impact.
Let's take a look at the squads if we can as well, because you said something earlier, Benji, which I thought was really good, which is like the draft isn't won in the draft part, but it can be lost. But we don't think anyone lost it. We think anyone could technically still win.
It's very competitive, and that's exactly what we want. We don't want it to be... If there was a team there that obviously looks like it was going to win, I think this would make this a bit of a formality, but it's certainly not that. It's very, very open. The way the draw's gone as well is perfect. I think you've got 2 different styles on either side of the draw. So, yeah, I think that's going to be really good. You can see some of the most expensive picks there, Spen.
Yeah, that's for Germany. So we talked about the $274 million they had to spend. His most expensive pick was almost 20% of that in one go, which is Kolo Muani. Dumfries at 34 million, just a little bit less. In terms of expenditure strategy, would you say that's quite balanced?
I think there's a lot of pressure on Kolo Muani to perform. I think because otherwise we'll be here talking about it afterwards going, could he have budgeted better? Could he have done things slightly differently? But overall, yeah, I think he's very happy with it. We spoke to him in the press conference. He seems very cool, very calm, and they have done the entire tournament. I said at some point they had feet up football. They were on the desk. So very, very confident indeed. And you can't really blame them. It's been a flawless tournament from Germany.
He's got some unreal stats to his name as well. I mean, he obviously played a lot of drafts.
Yeah.
He mentioned this, but he also plays in an online save with 40 top-level players. And just to get this in there, because it's the team I support, he won the Champions League 3 times in 5 years with West Ham in that community against 40 top players.
Miracle worker.
I don't think me and Kev have got 40 friends between us, so I don't know how he's managed it.
You're not too afraid to play online with me now, anyway. So you know.
I've retired actually. That's why I'm doing this now.
I think the scary was the way he dropped it in the press conference last night, wasn't it? Sort of none of us had picked up on it going into it, and he was like, "Yeah, I've done this format so many times, beat 31 people, and I'm going to do it tomorrow."
Well, we've got obviously 3 other squads to talk about, and not just Germany. I don't know if are they favourites then? Are you saying Germany to win?
I'm Germany to win. I have been since day one.
You're staying that way?
I'm staying that way.
Anyone else?
Germany? You know I'm Team South Africa. Come on.
It's true. These two, I'm not sure. Indonesia, you said earlier.
Yes, I did.
Staying there?
Let's come on to those later.
He's been playing for 1 year.
Yeah, he's my favourite.
Dave?
I've been talking tactics to the managers. Can't reveal anything. But I think Germany look good and South Africa, but I'm going to go with Germany.
Okay, we've got to see the games, haven't we? We've got to see how they play. It's 2 legs. How much of a turnaround could we expect from one leg to another? Because obviously home and away.
Home advantage can be huge. It really is a big thing in Football Manager. So I wouldn't be at all confident with anything less than like at least a 2-goal win as the home side in the first leg. Anything less than that, and I think they're probably in trouble.
So 1-0 win, you'd still look at
1-0, as the away team in the first leg, I'd be quite happy to lose 1-0. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, an away win would be massive. The advantage you get going then home after that, I think we've seen it so many times in online format. That's where it could be made. Like, so if you get anything from the away result, you might even see some teams think, do you know what, I'm losing 1-0, but I'll stay at 1-0. And so we'll see if that's the strategy deployed today. I know you'd be surprised, Will.
1-0, we've got people in the audience, we've got loads of people watching at home, and you're trying to play out a 0-0, 1-0. We need goals, we need excitement, we need action, and we need it now.
My German boys are efficient, and if that's what needs to be done, that's what needs to be done.
I think we're going to get them. I think we're going to get a lot of goals as we look through the squads and compare some of the different players. But also we've got to look at play styles. You know, it's one thing picking the players, but what system are you going to put them in? You know, in terms of Indonesia, they talked about pre-tournament loving a 4-4-2 with the wing play. We haven't seen a great deal of that in the group stage. Whether we see it in this draft remains to be seen. But in terms of big names that jump off the page, we obviously covered Germany a little bit already. Enzo Bento going with both Thuram brothers back-to-back 1 and 2 picks. He's loyal because he got him in at Brighton as well, didn't he?
He very did, yeah. And you're looking at Marcus. I think the statistics, his strength is very high at 16. I think that's something that's going to allow them to build off and play through. And again, tactically through the qualifying was really interesting with Brighton playing an asymmetrical formation. Probably the only manager that got great success doing that. So that's an option for today. Of course, there's still the flat formations. I think there's going to be a lot of high pressure with Enzo, and he mentioned the squad depth and he can do different things. That was quite a good answer. So if the going gets tough, can he slow it down? Can he play slow? Can he play through the lines? That's something I'm going to be really interested to see.
Well, 2 of Enzo's top 3 signings were the Thuram brothers, as mentioned. Slotterbeck just slotting in the middle of them there. Big centre-backs are a big part of this, we know. Big strikers are a big part of this. In your mind, Kev, who's got the best centre-back for that tactic and who's got the best striker for it?
I mean, as much as I'm Team South Africa, I think it's probably Germany on both answers. I mean, Germany, you could pick any one of like 3 or 4 of their strikers. They just seem to have so many strikers. The fact they were able to pick up Benjamin Šeško in like the 18th pick, 17th pick, something ridiculous like that. But they've got so many people. I mean, Jonathan Tah, I've had him so many times in draft games, and he is a threat.
Hang on, what happened to Team Tammy Abraham? You've switched up. Was he not any good?
You know I love Tammy Abraham.
Well, you should have mentioned him now then.
I was asked which team had the best choice, Ben. They've got loads of options up front.
It's interesting that no one, though, in their first picked a centre-half or a striker. Which we
No,
talked about a
well,
lot.
they
There's
don't
enough
pay
of them.
enough attention, do they?
You think there's just a
I told them
plethora?
what to do.
We've got an attacking player and a centre mid for the first 2 picks of South Africa. We've got 2 midfielders for Indonesia. We've got a right back and a striker. To be fair, Tammy Abraham was 2nd pick for England. And then we've got Kolo Muani, who I'm expecting, based on this squad, that he's not going to use down the middle. Do you think he's going to use him on the wide of a 4-2-4?
Who's that, sorry?
Kolo Muani for Germany.
I think he probably, I think a 4-2-4. You've got Keane who can potentially go on the other side of that as well, and you've just got 4 big strikers then all playing at the same time, especially if you have them cutting in and have those wing backs pushing forward as well. I think we're very much going to see 2 centre mids who just kind of sit back with the centre backs, and they're basically going to play 4 strikers and a couple of wingers.
I think sorry, Will. You did some great analysis yesterday on isolating fullbacks, and I think you'll see a lot of that today. That's what they're going to try and do, and especially if they haven't got the support of the players in front in those wide areas, it's going to be exploited massively.
Massively. I think it's going to be a lot of forwards cutting inside and overloading that back 4, allowing those wing backs. And we saw with Germany 2 of the top 5 players in terms of the expense were wing backs, and we saw that with Hakimi with England. That's going to be really, really vitally important. We see that overlap really works in this version of Football Manager like it does in football. We've seen Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool over the years slightly move to more of a Man City thing, a fullback stepping into midfield, inverting, but it still works really well on this match engine. And we saw yesterday dragging inside, overlapping wing back, really important in this game.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how it all plays out, obviously. Lots of different elements in the squad, lots of different characters in the booths as well, in personalities. We've got to talk about Aaron a little bit. Some great answers in the press conference, always bringing the energy in the booth. But what if it goes wrong? Because it's only one person's going to win here.
I think he's going to be quite loud either way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
He's not this side. Oh, God, he's this side. Goodness me. I need to put this back in so I can't hear him.
I still don't think I've got, I don't know the full Aaron, because in the press conference he sort of goes a little bit, he goes very confident and then scales it back. I think on the final stage, we could see the final version of Aaron fully appear, because if it goes right or wrong, it's going to be carnage.
Yeah, Aaron in final form. He always looks good, though. Also, they've colour-coded. I don't know if you've all noticed. They've colour-coded Aaron's black jacket. They've gone for black as well over on this side. So it's lovely that they've gone... And there's a navy in the second semi-final.
Wow.
So I don't know if they've planned it, but it looks good.
That's great fashion advice.
How much do we rate manager ability just on dressing alone?
That's all
I mean, come on.
Yeah, supply teacher. So,
Well, I think there's a lot of crossovers between teaching and managing. You've got to be able to control a changing room or a classroom.
Yeah, and that's probably why you're so good then, Kevin.
Absolutely. That's another clip I need to take.
We're talking about Aaron, 32 years old. He's a father. He's got engaged, as we mentioned recently. He's 20 years of experience, sort of man and boy. His goal, when he was asked his goal he was asked his goal in life, and he said, "I want to win the World Cup." I don't know if he means this one or the actual World Cup.
I think he thinks it's a launch pad for that.
It could be.
Yeah, and what's been really nice, he's sort of really taken on the Dynamo philosophy, hasn't he, across the week. We've had the representative from the club here, and he's really bought into that and really got behind them as well. But some of those finals that he's been, especially yesterday when we were going round, there was noises going off all the time, and we were just focused on him. And ultimately, he walked the walk, didn't he? He said he was going to get to a Champions League final. He did that, and ultimately, that's got him here today.
Yeah, it's a really interesting story. He backs himself. His catchphrase is "Believe in your dream." He's a big Arsene Wenger fan. We got a message from the managers, from Le Prof himself, didn't we? That's pretty special.
It was pretty special. I think with Aaron as well, he's applying his football manager skills to the real world. There's a lot of scouting for clubs, especially in Eastern Europe at the moment, and he's got a good eye for talent. His scout reports are very detailed. That's come from Football Manager, and I suppose that is one of the biggest sells you could give for the game, is that you're looking at players, you're learning things from a data perspective, from a tactical perspective, from a player analysis perspective, and Aaron is the working example of someone that could very much work in the game after.
I've got some information about Indonesia for you that might make you lean towards them a bit more.
They've only been playing for 3 months.
His idol is Sir Alex.
Okay, now we have switched allegiances to Indonesia. I will be with you, Will, backing the guys.
And his inspiration is Edwin van der Sar.
You see, that is one of the best goalkeepers Man United have ever had. His footwork, incredible. Made difficult saves look easy.
I don't know if you can say that in Liverpool, can you?
Well, I just did. Something else to know about the Indonesian manager, likes to play in Germany in the game, which is interesting, obviously, because that was the large part of the draft. Bundesliga players, the ability to sign those players, and a bit of probably experience with them as well.
For sure, Germany's a great save. Obviously, a lot of high pressure, a lot of teams looking to force the opposition with their gegenpressing style, but you have to beat Bayern Munich. And sometimes in the saves, Bayern Munich just become this force that you can't get close to. So it takes years and years. Hence why he said that he's played the game for a year, but let's take a look at his hours. They've got to be 2,000-3,000 hours on the game.
Or maybe we'll have to find out, because it would be fascinating to know how much he's crammed into this year. Also, the best timing ever, by the way, because he didn't know this tournament was coming around. He just started playing. It's unbelievable. Right, one of the things I love about working with the FIFAe guys is the sort of stature we bring to things. And just like in the World Cup you see on the pitch, we do the same thing here. We're going to do some national anthems now from the 4 guys. So please, everyone join me in welcoming our managers from our 4 teams. We have England. We have Indonesia. We have Germany. And we have South Africa. Now I ask you all to join us and be upstanding, first off, with the England national anthem. Fantastic stuff. That's the English national anthem. And now it is time for the national anthem of Indonesia. And now the national anthem of Germany. And finally, the national anthem of South Africa. Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. I now invite our first two managers to join the booth, England and Indonesia, for the first game. And the other guys can go and get comfortable backstage. But first off, guys, England have a massive advantage because they're the shortest national anthem. Their arms are less heavy from the flag waving.
Disagree. I locked eyes with Sven as he was holding that flag. The best flag waver. We locked eyes, and that's a moment I'll never forget.
Sven looked like he could have just gone for hours.
I would like the
stamina.
I want the Indonesian anthem to wake me up every morning. That was unbelievable. I really enjoyed that.
So England-Indonesia is the first fixture. What are we thinking? Because obviously it's not just the drafts, it's how the two drafts pair off against each other.
I think this is going to be more technical. I think we've got some very set-piece heavy football to come later on. But, is Work the Space involving himself in this after the disgraceful performance he's put in this week?
The other England team. There was two England teams this tournament. One got knocked out. They now seem to have become some sort of hybrid team.
Unity.
If they split the prize money 5 ways, that's justified. But otherwise, absolutely not.
What do you think they're saying in that huddle right now?
Don't do what we did? Should be what Jack's saying?
They can hear us as well, which is great.
Also, you put that information that we didn't know about Indonesia only playing the game for a year. Do you think Aaron knows that? Does it become even more embarrassing if he loses?
Yes.
I would love to know what is going on in there.
Too long. Someone cut it.
Indonesia just watching, with bated breath.
What do you think of that?
They're thinking, I hope Jack plays.
They're laughing.
Blimey.
There you go. It's good to see, though, isn't it, that the two teams, both representing England, are coming together.
I mean, it's lovely. I thought yesterday's lot had been fired. I'm surprised they've been let in.
So the two matchups, these are the two smallest squads going up head-to-head as well. England with 18 players. Indonesia with 2 more and 20. If you look at sort of like-for-like comparisons, centre-halves for Indonesia, got Kimpembe in there, whereas in the England squad, who's their main centre-half going to be? Mancini was their third pick out.
I think the interesting one could be if Nicholas Schüller is used. He's not got the most pace in the game and the agility. So him against Tammy could be a bit of a mismatch. I think in attacking midfield, both are going to have creative players in that area. So it'll be about those defensive midfielders closing that space down and stopping them at source.
Likewise, comparison at wing-backs. You've got Jordi Alba, one of the most decorated left-backs of all time in the England squad. You've got Grimaldo, I think is one of the most expensive picks for Indonesia. He came out 9th in the pecking order. You're expecting wing-backs to play a big part in this?
Massively. They're going to be the ones that are overloading the back line. But I think with someone like Grimaldo, set pieces as well, absolutely brilliant. You know, corners, free kicks. And as we know, that is a big part of Football Manager. But I do think it's going to be that midfield battle as well. Aranguiz, whoever he's going to be partnered with, he was first out the draft. He's going to be starting. So it's whether they can start to take control with Indonesia.
Yeah, totally. I mean, obviously, Abraham was quite an early pick for England, and we know exactly. You put him in your top 5 drafts before we even did a single draft.
Tammy's a draft superstar.
Yeah.
They don't have much behind him, though, if he gets injured or doesn't play well. They don't really have much of another option.
They need to keep him fit. Indonesia, on the other hand, where are their goals coming from for you? Fulkrug?
I think Fulkrug's going to be leading that line. He's a target man. He's going to be the one that they're going to be hitting. Savio off the bench, or Savinho off the bench, is going to be exciting. You know, in the game, he is a wonder kid. It's before his move to Manchester City. He's got pace. He's got trickery. Could be a really good impact sub.
Right, here we go. They've got the guys in their booths now. With the assistant managers, it is a team event, this, in very much. And the Indonesia, the fact they've only been playing for 1 year, they don't have... I know it sounds like I'm going on about it, but they don't have the context that we pick up in some of these guys' 20 years of playing.
I think at some points that's been to my detriment. I think I've become too romantic with it, where they might have come in almost scientifically and gone, well, this is what we have to do and this is how we do it.
Play the game in front of them.
And that's it, yeah. So that sort of, they've not had that years and years of failure that I'm used to. So they're probably going to come in here and really feel like they've had a chance. Again, they surprised everybody on day one doing the quadruple. They've sort of gone through that, and now this is a very different experience. Having played the game for only a year, I doubt they've got a huge amount of human versus human competition under their belt.
Now, even though the Indonesian manager, Iksang, is the oldest in the tournament, in terms of managerial experience, he's like Lamine Yamal going up against, you know, a vet, a 20-year-old vet, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Like
John Terry, I would have said.
Well, yeah, maybe. So, would that be a real... Would that hurt Aaron to lose this one, considering he's got someone who's much less experienced in the game?
Yeah, I think so, and it's when he's finding that information out now, isn't it? If he's just hearing it as he's coming onto stage, that probably does not your confidence going into this game. All week long, Indonesia have been proving us wrong. They arrived late to the tournament and people sort of writ them off. I'll never forget being in Group C with Benji as he was walking over to Jack to tell him that they had won the quad, but from day one they set the pace and they've managed to keep it up.
See a little high five there from the Indonesian guys. Not a huddle, but a high five nonetheless.
No, that's respectful, you see. They're not trying to get involved when they really shouldn't be anything to do with this, Jack. So it's lovely to see. But I think this is now where heart rates might start to go up a little bit. We spoke to Aaron earlier and we used the monitors, didn't we? We could see that he was a little nervous, but understandably so. There's a lot of money on the line. Like I said in the press conference, a lot of pressure on this. Representing England, we're expecting big things.
Yeah, he was well into the hundreds heart rate even after the draft when it was finished. So what is he going to be like in the middle of a game?
Well, and also with Aaron, it feels like a very cool demeanour on the outside, but with that heart rate monitor on, you sort of get the true expectations of what's going on in there, don't you?
Yeah, it's. I've played with a heart rate monitor before. It can get quite scary at scary moments when you get the notification that you need to have a sit down and a calm down.
We've got Sam and John as well at the side here watching things unfold. You saw the national anthems just a second ago. Obviously, something, John, you led out a lot and was part of that. Does it still bring up memories when you hear that song?
Definitely done a little bit differently to when we used to do it, but yeah, it kind of gets you excited. These are the moments just before the event. You kind of want it to get going and just get started, really.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure the players are feeling the same. What about the fact that we can measure their heart rate, Sam? I know you love your data and your science and things like as a manager.
Yeah, I've measured my heart rate a few times, like you mean. I hope it doesn't go up as much as mine used to, like I mean. But yes, I'm sure there's going to be an increase in the pulse rate and the heart rate, especially when it gets nearer the end.
Yeah, we're really close for kickoff now. We're just doing the final instructions. We can see on the screen behind us the England team talk is done. Indonesia still thinking about how they're going to approach this. What sort of manager are you? Are you an outstretched arms guy, Kev? Are you a pointing the finger type?
I literally click that yellow button that says assistant recommends.
Every time?
Every single time. I don't even know what the other words say.
Pre-game, but I do the same, but in-game I do it myself. Do you not?
No.
Not even half time, full time.
I think that's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
He is ridiculous.
Win a lot though, don't I?
Right, well, I think it's nearly kickoff time, guys. This is it. Last minute predictions then. England versus Indonesia. Who have you got?
I would love to say England, but this story coming out about 1 year playing Football Manager and then you're on the biggest stage, I'm going for Indonesia.
Kev? England.
Lamine Yamal broke records at the European Championships as a teenager. Going to go with youth, Indonesia.
Okay.
How about the boys? Come on, Aaron.
2 apiece. Here we go. We're on the match feed now. We're about to start England versus Indonesia. You can see the starting lineups. This is fascinating. Fulkrug leads the line. Xavi Simons in the 10. So we are seeing an attacking midfielder. It's a 4-2-3-1 formation for Indonesia. Did we expect that? He was talking pre-tournament about a 4-4-2.
Yeah, he's moving over, isn't he, to stay to something. Well, in fact, he's staying with it, Dave, from what he's been using before.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're all moved towards that as they built their teams together. So it's going to be really interesting. I think it is about who wins that midfield battle, who can play a bit direct, and as we mentioned before, the wing backs massively important.
Also, like some people might not play draft as much as you guys as well. It does turn into a bit of a chess battle as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've got a limited amount of time, I think, to make changes mid-game, and so we'll see if that comes into effect towards the end of it. I think the worry for them will be if it doesn't go well. These are 4 teams, or these 2 guys specifically, right, that have won the entire time. They've not had to go up against much adversity and switch it around and change it around. So at some point in this, one of these 2 is really going to have to figure out where it's going wrong and can they change it.
And 4-2-3-1 for England as well. Either wing of Indonesia, we have Insigne and Politano. First pick, Anguissa in the centre midfield for Indonesia as well. Kimpembe and Sula get the nod.
That is as well. Indonesia scored. They altered the tactics and they got the goal right back.
I think the interesting side already, both inside forwards have scored, making runs in behind the defence. That's going to be a key thing for both tactics. There's a narrow movement, Insigne on the near post, following the Nicolas Sula run forward. We just saw a great direct ball over the box to Conte Sal to finish off the move.
Yeah, early booking as well for Indonesia, so that could play a part, but they've got a few options in there if they need to switch it around.
Yeah, that's where you don't want the bookings, in the centre of the pitch. And it is a highlight again here for Indonesia currently.
But also for me, I really like keeping the motivation up, and some of those England boys, I see there's a few red faces there. I mean, is that something you have to get involved with, Benji, early on?
At some point you probably will do. Again, they'll have a strategy to try and counteract that at some stage, but it's a nice play again. Again, this is going to be a lot more technical. Yes, crosses are going to be a major part of the game. We're going to see set pieces, but you can see they're very happy to work it round. It goes through, Politano's in, Jordi Alba closing down, pull back, and Zakaria gets it easily. No, this is where the danger man's back. Never mind.
Hello.
Over the top. It's been quite simple, though. Again, it's a nice play into the middle. Xavi Simons cleared away. Now, Tammy's got a big job to do. You can see there how isolated he is. that could be a problem as the game continues.
Yep. England now with a chance. Locatelli from the throw-in switches it to Hakimi, who's first pick in the draft. Oh! And that's why. He's hit the bar.
Nah, and Aaron's a man that does not enjoy the woodwork, so that is...
Who does?
That's a good point. Gymnasts. They love it.
The possession stats are really very even as well, isn't it? We speak about how close they're going to be, and that's been backed in that day.
Yeah, I know we've seen that through the tournament, is that these tactics and formations, they don't really dominate possession, but they are really direct, really narrow in the centre.
2 yellow cards, though, for Indonesia. They're playing quite aggressively here.
They are quite aggressive. I'm surprised that Mancini's not picked up a yellow card because he was aggressive in the pre-match.
A nice little reverse pass.
Here we go.
Sula. Shoot. England get it back.
Well, now he's well out of position. He's sprinting back. The speed of the man. Goodness me.
It's a poor pass from Hakimi, giving the ball away to Grimaldo. Conceição, the goal scorer for England, gets it back. Can he hold on to it here? Indonesia just really doing well to get the ball back every time they lose it. But it's Almada. Alba on the left.
Aaron's shouting.
Almada gets it back. Can they swing it into the box? They go short. Locatelli. Zakaria!
Oh! Good, a testing effort. But again, I'm a little worried about Tammy. He does seem isolated up there on his own at the moment. You've got to get boys around him. But a corner kick, played in, whipped in, cleared away. The ball's not cleared though. Back in it goes again and behind another corner.
We've not seen anyone really use these corners yet, have we?
Don't worry, it's coming. Here you go.
He's played too much.
Is this it? Whipped in. Oh. Straight to the keeper.
Kevin, you need to get a word with Tammy Abraham, get round him, put your arm round him and say, what's going on?
As much as I wouldn't want to cross Aaron, I don't know that he's necessarily being used right at the moment.
What would
I'll
you
say
do
it quietly.
What would you do differently?
I mean, as Ben's saying, he needs more people up around him. He's not a guy who's just going to hold the ball up. He needs to be chasing on to balls played over the top, played through to him. And
we're in injury time in the first half here. It'd be a great time to score for Indonesia. It's Klaus!
Oh, my goodness. Aaron there, if those that couldn't hear it, Aaron was just shouting, bring him down!
That's almost
I bet he doesn't mind the woodwork now, does he?
No.
That was almost the complete opposite of the Hakimi chance, but that's the sort of entertainment we were hoping for. One apiece, but both teams hitting the woodwork.
Mate, this is my idea of a great day out. I mean, the fans in here cheering, Aaron getting them riled up. He went 1-0 down, but he brought it back. And to be fair to him, we can speak about him being a showman, but when it comes to those tactical aspects, I think he is absolute genius when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Just a few changes, including Abraham being moved over to the right a bit more.
I think he's got to do something to get him more involved in the game.
Is the second half now where we see like pauses? This is where the changes happen.
Yeah, and the pressure's on Aaron, right? We'll talk about the home advantage. England at home for the first leg, which you might see as a disadvantage. I don't know, historically maybe so. And you can see the changes have had to go in. Indonesia not doing a whole lot more, but the team talk was pretty successful. And they're back underway again. There we go.
Yeah, Indonesia just pulling Fulkrug in a little bit, maybe wanting him to be less of an advanced forward, slightly more deeper lying.
We want to see a bit more from Hakimi again. First pick for Aaron. Like you're going to want to see him bomb on and be involved in a little bit more, I think. And there's Tammy finally involved. It's a big save as well.
Great goalkeeping from Castells. Corner though.
For goalies, he was quite a high pick, wasn't he, Castells?
Yeah, I think second goalkeeper to go in the draft.
There it is! Oh! Is that clearance?
Off the line, yeah.
Off the line.
So England starting to come into this, having a bit of luck from set pieces now. Still got those 2 yellow cards on the pitch for Indonesia.
Now, this is a point where it's going to be who's going to blink first, who's going to decide they want to really go for this. And we talked about it before, as much as we'll sort of poo-poo it a little bit, I think there's a world here where Indonesia will be pretty happy with this. Yeah. So if it carries on like this, you never know, but a corner spin.
Yeah, for Indonesia. Grimaldo puts it in, headed away at the front post, but Politano picks it up, inside, 1-2, gets it back, returns it, hits it! Oh! Nicholas Saiwell! 2-1.
Really nicely worked, Dave.
Yeah, Svaibel with a fantastic strike from outside the box. It's just that pressure after the set piece, getting it back into the mix like a classic big Sam Bolton side. Beautiful goal.
Should the keeper do better there?
Maybe, and again we talk about goalkeeper picks and whether they were good enough. We talked about Donnarumma during the draft show and we didn't see him go.
I would argue more than it being a problem with the keeper, the guy shouldn't have that amount of time to pick his spot from the edge of the area.
It was a 1-2-3, wasn't it? Back, gets it, has the shot.
It was all very comfortable.
This is where the tournament's going to be won and lost, isn't it? Now these next few moments,
well,
you've got to get these right.
Aaron needs like 2 or 3 goals here. It's not just enough to get back in and equalise.
And the time ticks away quickly sometimes, especially when it's not going well. You really want every single highlight to mean something. We've got another one, Will.
He responded after the first one, though, didn't he? He got the goal straight back. Is he going to do that in the second half? Hakimi
Ball in.
Ball in.
Oh, side
Chance.
netting for England.
Another set piece. We've not seen anyone change their set pieces yet. So, like, whatever they've used so far, they're sticking with for now.
We've all talked about that.
Ball whipped in, headed away again.
We've all talked about that near post stuff. Are they neutralising each other on that?
I mean, you've got to mix it up. You have the option to mix it up and go near post, far post, maybe even sneak in a little short corner here and there.
It is worth looking at these yellow cards for Indonesia because the third one they've picked up now, these do carry over. So if they were to progress into the final, get another yellow in the semi, they'd be banned for the final.
Yeah, well, they're lucky it's 2 legs.
It's a fourth.
Another yellow card. Free kick, though.
Free kick. Hit! Oh!
Goodness me, very, very close. The time, though, is ticking away. And again, we're going to see some more pausing. This is where it's going to start getting tactical. For Aaron, he's got to do something. Tammy's already been taken off, and we mentioned the lack of striking options, Kev, and this is now where he's going to struggle.
Absolutely. We said if Tammy didn't perform or got injured, Aaron's potentially got a problem, and we're seeing it here because that front four doesn't. When you compare that to the front four we might be seeing from Germany in a little while, that doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence.
I know Aaron won't like this, but England do have the superior XG right now, and the goalkeeper Castell's playing.
Oh no, he'll love that.
It's a fairly poor rating.
Definitely won't mention it, so it'll be fine.
But we've seen that throughout the league format as well, haven't we? Like people getting these big XGs but not getting the right results sometimes as well, and that is football.
Some good individual instructions going in as well for Indonesia. So whatever Aaron's doing, they're trying to counteract it straight away, and that is that chess battle that we talked about.
I told him, Xavi Simmons, I had him in our practice draft. I wasn't happy with him. They've drafted him. 6.9.
It's amazing what a good manager can do, isn't it?
That's not a great rating.
Well, better than yours.
It's about the same, actually.
Here we go. England with another chance.
Almada whips it in. And it's a substitute, and that is management. That is management. He subbed him on. He scored the equaliser. That's the sort of thing you learn after year one.
Sula gives it away. The defenders in the middle of the area just static.
What a ball into the box, though, Spence, from that left-hand side. Great delivery.
But does he need another one?
He needs 2 more.
Yeah, you think
at least
for the home leg.
He's getting very giddy for a man who's drawing at home.
Can he get it here? Baumgartner, also off the bench. Almada in the box. Puts it in. He should do better.
Whatever he changed is working.
I mean, like I said, that front four, excellent. Really like what he's got there as his backup.
What's he got Abraham off?
I mean, it's been that exciting. I just saw Big Sam on Instagram filming the thing there, so the excitement's going all around the stadium.
Indonesia will be happy with this, though, even though they've let up the late goal.
Indonesia will be delighted.
Yeah, two apiece away from home. Solid.
Yeah.
Heart rate for Aaron is at 145, by the way, right now.
Well, there's a corner to be whipped in.
Dr. Benji, we might need you.
Not seeing what... that would make it worse, I think.
Almada!
This time finding him, though. So, again, no changes, but it is working this time around. You can see Aaron's change. Well, you say the front four, Indonesia have made some changes up there. They're obviously trying to get another goal. If they can grab a win from this, then they'll be so happy.
It'd have to be soon if they're going to 89 minutes
Aaron's
on the clock.
Here's Hakimi.
Alba. Almada!
Oh, it's so
You've got to touch
technical.
on it. Keeper got to touch
He did
on that.
another corner, and they're getting stronger. It's starting to feel a little bit inevitable. Jordi Alba, left-footed, in-swinging, we suspect.
5 minutes of injury time to be
Makers wait
played.
for it. Ball played in at that front post. He's finding players at the front post, but they're not getting on target.
Do you think they need... We were speaking with John Terry yesterday. He said about the power of the outswinging corner, that you can get more power on it. Do they need to change it up right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, they're going to be happy when you go from a losing position to get a draw. That feels good, but at the same time, the home leg's been wasted a little bit here, hasn't it?
Oh, that's full time.
There it is, 2-2. Claps from England to their fellow managers in Indonesia. Great sportsmanship, but ultimately, surely Indonesia will be the happier of the two managers there.
Yeah, we talked about the home advantage. It's maybe not an advantage anymore for England. So 2-2, all to play for, and it's nicely poised right now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Chelsea is going to actually speak to our England managers in a second. They're just sharing handshakes, which is nice to see, but the game's not over.
That is
you
lovely.
don't see handshakes in between leg one and leg two. Well, I guess at the end of the game you do, to be fair. They're just having a little chat, and Chelsea's going to go in there with Aaron and find out what's going through his head and how his heart rate is, more importantly.
Thanks, Spence. Aaron, what's going through your head right now? I saw all the emotions going. I mean, you were going nuts.
That's the mentality that I know. That's the mentality that we carried from the Dynamo. Go down, but we do not panic. We trust the boys. And what did I say about the fresh legs? This guy knows about the fresh legs. He told me 75-minute fresh legs. We brought in the big boy Omega, and look, he gets the equalising goal. So, what a game, man. What a game to be a part of.
Where do you go from here?
Do the same thing. Keep doing the same thing.
All right, Spence, back to you.
Yeah, I've actually jumped over into the Indonesian booth now, and I'm going to try and have a little chat with them, because I know there was a late goal that made it a draw rather than a win, but away from home, quite happy with that?
Tadi ada gol yang lumayan telat, jadi seri aja, tapi nggak menang, tapi kan apa itu away ya tadi, home-nya sekarang, jadi senang nggak dengan outcome-nya?
We are disappointed, kita kecewa, tapi kita optimis menatap laga kedua.
They're a bit disappointed with the draw, but they're definitely very optimistic about the second leg.
How will the approach change going into the next match? Home advantage, will we see more attacking play?
Kan di leg kedua apalagi ini masuk ke kandang rumah ya. Jadi apakah approach-nya bakal berbeda? Apakah karena di kandang sendiri bakal lebih menyerang, lebih agresif atau bakal gimana nih?
We always playing attacking.
Ya, kita lihat aja nanti akan menjadi surprise.
They have a little surprise for everybody.
Okay, we look forward to that. A surprise coming. We're going to have a quick break now, but we'll see you for the second leg very soon.
Yo, want to smell premium? You got to try this new Lynx then.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' around the town, off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close.
Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
So we've seen our first game here on finals day. What did we learn from that game, Kev?
What we learn is one of the big differences you get between playing against the AI and playing against people. We've seen all week how effective corners can be, but when you can set instructions for defending corners as well, it can make them a little bit harder to score from. And I'm watching back a few of the corners from that match now, and the defenders are absolutely loading up the near post, so they're just nullifying the threat. I think they need to mix up their attacking corner instructions a little bit.
Go meta on top of meta, and maybe take it away from the near post.
For sure, Mancini was sat on that near post for England for the entire game, and that's something that you want as a defensive side. And it's having the adaptation, because again, if you go back post or you start changing it up, we also saw a goal from a second phase. That's something that they didn't have someone on the edge of the box because they were so focused on that near post. So maybe a little bit of a tactical tweak as well could be very, very handy.
I'm a little bit worried, I am. Indonesia have been surprising us all week. They came late, that was a surprise. They did the quad, that was a surprise. They said that they've only been playing for a year, that was a surprise. I mean, what is the surprise?
Now they've said they've got a surprise.
Is it a birthday message for Benji?
I've got that.
It's
I really
not
like
that. It's
that.
not that.
Oh,
It's
okay.
definitely
Well,
not
what
that.
could it be? Do they need to change things up? Well, that's a pretty good result away from home.
That's really good. I think that they said they'd be really happy with that, because when you come into these sorts of tournaments, things that go against you that you're not expecting are the real problem. And a 2-2 is not that. A 2-2 is something to build off. It's a platform. And in the home game, you can afford to be a bit more aggressive and take a few more risks because of the potential advantage of being at home. So we'll see if that brings anything for them.
It was a good draw as well, two apiece, but a couple of woodwork hits as well, lots of drama.
Yeah, both of those coming from fullbacks on the overlap. Both of the right backs, Jonathan Klaus and Hakimi, hitting the bar. That would have changed the game. But I did see something a little bit sneaky from Indonesia. Around 60 minutes, a little bit more time wasting. That's something you've got to do away from home. It's something that I do enjoy. I know you looked at me yesterday and you all looked at me like I was crazy. I
believe I called you a coward, sir.
If you've got an advantage in an away game and you can take a draw, that is exactly what you need to do in these types of games in Football Manager.
But it was 2-1 at the time. Was it a mistake? If they'd not time wasted, could they have gone and scored a third?
I usually slow it down around 80 minutes. Slow the tempo down, slow the passing length down, time waste. Maybe it was a little bit too soon. It was around 60, 70 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, all the yellow cards racking up as well. That does play a big part in it, doesn't it? If it's your star player and he misses out, there's not many games to play.
What approach does Aaron have to take for England going into the second leg away from home, knowing that, I mean, we can draw the game, but ultimately needs to win it?
The thing is, with a squad as small as what he's got, he's not going to have many options for a plan B, I wouldn't have thought. So I imagine it's going to be more of the same. He's just going to try and attack and get the ball to those forwards.
Well, we're going to park that one for now. We're going to revisit the second leg later. It's time for our second semi-final, first leg. A whole new matchup, Germany versus South Africa. What do we think is going to happen here? We've got the players in the booths. We've got Sven there, Golly, the German manager, Enzo Bento in the opposite booth from South Africa. These two styles head-to-head, what do we expect?
This is a clash of the titans, isn't it? We were saying all week that we'd love to see South Africa versus Germany at some stage, and we get it now in the semi-final. I think both are extremely confident. We saw it in the press conference, Will. They were loving it, and they're both very, very assured. They're not going to be rattled. They both think what they're doing is absolutely correct, and now they get a chance to prove it.
Honestly, I did think it was going to kick off. They sort of actually were going at each other a little bit. It was a bit tit for tat, and I think if we had 5 more minutes, I don't know what would have happened.
I can give you some more info on Enzo Bento, the South Africa
best name in the
manager.
tournament.
It's a really good name, isn't it? Sounds like it should be some sort of sauce or something. His idols. So we talked about the Indonesian manager having Sir Alex and Van der Sar. Enzo Bento's idols. He's a Liverpool fan. Going to Anfield was one of his great moments. I'm sure he loves the fact that the tournament's here. Big Bobby Firmino fan, but also, interestingly, Graham Potter.
Wow.
Big Graham Potter fan.
Well, only had a little bit of time at Brighton. Didn't
Well, exactly, and he likes De Zerbi as well. He says his style was similar to De Zerbi, so what a touch that he ended up managing Brighton.
That was one of the things that he spoke a lot about yesterday, is creating that box. That's very much a De Zerbiism, building out from the back, 2 centre-backs, 2 defensive midfielders, both strikers dropping in, creating that overload in that central area. We may see that again today, we may not.
I think De Zerbi or Potter would have been 60 in that transfer spending, though. He might be their idols, but he's not playing the way that they do.
We've got a comment there from Agag8 who said that the Germans are by far the most experienced in the draft format. If we put everything that we saw earlier in the week to one side, is that what wins this, the most experienced draft player?
Ben's played more drafts than I have, so no, absolutely not.
Happy birthday. Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. But I think it does play a part. I think having the experience of knowing what works online, I spoke to them before, I won't say, because obviously I know Portugal, I think South Africa will be listening, sorry. They're not going to do what they did yesterday. They're going to change it up dramatically. And the draft, like if you think about who they drafted, the amount of strikers they bought, I'll say no more.
I think that as well, but also you look at the centre-backs, the likes of Kasonu, you've got Tar, you've got Lacroix. These are all players that are very, very quick, that are very, very strong, that can play in multiple roles and positions, and I think that makes it exciting. A lot of forwards, a lot of centre-backs, wing-backs as well. So they've got really good depth all over the pitch.
Quick word from John Terry. John, you're watching that first game. How did you enjoy it?
Quite nerve-wracking, actually. Sitting there watching, thinking that Indonesia dominated first half and then England kind of got back into it in the second half. But it's good to see the tactical kind of analysis of it and both teams kind of going at it late on.
Do you think, because I'm going to lead into my next point about the German manager, do you think that there's a world where someone playing Football Manager, practicing these skills that we're seeing on the screen right here, could transition into a world, I mean, we've seen it before, in traditional football?
Yeah, I genuinely do. If I was to walk in to a job tomorrow, I'd be all over this. I'd be all over these guys and wanting to know and understand a little bit more. Like I said, as a manager and a coach, you go in before the game, you obviously get a few days to prepare, but at half-time you've got like 15 minutes to kind of dissect what you've seen and what you're understanding and the data of it and all of that. Whether they're attacking 70% down the left, do we need to put another right back on or whatever that may be. So I think these guys have got a real crucial part to play, not only in these games, what we're seeing in the E-games today, but I think in real life football as well. It's big today, and I think it's only going to get bigger, the data side of it and all of that.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. One of the really nice touches from the tournament is that the 4 winners, obviously, of the groups who are here in this final are all going to get invited to spend some time with the clubs they won the groups with, which is great. So it's Brighton, it's Marinos in Japan, obviously, Dinamo Zagreb, and Sporting Club de Portugal. So a really interesting opportunity, perhaps mostly for Sven Golly, because he actually is in a role as the head of AI and data science in a non-footballing company, but he'd love to take that and apply it into the football world. He's in the perfect position to do it.
Yeah, and what's been really nice across the week, these guys have become more into the mould of that manager. I think they've really grown in confidence, really grown in stature. And when we sit in here today with so much on their line, they're cool, calm and collected. And those are transferable skills, aren't they, in the real world?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, JT, do you need an assistant manager at any point? Because I'm sort of putting my CV forward. If you're going back into management, I'd quite like that, no? You've got to take your chances, Sven. I'm not going to get to ask you this all the time.
He's putting his hat in the ring, John, but I think he's got some better candidates over here.
You're in the top
happy
5.
Birthday.
Top 5.
It's
top
5 of that table. Top 5 of that table.
Yes, John. We like that.
Thanks, John. Appreciate that.
Right, we're ready for gameplay, boys. We're ready to kick off this first leg of our second semi-final. South Africa versus Germany. Only one of these teams can progress to the final, and they'll play the winner of England versus Indonesia. You can see the team lineup starting to come here onto the screen. Fascinating to see how they choose to line up their teams.
Okay, so interesting. Straight away, South Africa playing exactly what they played in the AI group stage, and then Germany are going... Did you see that, Dave?
Didn't quite see that,
They've
but
gone
no.
for, it's a 3, then a 4, then a 3 strikers up front. I mentioned it before. They're going to try and change the game. We're underway.
Here we go. We've got
Come on,
South
everybody.
Africa
We're underway.
in the orange, Germany in the white, and the first leg is underway. Germany, the home team for this one. And we're just into the 5th minute now. 70% of the ball so far for South Africa.
There we go.
Starting to even up now, getting closer to 50. No highlights yet. It is a back 3/back 5 for Germany, but 3 really strikers. This is actually a formation that I favour in the game. I don't play a back 5, but I actually like a 4, a flat 3 in the middle, and then 3 strikers up top, and that's what Germany are going with today. Moffey in the middle of that. I know you are a fan of Moffey, Kev, and on the right of him, Kolo Muani, who's their first pick out of the draft. Very asymmetric approach from South Africa. I personally don't like the asymmetric one. I don't like it when you click the button and it has red corners on the pitch. I don't want any red on there.
Looks like an art attack. It looks like a big art collar, and I can't be dealing with that. I like my systems and I like my formations.
Really interesting that they've put Kefren Turam in the exact role they played with him at Brighton, and that was an early chance, but again, a set piece. 22 minutes in, very few chances. So I don't know if this is going back and forth.
They're just cancelling themselves at each other out, aren't they? As we expected they perhaps would.
Yeah.
Sesko on the bench for Germany.
Well, they've got like 8
what an
strikers.
option that is to bring off.
And also the bench was so big in the last game, wasn't it? But the fact that they've got even more striking options is quite worrying, really, from a South African
And there we go.
perspective.
Dumfries,
We
can
might
you
be
get
able
across
to see
him?
why Dumfries was such a big pick early on, because that's obviously a big part of the strategy.
Goodness me! It's like right footed shot.
My boys.
Jonathan Tah outside the box. These centre halves are having a massive part to play, but not in the way we expected.
My goodness, what's going on in the centre-back world? What water are they drinking?
Just chests it down. It just goes for the volley. The keeper's well beaten.
That's beautiful
That was
stuff.
like prime Stevie G, that was. But from Jonathan Tah.
Do you reckon he shouted Jota? It doesn't work, does it? I should have said anything.
It's a good try.
So 1-0 to the home team, the Germans in command in this matchup. South Africa, remember, they've got 7 players they didn't even bring. They've left 7 at home.
They're actually in the audience now. They're so disappointed.
They're ready for the second leg. Don't you worry.
It was the first shot on target of the game, and when we sit again in the XG, it was such a low XG effort. I don't know if that's because of the player shooting or
He just
the chance.
walloped it.
We've got an injury for South Africa early. I don't know if you noticed as well, Griffo, the position he's playing in right now, is getting a 1-star rating. Well, it might have even been half a star.
Yeah, look
playing
at
out of position.
the XG there, though. Very, very low, considering the shots that have been taken. And we can see some changes get made.
And also in terms of like the motivation, Germany team, all green, big smiling faces. There were some people in the South Africa team nervous. You don't want that on the biggest stage.
Germany have got some big boys. It's going to be an outswinging corner. Front post.
Oh,
Tah
again. Did you see that XG, by the way? Before that, it was 0.07 Germany, and they had a goal from 0.07.
Straight away doing something a little bit different with the corners from what we were seeing in the previous match, trying an outswinger, still going for the near post, but you do need to mix it up a little bit when you've got a human opponent properly defending against.
Another chance.
Another big chance.
Germany all over South Africa here in the opening exchanges as we approach half-time in this first leg. Another chance for Germany. Raum's going to whip it in. Tah puts it across.
Oh, look at
it's
that.
another goal.
Hold on.
Could be off.
Hang on.
Was it offside? We're going to VAR.
It's a goal.
It's 2-0
They're
to the
delighted.
Germans. Jonathan Tah playing a part again.
Yeah, the back post. We mentioned trying to isolate defenders. I think it was Manu Kone tried to get close and couldn't get close enough. Headed back across, and 2-0 before half-time as the home side. Kev, this time, home side taking the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you'd be looking for as the home team. You want that 2 or 3 goal lead to be able to feel comfortable. So at the moment, they're kind of just doing what their minimum expectation would have been for the match. But now, they're going to be very, very happy.
First pick in the draft for them. Kolo Muani comes up, trumps, makes it 3, and the South African team are in real trouble.
Yeah, big money was spent, and that's why.
Also, I don't want to make this David Goliath because the South African team in the Brighton group, they were dominant in that as well. They set an early pace. They are a really good team at pedigree, and they're going to need to make changes to make this interesting.
They've got it wrong. Look, 0.08 XG, no shots on target in the first half. I know it's hard as the away team, but they need to impact the game more than that, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we do know about South Africa that we saw in the group stage, they're not afraid to change a tactic. They've got, and you can see them fiddling with them now, they've got this second tactic that they used almost as much as that the asymmetric one that we saw in the first half, so we know they can switch up to that. And there's also the mystery third tactic, which might come into play as well. They're going to try something different, and this is it's been pretty effective when they've switched to this one in the league stage.
I just can't get over the fact that the Germans draft, I think, left them with such a bigger quality, not a bigger squad, but a better quality squad. The names on the bench, Sesko and the like. Oh no! Oh my God!
My goodness, man!
Take a bow.
That one's not even big meaty boys.
Well,
that's just quality.
That is goal of the knockouts so far.
It's liquid football, that is. It's a goal and an assist from Kwame now. Him and Jonathan Tah really stepping up in terms of goal contributions here. Is this it for South Africa?
I mean, pretty much at this point. I mean, they're going to have to do an awful lot, not just in the second leg, but in this second half. They're going to need to at least get a goal back to give themselves any chance.
Germany, 4 goals. They haven't even got 1 XG.
Yeah, and that'll be a sickener, by the way, for South Africa.
What's the goalkeeper playing?
Oh, chance. But it's just after half time. You've made a couple of changes, trying to get back into it. Right now, it feels like a tactic that's been tuned to play online against other people versus a tactic that is tuned to beat Premier League opposition as Brighton. And so that's what it looks like we're seeing at the moment. Germany obviously know what they're doing. They've got a very defensive setup when out of possession, and then when they're going forward, they're overloading areas, and it's forcing mistakes, and that's where that fourth goal came from.
Yeah. Look at the match ratings for South Africa.
Yeah, 6.1 for the goalkeeper.
This is what I said before the game started, right? South Africa have not been in this position.
Could be 5 here. Raum, still going.
They've not been in this position before. They've not had to now try and wrestle something from this place as another effort goes in. And they've had one shot in 50 minutes. They won't have had a game like that this entire week.
This is completely new territory for them.
It's just
and the
relentless.
set pieces again.
And this is why we're testing both the offline element of Football Manager and the online element. We're going to get a real champion here.
Also, in Group B, they conceded the most goals, I believe, or they were definitely up there for the top, and they're doing that now. In the save, though, they were scoring loads. They're going to need a miracle to turn this around.
A 5th will surely seal the deal for Germany if they can get it. Or can South Africa get them back in this conversation? Not right now. Kolo Muani spreads it out wide to the left. Raum cutting in from left back. Back heels into Tah. Not twice in one game.
And the problem, of course, you've got with what South Africa has switched to, they're basically playing 4 strikers at the moment, which is leaving them very, very exposed at the back, because Germany have got 3 of their own. And once the wing backs push on, it's causing big problems because South Africa just haven't got enough men back defending.
Yeah, just a switch up there. Germany have eased off tackles. They've got 3 players on bookings, 3 really crucial players. You know, when Dumfries was selected as well, they're actually going to take one off because I think they've realised the importance of Renato Sanchez in this system.
Well, and it looks like at the moment they'll be going to the final, wouldn't it? So those yellow cards could impact them in the final.
It doesn't look like they have a like-for-like replacement for Dumfries. They might have to play someone out of position on the right wing back if they choose to take him off. If he picks up that second yellow, misses the final, that could affect their system in a big way.
Here we go.
Big chance.
South Africa.
It's going to be a corner, and this is where set pieces, again, crucial for all the teams that made it through to this stage of the competition. They need something, and they need it right now, let's be honest.
Goes low, hits it from distance, but not the sort of meta corner we've become used to.
Well, that's been interesting. I think, Kev, you pointed out straight away, Germany doing different things from the outset.
It shows their experience playing PvP. They know that it's like they're thinking 3 moves ahead in a game of chess. They know that everyone else knows how effective near-post corners are and defends against them, so they're not even attacking the theoretically most meta ways. They know that's what the other teams are going to be defending against.
Not another one from Tah. He goes short this time.
That's what save.
Decent save. It's interesting how high Jonathan Tah's starting position is. He's right on the edge of the box.
Yeah,
I mean, he's playing as a libero, and he is just dancing around all over the place, having a lovely time.
This is now, though, what do you do if you're 4-0 down? Do you go for it and try and get any sort of goals back, knowing you're going to risk it? Is it all or nothing already?
I think you have to go and try and get at least a goal back. I'm not at all confident turning around a 4-goal deficit. If you get a goal, get a little bit of momentum towards the end of the first leg, you give yourself a chance. So I think you've got to go for a goal.
So Van Uyck, who's coming on here for Dumfries, can play on the right side, so they have got that obvious swap for him. I missed that one. But what was interesting is it's been such a complete performance for the Germans, but the 2 wing-backs actually with quite a poor rating, with yellow cards as well, which would have impacted it a little bit. But they're not getting the best performances out of them in the wide defensive
But they're
positions.
doing their job of just being there as a distraction to allow the 3 attackers.
Yeah.
Remember, we've got 3 central strikers playing against a back 4, and the midfielders of South Africa like to go on walkabout. So you've not got enough defenders to cope with the attackers that Germany are throwing forward.
Yeah, and Germany looked scary every single time they're in possession. We said in the press conference, right, that we've got South Africa with Schlotterbeck.
Could be a fifth. Oh my word! Is he onside?
Well, hang on.
I think he might be off.
That one looked.
He looked off.
He did look off on that one.
They can't afford a fifth. It can't be. It
It's
isn't.
disallowed. But yeah, Schlotterbeck put in a pretty poor performance, got a booking. The German assistant manager did say that, well, maybe he's working undercover for us. It certainly seemed like it in this game.
I think it's important that we recognise the officials when they get it right there as well. They've got that one right, the VAR guys, so well done.
Yeah. We'll ask them about that afterwards.
Right. Oh, could there be a mistake? Something needs to click for South Africa here.
Yeah, they need a moment, don't they?
They could turn up in the home leg, something could change. But in this game, they're going to need a bit of luck, I think, aren't they?
Absolutely. And again, once again, every single time they come forward, this looks ominous, doesn't it? On the left-hand side,
good tackle.
Justin does really well. And they're going to just slow it down, take their time, allow... see how many people they've got in the box already.
Oh,
so many
Justin.
players. They can't be doing it there. Does well, though. Recovers really well, actually. And now a counter-attack. Again, if there's going to be a goal...
There's no men forward.
10 minutes left to go. Will we see some more changes?
It felt like their team was built around the Thuram brothers, and like Marcus was on a 6.3. The other one giving the ball away at the back there. It's just not. Well, they're the two-star picks for them.
We've all been here, though. I suspect if you look at the South African managers right now, they're not sure why this is happening. Like, they won't have prepared for this. They'd have thought at some point they're going to have a moment where they feel like there's something they can get behind, work towards, and they've not really had anything to speak of to give them any confidence for a second leg. And so what do you do now? Do you trust the system that's got you here? Or do you make mad changes in the hope that something happens?
Again, it's when we keep referring and comparing it to a chess match. South Africa are now going to be thinking, well, do we switch to a back three, a back five to counter the front three of Germany? And the problem is, Germany are going to know they're thinking that. And the way the Germans have prepared for this match, I'd almost expect them to have a counter for that counter ready to roll straight away anyway.
You can see the England managers watching on thinking, if we make it to this final, we've got to play the Germans potentially. But it is all over in the first leg here. Germany with a very convincing 4-0 victory against South Africa. It's not over though. We have seen big turnarounds before.
Not very often from this far back. It's going to take something a bit special. I mean, really, early on, Germany were 2-0 up when they had barely any XG. So if South Africa can get that little bit of luck early on in the second leg, get the screamer from the centre back. I mean, as much as I admire the work Germany have done, I don't think they planned for Tar to score that goal that he scored.
Well, let's see what Chelsea can find out. She's in the booth with the Germans.
Thank you, Spencer. An impressive 4-0. What made you come up with your attacking strategy?
Well, as you can see, we're now playing with like 3 strikers. And if you might have noticed a pattern. Like in the last 3 days, we started with a 4-2-3-1. Then when we went to a 4-2-4 with like 2 strikers. And now the next step is like 3 strikers, just adding more offensive, adding more physical players on the field. And I think it worked out quite well. We're quite happy with that.
Are you already thinking about the final?
Well, I think it's still too early. Like a lot of things can happen in football, but like it's looking pretty good, I think.
Well, it's clear that he is. Spencer, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you.
Thank you, Chelsea. It's all laughter over in the Germany camp. Not quite the same mood in here, Enzo. What happened?
I think we just misread the initial situation from them, and it was too late to change. They obviously had a clear game plan that they wanted to do, and they did it really well.
They did get those first few goals with quite a low XG still. You weren't as out of the game as it looked, statistically speaking. Is that giving you a common comfort going into this second leg?
Well, look, if they scored 4 in the first game, we can score 4 in the second game. Whether that will happen or not is a different story.
How much do you have to change? I know you've got the home advantage in the next match, but formationally, tactically, personnel-wise, we know you've got the biggest squad in the tournament, so you've got the most options there. Could we see some big changes?
Yes, I think so. I think we're going to go back and evaluate, maybe go back to our roots, and we'll see.
Okay. Good luck in that second leg. So that's the guys from South Africa, Enzo Bento there, and, well, pretty convincing win for the Germans, but it's not over until it's over. That's why we have 2 legs. That's why we have home and away matches. Will, what do you think is going to happen in that second game?
Spen, where are we right now? We're in Liverpool. What is the biggest 4-0, most famous 4-0 turnaround? Liverpool, Barcelona, Anfield, they turned it around on the night, and I think South Africa do it in the next leg. Dare to dream.
You actually think that, do you?
Why? Hey, let's have some fun. They provided goals. They need 4 of them. Maybe let's keep a clean sheet for once, but let's get the goals, and I think they can do it.
It can be done, but will it be done?
No. But it's lovely that you think it will be. But we're here to see it happen, aren't we? Let's face it. We really want it to happen because of the drama that it would cause. What would be amazing now, imagine they win it 4-0, extra time, penalties, all comes down to that. Let's live in a dream, shall we?
I mean, we were warned, Kev, we were warned, weren't we, about Germany's practice time on the draft mode, and it's shown.
Yeah, I mean, that was just oozing with experience and practice playing in this game mode. They just seemed like they were 2 or 3 steps ahead all the way through, and it's a worry for everyone else still in the tournament, because how do you counter that when they already know what your plan is to counter their counter?
We've got a comment on the screen right now from the main man of Sports Interactive, obviously, publishers of Football Manager, Miles Jacobson. He said, it's pretty surreal sitting in the audience hearing John Terry, Sam Allardyce and Spencer Owen talking about Football Manager, essentially my life work. So much love here, getting emotional, #FIFAe.
I'll go and give him a cuddle afterwards.
No, it's true though, all of us have played this game mostly for decades of our life, but only now we're seeing it on the sort of platform I think it deserves. It's great to see.
I was absolutely buzzing. I was just so happy to meet Miles the other day. Like, he's given me so many happy memories. I got a business card. I'm absolutely delighted. Yeah, thank you. I'm absolutely buzzing. But the whole week has just been sort of in his image, and like the community which you've spoken about has sort of been so supportive, and long may that continue.
Yeah, a word on the community in general from, I guess, Benji and Kev on like what it's done for you guys and what it's done for all of us really inside of it.
It gave us careers somehow.
Absolutely.
It allowed us to stay in our office for countless hours playing Football Manager and allowing it to be something like this, and having done tournaments like this, to see it on this scale, the magnitude of it, the amount of people that we've got involved, from everyone from the crew that have been a part of this to the people that have been taking part, it's been a really lovely experience, a very much a community experience, and that's been a lovely bit of this.
It has, and we've talked about potential real-life football opportunities from this, but also outside of that, there's opportunities within the community, there's opportunities in content, you know, online. Of the people,
easy now.
I know, well, there's room for all of us. Of the people we've met here this week, who do you think's got the brightest future in the game?
I mean, no, I'm afraid not, sir. I mean, again, we go back to Germany. There's so much personality from them as a management duo. I think if they were to do some kind of content, staying together as a pair, incredible stuff.
Yeah. I think there's been 5 or 6. I think there's so many people that could pick up streaming full time and do it and really make something of it. It's been fantastic.
I agree, and I also think with it being the first one, think about how many people there are at home that for whatever reason didn't get involved in this one, didn't find out about it in time, whatever. We're inspiring the next generation to come through. If we do more of these, you know, the talent pool is only going to get bigger.
Yeah, and get yourself to this event because it's like the Disneyland of Football Manager, isn't it? We've been walking around all week with
Does that make you Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, I'm definitely some sort of clown, but there's been 4 booths set up around. We've been seeing the best people in the world, but what's been really nice as well is to get to know Benji and Kev, but the manager's coming up to them because they've been watching you guys for the last 10 years, probably a big part of their journey. So to say something nice to you, that's been lovely.
Yeah, very lovely.
I think I know the answer to this, but you've seen, I've been so impressed by what I've just seen from the Germans there. Like, you know the levels in front of us. Do you believe that you could compete at this level, Kev?
I mean...
That's a yes.
No, there's a reason why I decided to sit here at the desk and not get involved in trying to compete, because I like to be able to say I'm very good at doing drafts and winning online competitions. Don't really need that challenging anymore, thank you very much. I'm retired. I'll do this.
Well, let's take a look at some of the goals from that first leg and relive what happened here. This is the England-Indonesia game, of course, and it started very well for the away team. Insigne getting the goal in the box, left-footed, low, past the keeper. Very early in the game now. Look at the scenes of jubilation from our managers. England looking to get back in it here, and it was quite a quick reply, wasn't it? Dare I say a swift reply, Benji?
Yes, it was. And I think, again, this sets it up beautifully for what we're about to see after this, but there's some really tactical elements to this that are going to go against what we've just seen as well, like the German, it's something we said a lot, isn't it? German efficiency. But that's exactly what we've just seen. And the technical elements that we're going to have to see from these two teams, whichever one comes out, we'll already be thinking about that game against likely Germany, potentially South Africa in the second leg. But you can see some intricate play, really nice stuff. There's a lot of balls over the top in the other game, where these were really nicely worked moves. And again, tactically, it's really, really nice to watch.
You know what I love about some of these scenes of celebration is when we all play FM at home, it's like this only thing that only matters to us often as a single-player game. But here, we can actually justify the celebration. We've got $15,000 on the line. You've got a massive trophy. You've got a chance to be the first ever world champion. Like, this is real. This is real life. Drink it in. Great scenes of celebration there from the England camp. So it's one of them. If you're losing a game, even if you're at home, if you're losing a game and you get a draw late, it feels like a win.
Yeah, I mean, I've ripped clothes off, I've broken doors, I've broken desks, I've been that delighted, and that was just for my saves. If I was trying to win the amount of money that's on the line here representing England, I don't think you'd want to know what I'd do.
How did you break a door?
Probably with my nose.
No.
Well, we're only at the semi-final stage. Imagine what's going to happen when we get through to the final. We've got 2 first legs still to come in very different positions. England, Indonesia sitting at 1 apiece. 2 apiece, sorry, but level ground. And then you've got 4-0 in the other game. It's a bit harder to call the England-Indonesia one.
Yeah, but that's what's making this so exciting. I think England have got a real chance. They're going out, they've sort of wasted the home leg to a degree, and if Indonesia could sit up early, we saw what happened. The first half, that game we've just seen was basically won. This first half is going to be crucial.
And then Indonesia obviously flipping from being the away team to the home team. They said they got a surprise for us. What do we expect it to be?
With everything that you've said so far, I don't know. What about you, Kev?
Yeah, I'd be very wary of offering any kind of surprise if I was them. They've done so well in that first leg. I'd just be continuing doing what they've been doing. It seems a bit risky, unless it's like a birthday cake for him or something.
Love that.
Well,
You've ruined the surprise.
Well, someone else has got a surprise for us. He's our very own stat man, Dave. He's been busy digging the data.
Really interesting, Spence. We're diving into Football Manager and doing some match analysis. This is the beauty of Football Manager. First, we're going to take a look at the England-Indonesia game, because one of the things that I kept saying, I want to show you guys those overlapping fullbacks, but the narrow inside forwards. This is similar to the game of football we saw Germany over the European Championships build with a 3, play sort of 4 narrow players, 2 high wing backs. But just looking at this move from Niklas Süle, it looks like a centre-back has just gone. It looks like a centre-back has just gone. He's taken the ball on and he's beaten 12 players. But Football Manager is a very, very complicated game. So we start with Niklas Süle on the ball, obviously driving past Tammy Abrahams. Maybe you'd want a little bit more from your centre forward. But already you can see Insigne, the goal scorer, driving inside. So what that's going to create, it's going to create a channel for Niklas Süle driving forward. And as we move the play on, it's evident that this happens. Niklas Süle drives into that wide area. You can see Insigne pushing inside. He's going to move off the ball. He's going to run off his defender and finish it well off on the near post. But the improvements of kind of the shape and the tactics, we can see it here all in play. But moving forward to the second goal I kind of want to talk about, it's the England goal playing through. This is one of the best goals we've seen so far. Building with a 2, playing through midfield, going direct into the striker, and then once again utilising those inside forwards. So of course Thiago Almada's the guy that's kind of playing the ball over the top of the defence, but you've got the motion in behind the defence on the far side, and that is the goal scorer, Conceição. And if we roll the clip on, exactly the ball over the top, simple finish from Conceição. Big goal. And I think we'll see that with these 2 teams more and more. I don't think we'll see any tactical change. I think both teams will stick with these formations. So keep an eye out for those inside forwards and, of course, the wing-back, Spence.
Yeah, if they do keep it the same, then you'd say that Indonesia are probably in the driving seat.
Indonesia have got to be favourites for the second leg. They did really well in that first leg. They've got home advantage. They've got a surprise for us. It's hard to look. Aaron's going to have to do a lot to turn this around, I think.
Yeah. Well, he promised us one final and he got to it in the Champions League. He needs to try and promise us another one.
You'd be a brave man to go against him. Even though he didn't have the lion's share of that game, he still had, chances that didn't come through. There's something that could happen here for sure.
Yeah, and he fixed it. That's the bit that's interesting. The second half was a much stronger performance. If things stay the same tactically, maybe that second half performance is something he can take into the first half of the next game.
Yeah, I think we've got some more goals to look at now from that last game we watched before we get into our second leg. We're also going to have a chat with John and Sam in a minute, but there's a ball into the box here for the Germans. It was a really lively start. Jonathan Tah from a distance. What a strike.
I know, something you don't normally see from a centre-back, of course, but a really nice thing to have happen for you, and unexpected. Not really part of your tactical plan, that one, but it comes off anyway. And these goals just flooded in, didn't they? It was unbelievable. And they're celebrating. They're a team that are very confident, but then when it's really mattering, you can see how much it means. They've been like that throughout the tournament. They really do love the game, which is lovely to see. But another cross goes in, look, another header. It's clearly the strategy. Those wing-backs doing amazing work.
And maybe the fact that South Africa haven't picked the right defensive players to block these header opportunities. I mean, if you were managing South Africa now, Kev, what would you do?
I mean, it's not even that they've not picked the right defensive players. They just don't have enough of them. Germany have got those 3 attackers, the 2 wing-backs pushing on. They've got 5 players in these attacks trying to compete against 4 defenders. They've always got a man over. And then when you've got Tah playing as that libero, dancing forward and getting involved as well, I mean, you saw the impact that had.
But the damage could be done now, couldn't it? Because if they now try and create a formation that handles those attacking players, they're not going to create the chances they need to get back in.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised if they do have that counter formation. Germany just go, oh, right, we'll go to option 2 then. And it'll be the one they've got designed for when people go 3 at the back to try and counter them.
I've been in the position that South Africa have been in before. You have to do something crazy. You have to do something that Germany have never seen before, because, you say, they've played the game so much, they've seen almost everything.
But then that's a massive gamble because you don't know if it's going to work.
They're 4-0 down.
Yeah,
Time to massively gamble.
If you look at the stats on the screen, XG particularly would suggest that sort of a 2-0 win might have been fairer in terms of the balance of the game. Shots on target 8-2 in favour of Germany, 14-8 in terms of total shots. They did have 57% possession. If you looked at that and you didn't know it was 4-0, you wouldn't necessarily think it was a 4-0 scoreline, would you?
No, but I really do think they think the deal's done. A lot of managers have gone back in there maybe to look at more detailed stats in it. The German guys out the front maybe enjoying themselves, taking in the semi-final, maybe with their feet up, I don't know.
I think the big thing for me is I just don't remember seeing many South African highlights going forward.
No. The way the game looked didn't look like that, did it? It looked like a complete demolition job, let's be honest.
And that's why you spend as much money as they did on the strikers, because that's going to... I mean, if you're a better striker, you're more likely to outscore your XG. So
there you go. We're going to have a very quick break now. When we come back, I'm going to be on the sofa with Sam and John.
None of today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid.
I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the fine fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
Okay, so we have seen our first legs, gentlemen. I want to ask you about the mentality going into a second leg in the 2 different situations we have. So starting off with England, Indonesia. If you're in the England camp, you've suffered, I say suffered, you've drawn, but it's 2-2 at home. And home advantage obviously plays a massive part in traditional football. It does in this game as well. Going into this second leg away, what sort of approach would you take to make sure you get through?
Well, it would be to try and score the first goal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, you'd look at the defensive side of it and say, what can I learn from the first leg, and put that in place. But actually try and expose the weaknesses that you found in the team and get that 1-0 up. Like you mean, the stats on losing a game when you score the first goal are tremendously good in your favour. So that for me would be an obvious choice.
So even though they are the away team, maybe to have an attacking approach, at least in the opening of the game, to try and break the deadlock first.
Well, you could do that on a counter-attacking football.
Yeah.
Because obviously the home team comes onto you more. They've got to get at you because of the home fans getting behind them, and they can leave more spaces for you to exploit. And so if you're great at counter-attacking, in 2 or 3 passes, you can be at the other end and score, like you mean. So we've seen that on a number of occasions, particularly in a game this level, Champions League or World Cup, like you mean.
If you're taking that approach, maybe counter-attacking, is it better to score late? Would it be better for them to keep it at 2-2 late in the game, get that third, and sort of sneak their way through rather than scoring early?
No, you score when you can score.
Oh yeah, you don't.
You know what I mean? That's what you don't turn a goal down. There's no danger about that. But you're obviously relying on the quality of speed through the lines, the quality of moving the ball forward quickly once you've broken down the opposition's attack, because they've left an awful lot of space for you to run into.
Yeah.
And you can do that pretty quickly, and it's only 4 or 5 seconds, and you're in the opposition's box 6-7 seconds, and then if you've got that goal scorer that we talked about, if you get the goal scorer, he's going to finish it off.
Yeah, that's the plan. John, in the other semi-final, we have a very different story, don't we? We've got the South Africans sitting 4-0 down. We heard a reference to the famous Liverpool comeback against Barcelona from Will there. How would you lift the spirits if you were in that changing room? You were 4-0 down going into a second leg. Even though you might be at home, it's still a big ask, isn't it?
Still a big ask. I mean, when you were talking about kind of different games and similar situations, the one that sprung to my mind was Chelsea-Napoli when we lost 3-1 away, ended up winning 4-1 at home. I just think you trust your players, don't you? You trust the players that you're playing alongside. You can all have an off day. But I think under the lights at your home stadium, for me at Stamford Bridge, I fancied beating anybody. Even when, for me, the best side in my generation was the Barcelona side. Even when they come to the Bridge, I fancied beating them, and had them a couple of times on the away leg as well, and we managed to turn them over, and Ned won a couple as well. But I think that belief has to be there from the squad, And I think you look at your more experienced and senior players to kind of rally the troops, really.
We're talking a lot about XG these days, aren't we, in football, in traditional football. In this game, we talked about the fact that that was a 4-0 match, but actually an XG would have probably been fairer to be about 2-0. Like, how much a part of the game and your game in the sort of coaching and management side now has XG become?
Well, from my playing days, it was never mentioned, really. So either I'm getting a little bit old or technology's moved on, which I think both play a part. But certainly when I was coaching at Aston Villa, it was a huge part of XG at half-time and after the game, and debriefs after games was big. And Dean Smith was big on this as well, about players creating chances, taking the opportunities. So I think in the modern day, I think it's really big.
You a believer in XG, Sam?
Well, absolutely. I mean, really early on, I used to have a graph at half time in the dressing room that had already logged the number of crosses and shots at goal and shots on target and not on target, just as a pointer. But there is another side to that. In our first 2 years in the Premier League at Bolton, we only ever won a game when we had less possession than the opposition. Okay. Because our defensive tactics were that good, frustrated the opposition, and then we used to beat them. So you used to say possession is 9/10 of the law, but if you get it right, sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
That happened particularly when we're playing away from home. So when players are focusing, defending in circumstances where they know the opposition are going to come onto you, that focus is so good that the opposition find it very difficult to break down. And then they're the ones that lose control. They're the ones that lose and keep going forward and throwing too many men forward. And you either hit them on the break, on the counter-attack, or score on a set play. The staggering thing was when we did that stat, it was over 2 seasons. It just blew my mind to say that we hadn't won a game when we had more possession than the opposition.
I think personnel comes into that as well. You had a Nelka who was really quick.
Yeah.
So being able to hit teams on the break with different personnel and someone who's very quick who can stay up front and keep the likes of me and maybe another defender back as well allows you to and gives you that opportunity as well.
100%. Gents, thank you very much for that.
Pleasure.
We are nearly ready for our second semi-final, of course. Well, second leg, I should say, semi-final. England versus Indonesia. It is 2 apiece. Indonesia have only been playing the game for 1 year. Now, it doesn't matter, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what you do. If you play football, video games, any sport, you need to do a lot of it to get very good, or as good as you can be, right? You guys know this, 10,000 hours, all this sort of thing. The fact that these guys are here competing and winning at this level after just 1 year on the game is impressive.
He's got a natural talent, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he must.
Well, there's a natural talent. There's a natural talent, and we've seen the players who work really, really hard at the game, improve all areas of the game they possibly can, and then we see some players come into the club and you just go, wow, that's got and then he's got the natural mentality to use that talent on the pitch, like you mean. So you leave them to their own resources on that stage, like you mean. So obviously, I always say, what do you need the most to play in the Premier League? You need the best mind. Because your mind produces your talent that you've got physically and mentally. So if you haven't got the mind and the intelligence for it, you're going to falter. So that's the best way. Have they got and he's got the intelligence to improve very quickly.
Yeah, we'll see what wins out here. The 20 years of experience in the England camp or the potential natural talent of Indonesia. It's time for semi-final 1, second leg, and we're going to get underway right now. Okay, here we go. Getting kicked off. Good luck to our teams. 2-2 is the score.
Come on, everybody.
Here we go.
There we go. They're awake.
Hakimi playing in a different starting position here, in the right wing. I don't think he played that in the first leg.
No, and he did look good, didn't he? I think he hit the bar in that first leg as well, and he was their #1 draft pick, so that they've backed him and they need him to make some most of that, don't they?
Here we go then, underway, second leg, 2-2. England with it all to do is the away side, of course, and there's an early start, 15 seconds in. Hit the back of the net, but went round the back of the net.
Your first pick in the draft,
Are
you
they
need
going
him
to try
be
something
playing
different
part.
from these corners?
Here we go. Alba.
Straight away, far post now, so they are doing something a little bit different.
I think that'd be the one thing that I've taken away from the first game is set pieces. We need to alter how we're doing them. They weren't particularly effective, and we've seen how vital crosses can be, having watched the Germany game as well. So, game on, all to play
here he goes again. I thought.
Oh, he's offside.
Oh,
I think he's off.
Right?
I think he's off.
Hold on.
I'm sure he's off.
It looked miles off. Yeah, there we go.
I could be a linesman. 2-2.
They didn't celebrate it. I think they knew.
Look at that, Miles.
The referee doesn't know where he is. Here we go.
It's interesting hearing from Sam there about getting the first goal, really important for England in this occasion. The away disadvantage, if you like. But the heart rate is 153 right now in the Indonesian camp for the manager.
Goodness me.
That's high.
I think from listening to Sam as well, he was spot on, wasn't he? That the best mind in football, but the best mind is going to win this one.
Strike, that is.
He won't mind.
I was digging him out. Davy Simmons has turned up big time.
He's silencing the critic.
Yes, another long distance strike outside the box, off the post, unsavable. Can't blame the keeper for that one.
I mean, this is unprecedented. The guy's been playing the game for a year, and he's in a semi-final at the World Cup, and he's putting on this performance. It just feels like he's got the real advantage here.
Well, now he gets to set the tone as well. That's the important thing. He's got the lead. Now it's sort of played on his terms. We'll see if Aaron can get back in it. He's got to get back in it quick.
Yeah, once again, Indonesia taking the lead. They love to be dominant, even with 153 heart rate.
How do you do 153? I wouldn't be operating.
That's like me when I stand up too quick.
England have done it before, though, haven't they? Like they've conceded, they've scored. They did it twice in the last one, but they won't want to concede two.
And you just can't. You can't afford to concede again. We saw how quickly Germany ran away with it. Oh, another corner.
They can't afford to go two down away here. That would be too much.
I would suggest 2-0 down would be just about it.
You never know.
I was going to say, all to play for, though. England just needs to do a little bit more, whatever that is, because right now we're getting very little.
Don't forget, they have put the ball in the back of the net twice this game, Indonesia. That offside goal for Fulkrug early in the match. They're creating chances. They're looking to be the most dominant.
Benji was saying that when it gets to the second half as well, if it is this close.
Simmons
Simmons again.
They're just not tracking him.
He's turned up for this game, though, Xavi Simmons. He's all over. I don't know if it's a switch of role, perhaps. Maybe something for Dave to look at.
I didn't play him in the 10. This was my mistake. I never played him in the 10.
No, you had him too deep.
I had him all over the shop.
Hopefully you've learned your lesson.
I was your problem.
Decent interception.
So
25
England
minutes gone.
Have switched to the system they used in the second half in that first leg, where they have Tammy just off to the side a little bit. They've got Hakimi playing as an inside forward
that is fascinating, and not a decision I think many managers in the audience would have made either. I don't think he's a natural in that role, but I think it's probably an attribute thing. Maybe they can just get him pressed up further forward. Obviously, he can press higher, and he's got that pace to get him behind as well at times. So maybe that's the route.
And that's a creative formation from Aaron, but not even the most creative one that we've seen at this tournament, isn't there? I mean, some people in the audience might have seen him start with one centre-back and 9 midfielders in one game.
I mean, how long until he pulls that out if he's still chasing a goal?
They were all advanced playmakers as well, weren't they? Here we go. Corner coming in. It could be all over if Indonesia can get another one at home. Back to the corner. Deflected.
Oh, they are.
It was a wicked.
What was that for?
When the ball came back to him before he took the strike, was he onside or offside? I think that's the question. It deflected in, but was he onside as the ball came back to him? He was
disallowed. 2 disallowed goals for Indonesia.
We'll see it again here. A really good angle. Very tight. Close. He crept back onside. England thought they were unlucky, but actually lucky.
To be honest, it would have been a bit harsh, that deflection. Quite wicked.
Right, big chance. Hakimi.
Oh, look at the space to the right of that goalkeeper.
It's going to bounce out for a corner, though.
On that.
And finally, just before the half-time whistle, this is where England need to make this count. Set pieces, in swinging. It was towards Tammy before, goes all the way back, but the keeper does really, really well. And it's probably going to be 1-0 as we head to half-time, Spem. Oh, hang on, hold on.
Chance.
It's a shenanigans free kick.
Never say never. It'll be another corner, a little bit of pressure. It's got 20 seconds left to go. We're not going to see it, are we? We're not.
It'd be a real treat to see an out-swinging corner at some point.
Now, I know this sounds silly, considering they're down 3-2, but will England be all right with that? They're away. They're going to need a goal.
It gives them room to do something crazy. And that's probably what it's going to take now. They're going to have to do something pretty special.
But if you think about the balance of that half, there was 2 disallowed goals for Indonesia. Most of the chances were Indonesian.
Yeah.
It's a bit of damage limitation at this point. Keep it at this score and then get one late in the game, maybe?
I mean, I was immediately going to go into the whole he doesn't have a lot of backup in attack, but we saw what happened when he changed his striker in the last game. So, I mean, anything can happen when there's only one goal in it, but home advantage is so strong that the longer it goes on, the harder and harder it becomes for England.
Well, we're back underway for the second half here. One of these teams is leaving us after this game. Will it be Indonesia or will it be England?
Now, we saw Aaron have a phenomenal second half in the last game. He's going to need an equally good second half here.
And also, he's been the king of the late moments, hasn't he? Think how many times with that dynamo save he got to the last minutes of the game, 91st, 94th minute. We could see real late drama at the semi-final.
He does it on purpose to set up the celebrations, doesn't he? It's all about making all that noise.
This is nice, though. Really intricate play. And again, he drafted a team that's very, very capable of this. Hakimi in that forward position that we talked about. It's just whether they can create something for Tammy, really.
Oh,
the
there you
this
go.
could
He's
be
got him behind there.
Oh, wasted.
Falls into the keeper's hands, but it's actually a really nice move, and that'll give them encouragement. They need to see plenty more of that.
I just feel like they've not got much at off the bench going forward, though. Like, there doesn't seem to be that options there.
Well, again, it's similar to the first leg. It's now all England. It's
Oh,
a
there's
Tammy.
Tammy. He's off.
The flag's gone
Won't
out.
count. The defensive line on both sides doing a good job, because that's going to be offside as well, I think.
We'll take a look. Did seem it, and yeah, there you go.
That would give him confidence, wouldn't it?
But the moves they're putting together, you can see, look how intricate this is. Yes, Tammy's miles off, but it's not a bad move at all.
He didn't need to be. He could have come around the defender and got that.
That's it.
Nice to see Tammy doing something for a change.
Hey.
Sorry,
Corner for Indonesia. If they can get a fourth goal in the two-legged tie, and they can.
There we go.
And it's Nicholas Fulkog with the assist from
the near post one now.
That was really interesting. They had a short corner prepared there. If we can see the replay, the defender goes towards it. It then leaves a bit of extra space, and the big man at the front post takes full advantage. All to do for England, and he's straight into tactics. And this is where we're going to see things slow down a little bit, and rightly so.
The fact that he's moving Hakimi back makes a lot of sense. He was their first pick in the draft. He was playing him in a position which was effectively taking his rating down to 1.5 star, well out of, maybe not position, but out of instruction, should we say. So that inside forward. He's now gone to his more traditional right back, but is that going to go down as a mistake for England?
Big chance. Working things nicely, but
penalty.
For all the pretty football, they need some results. They need a goal.
Yeah, no shots on target for England just yet. Indonesia back on the ball. Simmons got one goal this game already. Switches it over to Klaus. Can he deliver from here? Politano could be all over if he gets that.
Interesting effort.
I mean, it feels that you two guys will know better, but it feels like where Aaron's trying to do more, like it's opening up for Indonesia now, doesn't it?
But he needs something. He needs something to switch the momentum. Whether that's going to be a mistake for Indonesia, or it's going to be something that they do themselves. It needs to happen pretty soon. Again, we're going back into tactics. He's changing roles now. He wants a little more. I don't know if Aaron's talking to himself or the players.
Fascinated to see there was only one corner routine on initially.
He's saying he's going to send the boys forward. 60 minutes on the clock. He needs 2 goals. It's a big ask away from home.
It's a lovely ball in.
Oh,
what a save!
Really good save. But the pressure, you've got to say, second half, we're a few minutes into it, it's been all England. And so there's still a chance. There's the one goal, one chance for Indonesia. The rest has been England. But Indonesia, you've got to say, so far deserved this. England not doing enough despite the good opportunities they may have created for themselves.
Look at the XG once again. Indonesia more than double.
But also,
England have got.
England only had 1 shot on target.
Yeah.
Like, we need more from that, and there doesn't seem to be enough of attacking options to choose from.
What this does is it really gives you a great example of how good Indonesia's away performance was.
Yeah.
Because we've seen South Africa really struggle away, England struggling to impact the game away, but Indonesia turned up at England's gaff and dominated.
And I think it highlights the issue that we had potentially with this draft, where there's just not enough options to come on and change the game. And I mean, even making the change now, it's still a 1-striker system. Tammy's gone off, he's been replaced. What do you do if you need to throw another attacker on now, looking at that bench? It's all defenders.
Now is the time. 1 defender, 9 midfielders. Let's give the people
He
something
doesn't
to
have
cheer
anyone
about.
other than defenders to bring on, though.
But this is it. Look. Now he's trying to disrupt things. He's trying to drag players around. This is why he's making these changes. He's gone for 2 up top. He's put the other attacking player just in behind rather than out wide. He's trying to isolate players, and that's what he needs to do. And it'll be interesting to see, having made the changes, if Indonesia will try and react to those. But a little bit of a chance maybe to develop on the right hand side.
Hakimi, first pick in the draft, switched it to
Jordi
Alba.
That's a good goal.
It's the men on either flank linking up. Hakimi all the way over to Alba. Big goal in this tie.
After spending a week with him, I never thought I'd say this, but I want to hear another Aaron scream because we need the roar from him. If we can get a last-minute goal in this semi-final, the drama, wow.
Well, we said 20 minutes, they needed a momentum shift, that might be it. But with so often in Football Manager, that could be it. We might not see another highlight, but let's hope we do.
The question now, of course, is what do Indonesia do? Do they just sit with what they've been doing, or do they try and counter the changes Aaron's just made?
This is nerve-wracking now, and another chance. Hakimi, right side. He's beaten the danger man, Zakaria, into the penalty area. Some chances. It's again, lovely football from England. It's really, really nice. Like tactically.
Forcing the save from Castiles.
Great shot from the edge of the box, and it's hurried away. You'll not see much from Indonesia in the second half outside of the goal.
Oh, here we go. Corner clock.
Almada.
That Tammy.
That was a free header, by the way.
Yeah, that should be a goal. That's a moment there.
Lots of highlights here, though.
This is perfect.
I think his adjustments are really working. Zakaria, Conceição. Nothing silly here. Just keeping hold of the ball.
Aaron is shouting at them.
Aaron's just saying, find Geordie.
Does Aaron know that they can't hear him?
Can we check his heart rate?
He's saying find a Geordie, because if we can locate one, or is it Geordie Alba? Because he's
Here we go,
screaming.
big chance.
Conceição on his left foot, very left-footed player. Hakimi tries to get it back to him.
On that left
Conceição,
foot.
hit it!
But it's all the right stuff. This is really, really encouraging.
But he left it too late. He's made all these changes.
10 minutes to go. Corner. Has he left it too late? He's got plenty of opportunities still to go. I don't know what's just gone on there.
That was awful.
Oh no, now comes the break.
Indonesia, really good at the start of games, but letting their opposition back in it.
Well, an Indonesia
Twice in a
goal
row.
might just kill this off.
Simmons.
Wow,
my goodness.
The angle of that.
8.5 minutes left of normal time here. The Indonesian home leg. 4-3 up on aggregate. England must score to stay alive in this tournament. Corner comes in. Dealt with.
Right, here we go. We've got the break on here.
Oh, it's a lovely pass.
We really have got the break on.
Into the area.
No.
It's got runners. Hakimi's into the penalty area too on the right foot.
Oh, why does he not cross that?
It was the wrong decision from that angle.
Just drill that across goal.
Aaron knows it. He's stood up, head on his hands. It's not over yet.
He's had so many chances since the 75th minute. It's constant. Barrage.
And now finally we're going to see Indonesia do something. The changes are going to be made. They've seen it's getting overrun at the moment for them. Time wasting frequently.
Look at Dave's face. He's loving that.
Dave's loving it.
They're still playing positively.
Another corner, another England chance. It has to be now, does it? Maybe not quite yet.
Give it straight back. Locatelli's the onside.
I think that was offside. 7 minutes of normal time. These highlights have been thick and fast, and England just want highlight after highlight now. They don't care if they start with the ball or not. They need something to happen for them, and they need it now.
Right back for Indonesia, Klaus has actually got quite a poor rating.
Like Aaron's shouting pressure. Right now, he's under pressure. So the ball's gone forward.
Giving it away. England invited back into this one.
Sounds like Billy Joel over there.
It's Indonesia back on the ball. Can they just hold on to it now?
Aaron doesn't really mind this though. He'd rather see highlights.
This is a very strange highlight as well. They're just knocking the ball around at the back. Makes you feel like something is about to happen.
They're sort of mocking him a bit.
Yeah.
No.
Simmons, goal scorer in this game, and that will be it. Nicholas Falker with his second of the match. Simmons with the assist. 5-3 to Indonesia. Surely too much for England to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron had created so many chances, but football is a cruel mistress, and he's been hit on the attack.
Send
on
the keeper
counter.
forward.
Yeah, come on, let's see it. One centre back, Aaron, let's see it.
Fulkrug denied a hat-trick with that offside goal in the first few minutes.
We've seen Aaron do some amazing comebacks in this tournament. We've seen 90th minute goals. We've seen more than one. I don't think it's necessarily over just yet.
No way.
Another corner.
Got to see more done with these corners.
Get your keeper forward.
He's taken off his player on the yellow card. He's going to want Lookman potentially for the final. I can't remember if he was put in the first leg actually, but here we go.
Corner for England has to be now.
Yeah.
He's had some free headers. Needs another free header.
Almada. Tight angle.
Another corner. We're not going to get to see this one.
Injury
At a time. 5 minutes, Ben.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for him, but what a tournament it's been for the England camp, if this is the end.
You've still got 3.5 minutes.
Aaron's done this before. He was in a Champions League final in the league stages. He scored 2 in the last minute and got through.
It's never over until it's over.
He's giving the ball away here, though. He's got it back.
Here we go.
Get it
Chance,
forward.
maybe. For the drama.
Omega. In the box. Poor cross.
It was a bit desperate, wasn't it?
It's back, though. Alba. Already got 1 goal this game. Careless in possession, and that is getting this clock.
They're capped in right now. Oh, what a chance. It's going to be another... How many corners have England done?
Indonesia high-fiving over there, Spendu. They think the job's done.
I think they do, you know. 2.5 minutes of injury time remain. Corner comes in. Headed away.
Set pieces for Aaron just haven't worked out, and that's maybe where you've got to question some of the drafting. Did they do enough, Spen?
Well, like we saw before, he only had 1 corner instruction on as well, so it's an interesting decision to not have options there all the way through. At least even something to change to if what you're doing is not working.
It tells you the story of the game. Indonesia right now, very defensive. England attacking, and it's not going to be enough, Spen.
No, and the whistle will go imminently as we approach the 95th minute mark. Hakimi with a chance to whip one in the mix-up, but the ref won't let him do it.
And it's all over, and England exit the tournament as hosts at the semi-final stage. Indonesia put themselves a spot in the final, taking home a minimum of $10,000 now. But great to see these scenes of camaraderie between the players.
Yeah, one thing that we wanted from this week was entertainers, and Aaron has been that, hasn't he? From start to finish, from day one to the last. He's really brought the energy. He's really brought the noise. These 4 could be friends for life. It's going to be a sad day for Aaron now, but he's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't he?
Yeah, some lovely scenes as well. Again, it's not just been about their own managerial journeys. They've all been doing it. They've all been playing hours and hours of Football Manager. They came together there. That was lovely.
But the Indonesians, just an unstoppable force, potentially going up against an immovable object in the final.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see, because what we don't ever really see from the Indonesian team is any kind of variation from the system that's been working. They just do it. And is it going to work against what, I mean, we don't know for sure it's going to be Germany, but will it work against what Germany did to South Africa in that first leg?
Yeah, all that to find out very soon. Chelsea is in with the England camp now, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got to say.
Thank you, Spencer. You had a really good run. You went into this match with a 2-2 draw. You were right there. But in the 60th minute, that's when you made a tactical change and you decided to attack more. Why did you wait so long?
I thought it was the perfect timing. Like I said, we're not going to do anything differently. From game 1 at Dynamo, season 1, we had our plan, and we're just going to keep sticking to our plan. And that was it. The better team won on the day.
You wouldn't do anything differently. Would you possibly draft different players?
Absolutely not. Hopefully we put on a show for everyone. It was an entertaining game, very close. It could have went anyway. But again, the better team on the day won.
How would you rate this whole experience?
11 out of 10.
I love that. Spencer, I'm going to send it over to you.
Yeah, very good stuff there from the England camp. They said the better team won. Have they got any thoughts from Indonesia about the England team?
Tadi kalau dari sisi sana dia bilang emang di pertandingan ini tim yang lebih baik tuh yang menang. Tapi gimana pendapatnya Mas Iksan, Mas Manar tentang tim dari Inggris?
Yeah, this match was calculated.
That's all he has to say.
Yeah. Let's talk about the striker, Fulkrug. 2 goals, almost a hat-trick. He had an offside goal. Quite cheap in the draft mode. I think it's about $18 million. Is that one of the best decisions they made in drafting him?
Ya pokoknya kan hampir hat-trick juga tadi, siapa namanya? Fulkur. Tapi juga di draft tuh dia lumayan murah ya harganya. Apakah ini termasuk salah satu keputusan yang terbaik yang dilakukan di draft tadi?
Ya, Fulkrug udah berada di tangan yang tepat. Fulkrug ada di tangannya si Miracle, the Miracle Hand.
He feels Fulkrug has fallen into the right hands he's fallen into the hands of a miracle maker apparently.
Have they had much chance to watch the other semi-final? Obviously, this is currently sitting 4-0 to Germany against South Africa. If they do have to play Germany, have they got a plan for them?
Sekarang posisinya Jerman dan South Africa kan lagi 4-0 ya. Kalau misalnya sampai ketemu Jerman di final, apakah ada rencana buat ngelawan Jerman?
Biasa aja, lihat aja nanti.
He doesn't feel anything. We'll just see later.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much to Indonesia. He's a robot designed for Football Manager. No emotions, just plays, scores, wins games. And he's pretty good at it, Will.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing is they've won that. They said they were going to drop a surprise. I don't think we've seen the surprise yet.
No, I haven't seen any surprises. I'm eager to see what the surprise is going to be.
Should have asked him that, really.
I asked him. He didn't know.
We'll find out. We'll see if there's a surprise in the final. But we know they're in that final game, and that's a 15k game. The winner gets $15,000. The second place will get $10,000. But can they win it all?
Massive. I mean, they've got a mountain to climb, and that mountain is German. It's going to be a very difficult thing to do. I say that, so we shouldn't really count South Africa out yet. There's still plenty of time. Something could happen. But it's going to be a big task, and I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, same as me. Dave has got something for us now, though, so hand it over to him.
We do. Cheers, Spence. Obviously, that German tactic came out of nowhere. It's a brilliant PvP tactic, player versus player. The Germans moved away from the gegenpressing 4-2-3-1 and went to a back three, but more importantly, 3 strikers as well, overloading the opposition's backline. We all saw that Jonathan Tah goal at the start, a fantastic goal, but there's a lot more to it than just being a striker moving into midfield. So if we look tactically at that German back three, 2 outside centre-backs and the middle centre-back operating as a libero, Football Manager's match engine allows centre-backs to step into midfield with this role, so that is exactly what we're going to have a look at. So obviously the Germans in possession with Dumfries at right back. When we pause the play right now, this is a very unusual back three. Of course, we've got Kosunu on the ball as the outside centre-back. We've got the other centre-back deep. But there is Johan Tah in midfield, and that is super important for this goal. Of course, he's already made that move, stepping into midfield. This is something that we didn't expect and we didn't see from Germany through the qualifying round and through the, obviously, group stages, having this type of player. So the importance of this, we're just going to trail Johan Tah in a defensive midfield position and just watch where he moves to just outside the box. Of course, Germany are attacking with their wing-backs, which is going to overload the opposition. But Johan Tah is by himself on the edge of the box and, of course, applies a wonderful finish. Really tactical, really good stuff from the Germans. A lot of the talk this tournament has been about set pieces, and this is a big thing for the Germans as much as other teams. What we didn't expect, though, is it to happen from a free kick versus a corner. If you just notice at the top of the box, that's an overload. That is a 3v2. That's the assister, and that is the goal scorer. Johan Tah is in that mix, and of course, Kosunu, the guy that's going to grab the goal, is also in there. So if they roll the play on, it's simply, an overload in that area and a goal. Really good set pieces from the Germans, not only tactically looking good in possession, defensively, but also from set pieces. And finally, I just want to show you the reason why this shape is so good. Number one, it's overloading the opposition's pressing structure. Got a back three. Of course, Johan Tah is a little bit deeper in this move. He starts deep and then he moves into midfield. That's a really important part of that role. But as the press has been bypassed, of course, the Germans are at the midfield, simply slipping the ball out. And this is where the problem arises. Because of the 3 attackers for Germany, they're overloading that back line. But also, if you look at the wing-back on the left-hand side, David Raum, one of the most expensive wing-backs we've seen at this tournament, he is arguably goal side of the player that he's dealing with and up against. And if we just see the play roll on, you've got to overload at the back post, which is going to be finished off by Kolo Muani. Big plays, crosses into the box, and simply a full-back versus a striker is going to be one sort of solution to that problem. That is another goal for Germany. The way to deal with this tactic is going to be very difficult. You've got to deal with those 3 forwards. You've got to deal with the rotation of Johan Tah into midfield. Potential solutions could be a 3-5-2 or a 3-4-1-2, but these tactics are very good PvP. And that's enough of the analysis from me. Spence, back to you.
Thank you, Dave. It's great stuff, that. I mean, it's such a hard job for South Africa to get back in this, regardless of, even if they pick the right formation and do everything right, Germany could still score again.
Yeah, home advantage is going to be everything. And again, we said it in the last game, and Aaron didn't do it. We need early goals. And then you mentioned we're in Liverpool, right? That famous night that everyone remembers. Tactically, Jurgen Klopp just said, do you know what? There's a chance. Do you know what? It's you guys. It could happen. And we're going to need a similar level of inspiration from South Africa.
One thing it's worth knowing about Enzo is he's actually been trying to make it in esports for over 10 years. Different sports. Didn't work out for him. He's kept trying. He's found Football Manager. And, he said in one of his questions we asked him, he said, look, if I'd given up with my first failure, I wouldn't be here today. So he's responded to challenges before. He's resilient. And those sort of characteristics are what you're going to need to come back in this matchup.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see what he's come up with, whether he's going to be doing something different or whether he's just going to put full faith in what he's been doing. We've seen him throughout the week just outscore teams. So he might just go with what he's already been doing and just back his team to get the 4 goals.
interesting one about Sven Golli, the German manager. Obviously, you could forgive him for going a bit defensive into this game, being 4-0 up, but his words are, offence is the best form of defence.
Wow.
So we could see him just go for the jugular.
Your German was really good there as well, by the way.
Thank you.
I understood all that.
Offence is the best form of defence, I think.
That's very good.
I think one of the things that, speaking to these two all weeks, although I did win the draft, but these two are the draft expert, that learning about the second half, you both spoke about how much it would be more of a tactical chess match, but it just feels like a lot of the managers aren't doing a lot of the pauses, even though they've got the time. Do you think they're rushing a little bit?
I think they're probably making better decisions than Miorim would make, and they don't need to tweak them as much.
I think Aaron could have done a little bit more in the last one, and I think we'll probably see it in this one. You've got one chance at this. There's no guarantee you're going to be back here. Like you need to take every minute, every second you've got, use it as much as you can, and get a result some way, somehow. And I actually think it's been a little bit too conservative. I think if it's not working out for South Africa, I want to see some crazy stuff. I want to see it try and upset everyone in a sense of Germany. They have to show Germany something they've not seen before. If we load this up now and it's the same tactic for South Africa that's just been beaten 4-0, I'm really quite concerned.
At what point, if they were to concede early and make it 5-0, at what point do they, potentially give up? Or is there always a way back?
There's no giving up. You can't give up. Just keep going for it. I mean, at the end of the day, get themselves a goal to celebrate. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
We know they're capable of it. They had such an impressive run in the group stage, but as we've talked about, transfer market was a big bit of their business, really important role. It's not really involved in the draft in the same way, so it's more about management, isn't it? Tactical input.
It is, and we talked about the German experience in that. They've played so much more than probably anybody else at the tournament, and it's showcasing that right now. As you said, I'd love to see a goal, right? I think the roof will come off this place if we see a South Africa goal, and the chance at a comeback's always there, so let's hope for it.
Yeah, and the big thing is they've been excited going forward, isn't it? So they have scored goals, they've scored lots of them. Don't ask me about the defence, because that might make not this one very exciting, but they have scored goals, so let's hope they can keep a clean sheet.
I'm just going to remind people, we've kind of been joking about Will winning the draft. He also picked Indonesia at the start of the day. He keeps getting everything right, this guy.
Tonight's lottery numbers are...
Who's going to win this one?
I am going to go for South Africa.
I knew you were going to say that.
Imagine the clip if they do win.
To win this leg or win the whole thing?
I think South Africa will win this semi-final and then they'll win the lot.
Wow. Over Indonesia?
Let's back the boys, make some noise.
It's a smile from Enzo Benzo there in the booth, but it's a mammoth task ahead of them. It can be done, but they need the first goal and they need it fairly quickly, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets to even 15, 20 minutes into the match and then they've not scored yet, they're going to... At what point do they try something different? Because it's not going to be enough to wait until you're an hour in to start getting control of the game. They can't get away with just like a 2-0 win. They've got to start scoring early.
Let's see if they do. It is game time. Our second semi-final, second leg is about to start.
Come
South
on.
Africa against Germany. Let's make some noise for our two countries, please.
Come on.
Woo! Here we go then, boys. Good luck.
Pick a side and celebrate. Here we go.
Starting line up here. Look at that asymmetric approach from South Africa once again. Three attacking players
they've not
on the
changed
left.
anything.
So I'm already concerned.
What
have I just said?
They're just going with what they know has
Home
worked
advantage.
so far.
There was a knowing nod there from Enzo. I feel like he's got something up his sleeve. It's
Yeah,
a lovely jacket with space to move.
I am intimidated, but here we go then. It's underway. It's South Africa versus Germany. South Africa, the home team. Germany just have to hold on to a 4-0 lead.
They picked up the ball straight from kickoff there. They look hungry, the South Africans. And it wasn't a 4-0 game on XG, if you remember that last leg. It was more like a 2-0.
Yeah.
So that gives them a little bit of hope that maybe they can turn this round.
Here you go, early goal. And then it gets very, very interesting.
Some of the picks from South Africa, they do worry me.
James Justin getting the start of this game.
Yeah, well, they've got the squad to rotate, haven't they? That's the one thing that they have got going for them.
This is full manager. One injury, one red card for a German player, and suddenly everything changes. Schlotterbeck, he's got something to prove. He was hooked in the last game. They're in.
Better! Just side-foot it around the keeper.
It's a great start, though. Again, they didn't really have any chances like that at all in the first leg, so really nice to see. But they will be frustrated, I suspect. Look at the XG on that, 0.48, by the way. Ooh.
How's he not challenged the keeper there? Criminal.
Because remember, we've talked a lot about Germany overloading South Africa, but South Africa are playing 3 or 4 forwards most of the time against potentially just 2 German defenders when that libero goes on walkabout.
It's the box system, isn't it, for South Africa? That's what they're trying to play. They're very open about that. Again, it was in the Brighton model. Even if the transfers weren't, the tactics only were. And they're down this right-hand side, though. Germany probably know if they get one goal, it's going to put them in a really good spot, but that's not going to be it.
The worrying thing is, doesn't it, it always seems like Germany respond, even in those saves during the league season. Like the amount of green lights during when you went on their schedule, I think they went unbeaten twice, didn't
they had multiple double figures wins.
Yeah.
Mad.
Yeah, very, very confident.
Here we go.
Oh, what a tackle.
Go on.
Now that is game on.
First pick in the draft for the South Africans. He comes up good on this occasion. 4-1 now, and it's not over.
Will Brazier has got a smile on his face. He thinks he knows something.
I've seen the future, and it looks good.
That's a Henderson Origi vibes there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go then. One goal, and that's something to celebrate. But they need a few more. But they can probably settle themselves now. They've got a goal in the semi-finals.
Can't concede here, though.
Oh, really good defending. Got back brilliantly.
Did feel like Sven had just put a stop to any sort of excitement there, didn't he? And just calm down, everybody.
Corner for the Germans. Comes in, headed at the front post. It's going to be another corner.
I thought you were giving a pen there for handball.
The way this is set now, though, it doesn't really change too much. Only when there's a couple of goals for South Africa can they really start to believe. They've got to keep Germany out. Hold on.
It needs to be. It needs to be off.
We need to do a live poll with the audience. Do they think it's a VAR? Yes, goal? No goal?
Doesn't look good.
There we go. Okay, game
We're
on.
still fighting, said the South Africans.
How close was it? Oh, my goodness me.
Millimetres.
Look at the line.
Good old.
It's like a laser.
So far, so good for the South Africans. 15 minutes on the clock. German in possession. Kolo Muani turns in the box, gets a shot off.
Germany turning the screw a little bit. 15 minutes gone. Finally a shot on target for Germany, and since the goal, South Africa have gone a little quiet, but we're very early in this game. Worth noting as well, though, yellow cards on either side, so need to be aware of that.
And we spoke about it, didn't we? The amount of time. We were only on 21 minutes, other games have flown by, haven't they?
And Germany have just given instructions to tackle harder as well, so they've decided to kick them about the place, I think.
This will have Germany nervous, by the way. They've had like 3 or 4 of those now, big chances. They've had 6 shots so far, and they probably should have had 3 goals, and it's just not happened.
Since the South African goal, it's been all Germany, which is often the way sometimes when a team take the lead, they sort of sit back a little bit.
You can see it on the match momentum graphic on the top right there, that this game sort of swung one way and now it's swinging another. They need the momentum to switch back to the other side.
There really needs to be another South Africa goal before half-time. That does start to make things very, very interesting. They've only had the 1 shot on target in the entire match, though.
I don't think I've seen Sven or Terry this worried all tournament. They've been so cool, calm, haven't they? But look at them now. This is the most work that they've done probably in game throughout the last week, maybe.
Yeah, there's lots of little tweaks happening. You see him it just flashes up for a second, and there's little tweaks happening here and there.
All played in. Again, these German managers, Sven's going to know just 1 goal will put them in a real strong position. But a counter-attack could be on. Manu Kone did brilliantly to win it back. And now forward they come on this left-hand side. 3 men in the middle, maybe they go back, though. It's an interesting 1-2.
Oh, here we
First time
go,
cross,
here we go.
the keeper came out and claims really, really well.
Yeah, but 60% possession more or less for Germany in this away tie. So they're dominating things and kind of limiting South Africa so far, which is all they need to do for the rest of this game. They don't need to score, Germany, but they could here. Look at him getting forward here out of defence again. Is that offside?
Well, they're going to take a look at it.
They think it's on.
I thought it was off.
I thought it was off too.
They're on their feet.
Yeah.
Oh, Terry, sit yourself back down.
Sit down, Terry, son.
Not quite.
Miles
You
off.
can see he's off, though. It's a good finish, though. Again, it's going to be frustrating for Germany. There's a couple of goals now that haven't gone their way. 4 yellow cards for South Africa. They're trying to play an aggressive way. They're trying to play an aggressive style.
They've still only had 1 shot on target, though, so they've got to do something different.
It's potentially, Kevin, time for 2. Here we go.
Some ground here. Adley gets it to Thuram. Back to Thuram now. Can he put it in the mixer? Oh, bad decision.
That is a waste.
Selfish. Lillian would not have taught them that one. LaCroix on the ball.
Need something, don't they? Just need to hold this lead, don't they, going into half-time?
Careless possession, though, from the Germans.
It does feel a little bit like Brighton here. So used to seeing them manage them. South Africa are trying to set traps, and it's working for them quite well. Germany are falling into it a little more. As the away side, it's not quite as easy to be as dominant. Into the middle. Lovely move,
so much space.
All that nice passing, and then a really speculative shot.
I was going to say, I think it's probably a weaker foot effort as well by the looks of things. Lovely little back heel. Really good football this, but eventually... Germany get back into this, and it's a similar mould to the first game. Every single attack, every single counter for the Germans, so it's quite threatening, and it'll be a corner for them towards the end of this first half.
A goal for the Germans would be all she wrote, I think, for the South Africans here. Corner comes in, dealt with well by Truffert at the front post.
I'll tell you what, if you're South Africa here, you're pretty happy because you're in the game, and it felt like at the start of this you probably won. So 3 more goals in the second half, and it's all to play for.
To be fair though, if you're Germany, you're pretty happy as well because they've only had 1 shot on target. That's half the job done. They don't mind if they concede another one in the second half. South Africa have got to come out and create more.
Do you think the fact that the Germans are sticking with this formation here is a sign that if they get to the final, we'll see it again in both legs?
I suspect this is their magical PvP formation.
Well, I was going to say, you can see at the top there, they've got 3 tactics loaded. Like, they're ready. If things don't necessarily go their way, they've probably got a more aggressive version, a slightly more defensive version, a controlling version.
They haven't really had to use them, have they, though?
No, they've not had to dip into the playbook just yet. But look over at Southampton. Look over at South Africa. They've got 4 players on yellow cards. It's on a knife's edge for them. One of those goes off, and it all changes.
It comes.
Hello.
Tactic 2.
Now we're talking. It'd be interesting to see the roles they go for on those 3 forwards, because you've got Germany using 2 centre forwards who are dropping off in support roles, and then they've got one pushed on further forward who sort of link everything up for them. And you can see here actually it's a very similar strategy now from South Africa as we go into our second half.
Don't you just worry though, the amount of talent in this draft, and South Africa have got Connor Goldson at the back. That worries me.
Dumfries has just come on as well, I think, for Germany. Didn't start him, which is interesting. It was one of their first picks.
Rest him, maybe?
In the draft. He was on a yellow card, but they're obviously taking the gamble now, and it'll be worth it. He'll only miss 1 game if he is to be suspended, so it is what it is.
What do we reckon? Need a goal before 70 to make it interesting, really, don't we?
We do feel a little bit like that, but you just never know, Will.
Clock's ticking away here for the South African team. They've still got the superior XG, but less overall shots than the Germans. Germans on the ball here with Raum on this left touchline. Plays it inside to Sanchez. Sanchez could shoot. Deflected.
I noticed the other way. Tar's playing as a libero.
Yeah, he was in the first leg as well.
Love that.
Corner. South Africa have to be perfect defensively.
Come on.
Oh, he's dilly-dallied on the ball.
What was that?
The keeper could do better there.
Dicey with it, the drama. You're right, 52 minutes gone. Again, they're not going to be disappointed, but there's not enough shots going in. They're not creating enough. And they've put 3 forwards now that are not going to help that, really. The creation isn't necessarily going to be there for them. Possession, not quite as high. But Germany look just
This
very,
is where
very
you just got to
comfortable.
lump it up to the big boy.
But here we go.
There's a lot of big boys in this draft, isn't there?
Exactly.
It just feels...
Germans dispossessed. Yellow carded left back here for South Africa. Gives it away.
I mean, he didn't look like he knew what to do there, that left back. He just kind of had the ball. There's no one in front of him because they're playing so narrow. He didn't really have anywhere to go.
Oh, Kolo Muani.
Well,
surely that's not offside.
Hang on, that felt on, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought that was on.
Let's see. It's looking good.
There it is. 5-1 on aggregate, and that's probably it, guys, don't you think?
I think it probably is, yeah.
That's the cushion they were looking for. Keeper couldn't quite get down. And again, one of their first picks, wasn't it, Colo Muani? So he's done the job for them, as
Both
expected.
legs.
No, look at this South African here. They have to do something. South Africa have to do something. They are potentially going to have to do something now. Again, we're saying they need an early goal. They get it now, it doesn't really change that much. Out to this right side. Oh,
that's just poor.
Frustrating.
Very disappointed not to see a long throw held toward the big boys there as well.
Need to get the way that the guys... They're not. Oh, he's just got them happy there. The motivation, the morale was down, but they managed to turn it around. They need to do something here, don't they? Did I say South Africa? I meant Germany.
But 2 Segunda Volantes in the sense that for Germany, that it applies so much pressure. I think it looks on the surface, as long as South Africa are aware of the roles, it's just so difficult to deal with. Those players running forward, the 2 wing backs, the 2 Segunda Volantes, it looks far more defensive than it is. In and out of possession, obviously, it changes so dramatically for them, and it gives them such an edge. And if you're looking at, you look at what Thuram and Kone have to do in the middle, and how many players they potentially have to deal with those centre forwards or complete forwards dropping in, and they've got the runners from midfield, it just gives such an overload in the centre. It's so difficult to deal with. And there's Thuram, by the way, Kefrim coming off.
Mari Richardson on as well. Dave spoke about him in the build-up, just how big of a boy he is as well.
We love a big boy.
Also, like to be fair, Ben, you spoke so much about how South Africa had spent their money badly. Like it's been the main superstar for Germany who's made the difference, hasn't it?
Exactly. I think who knows what they could have picked late in that draft that could have made an impact in this game. Maybe that first game stopped the 5 goals going in, or the 4 goals going in the first game. But I think ultimately there's going to be at least, 5 or 6 players that they picked that didn't play at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can that be a good decision?
At least that. At least that.
I mean, and we even spoke in the press conference about how they did it specifically to give them tactical options and variation, and we haven't really seen it. It's just been the 2 tactics that we've been seeing all week, which is a little bit disappointing.
And do you want loads of options if the actual players that can do it aren't the level you need them to be? You know, it's better to have one good option of people in world class in those positions.
Ooh, lovely chance. I was offside.
You think back to the start of this game, like if they had more quality in the striker position, Marcus Thuram hits the bar from about 3 yards. I mean, what's he doing?
I mean, Marcus Thuram is where they spent quite a lot of money. He theoretically was their quality attacking option.
So that's a damning indictment.
Let's face it, this isn't the game that's been the problem for South Africa.
True,
It was that they went away from home and didn't really protect as much as they probably needed to protect. They maybe didn't play the occasion as they should have done. As Germany go through, another good chance. Because now they're chasing, and it allows Germany so much time just to sit back and allow them to try and make changes, to try and disrupt what they're already doing.
You can't take away from the Germans, though. They've dominated games home and away in terms of XG. Even when they don't need to attack in this fixture, they've still done more.
Yeah.
Think how many disallowed goals they had in that first game as well. Like, they have been making those movements, haven't they?
Yeah. Still a chance, or maybe.
I think we've seen some really nice build-up from South Africa, but then really speculative shots from wide areas.
Yeah, the tactic they've got obviously does what it's supposed to do, but it's just come up against something that it's probably never had to face before. Again, with a human controlling it, and that's where it's been difficult. Look at the performances of some of the players that were big picks for Germany. They're performing as well. Everything appears currently to be going their way.
Have they got work ball into the box on the South Africans? That could be worth considering if they don't.
Everyone's charging forward. We'll take a look when it comes back around.
But they're running out of time.
The XG for Germany, they deserve another goal at this point. That's how dominant it's been.
Yeah, look at the defensive statistics for the South African back line, not looking good.
I will say, if they score 4 goals in 5 minutes now,
oh my,
what an effort!
Goodness me.
That would be quite the comeback.
What a wallop.
What did you just call me?
You heard.
Corner.
Right, we're getting an out-swinging corner as well. Huzzah! Lovely bit of variation.
Tell you what, the German side is so big. That ball went in, it didn't even seem like it was an option.
Just feels like they've got every element of their squad, draft, everything right, haven't they?
Yeah, are they going to seal it now?
We have.
Not quite.
He's the man, isn't he? He's been causing so many problems, Mwani.
Scored in both games for them. He's up with the likes of Fulkrug as potential top goal scorers in the tournament.
And there we have him. 3rd in my list of lovely players that I like, William.
Yeah, lovely.
I know what I'm doing.
You said it all along.
That's going to be it, Spen, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the last plays of the game here. Germany taking it, almost making it 6. Interesting, both winning semi-finalists, scoring 5 goals. And it's all over.
There it is.
There we go.
Germany celebrate. A shake of the hands for the South Africans. What a tournament they've had. They can be extremely proud of it, Spen.
You really do wonder if anyone can stop them in the final, because it has been so convincing. But they've got Indonesia in their way, of course, and a nice little moment between the 2 sides here, South Africa and Germany. South Africa leave the tournament there. They're going to get $8,000 for finishing 3rd, as will England. But it is now the final that will be next. 15k to the winner, 10k to the runner-up. Who's going to get it?
Yeah, I just want to touch on South Africa, because I think we'll talk a lot about Germany, but you mentioned Enzo sort of been fighting for this career in esports. He spent the week in Liverpool. He's absolutely dominated in his group, and sure, he goes out in the semi-final, but he can be so proud, and the future's very bright for him.
What they did for this tournament shouldn't be forgotten. They changed the way their group was played completely. We saw upwards of nearly 10 billion, it felt like, spent at some stage. It was unbelievable, and South Africa were very much responsible for that. They changed the game.
See on the screen here, confirmation of the semi-final results. It is 5 goals over 2 legs for Indonesia, to see them go through 5-3 on aggregate versus England, and also 5 goals for the Germans over 2 legs, against the 1 for Enzo Bento's South Africa. So it's Iksan Taufik of Indonesia going up against Sven Goli of Germany in the final. That will also be a 2-legged fixture, home and away once again. But we're going to hand things over to Chelsea now. She's with the German camp.
Thank you, Spencer. Germany, congratulations. Let's start off with that. There were a significant amount of goals scored in the last match. You played the same team. Why weren't there as many goals?
I think there are a few differences between this and the last game. The first one being we started with different wingbacks on both sides. So because both of them got a yellow card in the last match, and we didn't want to risk getting a second yellow card in case we need them for the final. So that was a little bit of a downgrade in terms of the crossing. We also had 2 disallowed goals, which at least one was very unfortunate because it was really close. The second one was a bit clearer, I think. And also the tactical changes the South African coaches did worked really well in the first half, I think. So they did really well adjusting. I think after the first game it was a bit too late, but I think they did really well in this game.
There's a saying, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? But now everyone has had a chance to see how you think, your tactics. What will you adjust for the next match?
I think we'll bring back our best wingbacks. They're just unstoppable, I think. There are very few players that could stop those crosses. Aside from that, I'm really looking forward to see if they can stop our 3 tall strikers getting more headers in.
Any formation changes?
No. We won't change anything. Never change a running system.
I just have a feeling you don't want to share that with us. Spence, I'm going to go ahead and throw it to you.
Thanks, Chelsea. I'm with the South African guys. Enzo, it's obviously hard. I'm sure you've just been eliminated, but let's talk about the tournament as a whole. It's been a crazy few days, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been something I could never imagine. It's been great to meet all these wonderful people here. Obviously, all the content creators that I used to watch, still do watch, of course. And then obviously to meet people from different countries, different areas of the world, it's been great. And obviously to be in Liverpool is incredible.
Yeah, I know you're a big Liverpool fan, and I also know that you've been sort of plugging away at different esports for a long time, and Football Manager, I'm sure, a big part of your esports journey. But as an esport, it's very new, isn't it? How do you feel that it's this that you've come through to ultimately, top 3 or top 4 position in the world?
I think I think this is almost poetic that it happened like this. Every other esport I've tried, I haven't been successful, and I think it's, like I said, I think it's poetic that it happened this way. In Liverpool, playing the game I love, in the sport I love, so yeah.
You've been fantastic. And talk about the game against the Germans we just saw. You left yourself with a lot to do in the second leg. Was it lost in the first leg?
I think so, yes, but I think we were also really unfortunate in the first leg. Some of the goals were just, I don't know, I don't even think the Germans themselves could explain it, but and then you go into the second leg and they created way more, and they probably should have scored more. So I think the games didn't tell the overall picture of how things went from both ends. But they did deserve it. They were way better, and I really hope they win the tournament.
I think that's really fair. I think you definitely could have had a different scoreline in there across the games based on the chances. Any regrets from the draft? There must have been quite a few players that didn't get used. Money left on the shelf as well. Could you have brought in maybe 1 or 2 players that could have been difference makers?
I said earlier I was happy with what I did, and I think I stand by it.
Enzo, thank you. You've been fantastic. Round of applause for South Africa, guys. They lead the tournament $8,000 richer, though, which is not something that we've been able to say is something you can do in Football Manager for a very long time. So still an amazing tournament from Enzo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's come in, he's played a unique tactic from the word go, and spent a load of money and had a load of fun. Can't really complain about it. He's had a lovely week.
It genuinely get me a bit emotional there, because it's all been about the community, hasn't it? And these guys are living out their dreams. Everyone's come together in those rooms, creating different moments as well. I think we'll never forget being in Group B when that news sort of started spreading around the different countries that Thuram had been bought, then Saliba was bought for $500 million. I think we'll never forget those sort of memories as they reverberated around. I think they should be so proud of themselves.
Yeah, and could this be the start of a career in Football Manager? Enzo is given a really good show of himself. Obviously, 2 very different challenges from the group stage coming into the draft. But whatever comes next in the scene, there's no reason why Enzo shouldn't be seen again.
I think the way they've carried themselves on and off management, like the stages, press conference has been fantastic as well. And that actually goes for all the managers involved. We've seen very few. In fact, I can't even remember an instance where I've thought, oh, that was a little bit off-piece. But actually, everyone's been really, really great, encouraging one another. You can see the way the managers react after defeat, even. There's a lot of respect there. They understand the amount of time and effort that's gone into the week that they've just had. And South Africa have been a shining example of what it means to be part of this esport.
Across the 2 legs, though, how impressive were the Germans?
I mean, it feels like we've got the two juggernauts in the final, just in terms of like the lack of emotion that's come out of them. They've been so plain sailing, across the whole tournament. It just feels like these two were bound to meet, and they've sort of gone about their work very quietly, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth pointing out as well, these are the two teams that absolutely dominated their group. The other two groups are a lot closer, but the groups that Indonesia and Germany have come from, they pretty much had them wrapped up almost from day one. They just took the lead early and were relentless.
Very contrasting styles. Obviously, early doors, we had Terry, the assistant manager of Germany, coming out with some quite big comments in the press conference, almost putting himself, in the limelight a little bit, maybe to take away attention from his manager. But if it had gone wrong for them and they'd ended up not winning, it would have looked a bit embarrassing, really. But it hasn't.
Talk the talk, walk the walk.
Exactly, they've done that. And then you've got Indonesia on the other side of things, who obviously we talked to them mainly for a translator, but they've still made quite a few bold comments themselves, albeit a little bit shorter with their answers. But they come here, we're a machine, we're miracle workers. We've only been playing for 1 year,
and we've still got the surprise to come.
The surprise. But who do we think wins out?
Can't look past Germany at this point. They've been so very impressive. It's got to be Germany, I think.
Well, that's perfect segue, because we have our friend Dave. He's going to look at Germany and what they've been doing over on the tactics board.
Cheers, Spence. We're going to have a little look at one of the goals. I think it was really important to look at the shape and system. The wing-backs have been a massive part of Germany's offensive strategy. And as I mentioned after the game, they started with a bit of a rotated line-up, and then they brought on Dumfries, they brought on David Raum, and it really changed the game. This is an important thing. So, of course, we've got to give Enzo a bit of credit. I loved his tactics. They were so revolutionary. The diamond he's created in midfield here to overload that area, but it does, in fact, lead to a German goal. So in terms of Germany, what we know about them, they're quite compact. They've got wing-backs, they've got 3 defenders, 2 defensive midfielders. The issue when you're attacking them is if you try and overload one of their flanks, the wing-back is going to fly forward on the counter-attack, and that's exactly what we see in this move. That switch of play has taken out so many players, and that is a real problem for Enzo's side, for South Africa in this goal. And, it builds up, and you can see that the players flying forward, David Raum getting into the final third, but just look how many players are in the box for Germany. And this is something when you combine the Secundo Volante role, a very much a box-to-box defensive midfield role with about 12,000 strikers in the penalty area. The threat is absolutely ridiculous. You've got Johan Tah on the edge, you've got the 2 defensive midfielders in the box, you've got the 3 strikers, the opposite side wing-back, basically overloading the backline, and that was one of the big problems for Enzo, was dealing with that overload on his backline. And this was one of the goals of the game. Moani at the back post, brilliant header to score a goal. So that's how the system works. We've looked about the libero, we've looked about the wing backs, so the 3 strikers. The question is, how do you open this up? Obviously, if Indonesia are watching, this could be a good little piece of analysis. So this was the South Africa goal. And one of the things that I want you to look at here is the overload that we previously spoke about, those exploited, working really well. Because if we just draw a box over that South African attack and midfield, there's 4 players in a really compact area. You've got to think of Germany playing 2 defensive midfielders with 3 sort of centre halves. You can overload that with the 2 strikers plus that attacking midfielder. Who's going to pick that up? So strategy potentially could be playing 3 at the backs. I think you've got to match those strikers with aggressive defenders. You've got to match the wing backs. But maybe playing an attacking midfielder behind 2 strikers could be the way to go. You want to pin those outside centre backs. You want to have that player in behind those 2 Secundo Volantes. And that's kind of what we see with this goal. And it's a really interesting one, obviously, kind of breaks down into the penalty area, and we see the shot kind of come through. But if we kind of rotate it back a little bit and, play the play forward here, they've got a problem now. Adelaide is the attacking midfielder. He's made that run from a deeper position in behind the defence, and that creates the opportunity to get behind. Is there a potential there of playing an attacking midfielder on attack, breaking behind maybe the centre-back, Johan Tah, stepping into midfield? He got an assist for a disallowed goal that was very close for VAR. He is a threat. Playing an attacking midfielder, you might be able to pick that up, but consequently, from an offensive position, you're going to get him going the other way, creating goals. This German system is fantastic. It's going to be very, very difficult for Indonesia to beat them, but as South Africa have shown, there is a way to open them up. Back to you, Spencer.
Thanks, Dave. We're absolutely loving that insight, aren't we, Benji? So good to see.
This is what Football Manager is, and so when Dave can go into that level of detail and explain it for us all, I think it's great. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, because Football Manager is a game for the detail-orientated players. That's one word we could call ourselves. But we love it, don't we? Like other games, you don't get to have that intricate level of analysis. Obviously, Dave does it in traditional football as well, but it's so you can do it across both in the exact same way because all the same terminology, the stats, everything's the same.
And you speak about the detail. Obviously, Dave's done a fantastic job there breaking down those tactics and the little intricacies, but it's the details across the whole game, isn't it? We speak there about the morale, how do you get the players up from the transfer budgets, where we've seen all the different breakdowns of instalments across the week. There's so much detail in this great game that's what the culmination have been a whole week of just seeing how to break down those little details.
Kev said earlier he thinks the Germans come through. Will, can I put you on the spot?
Yeah, well, I told you earlier. What did I say? Indonesia.
Yeah, but then you said South Africa.
Yeah, now I'm going back to Indonesia.
Okay, fair enough. So we've got one apiece here.
I've been backing them the whole tournament. I can't change now. The way that Germany set themselves up, the way they play, the way they talk about it, the way they present themselves, I love all of it. I did have a little Germany badge that I was going to wear, and I wish I brought it with me. But they've been so good. And even sitting with them, they're really personable guys as well. It's not that they deserve it, but if there's one team that's powerhoused their way through this, it has been the two German guys.
Well, we can take a look at some statistical analysis between the two teams here to compare them. So you've got Indonesia versus Germany coming up. Both scored 5 goals. Indonesia did concede 3 against Germany's 1. Shots is quite interesting. You can look at that both ways. Germany creating almost double the amount of shots as Indonesia, but Indonesia much more prolific with those chances in front of goal. And again, you know, a 9 out of 19 on target for Indonesia, 14 out of 32 on target for Germany, roughly similar percentage. And then in terms of possession, yeah, Germany just edging that one, but neither being super dominant on that side of things. What are we taking away from those stats, Kev?
I mean, I would suggest some of that has to do with the fact that maybe England's goalkeeper wasn't great, which is why they didn't need which is why they scored as many goals as they did off of relatively few shots on target. But I mean, it really shows how many chances Germany create. It's just very impressive attacking stuff, as this clever little sausage was just telling us.
Yeah, I thought I'd come back because you're talking about stats. I thought this was quite applicable. I think it's stopping Germany create those opportunities. They create so many. It's that overload on the back line. It's having to deal with that's causing so many issues. I think Indonesia are going to have to change. We're going to have to see this secret tactic. We're going to have to see it because it's going to be so difficult if they play the same system they played in the semi-final.
Looking forward to seeing what happens there. We've got some goals we can look back on and remind ourselves how some teams got to this stage. We're going to get them up in a minute. But yeah, it feels like Germany, with the experience and the exposure they've had to draft mode, which we can only assume is not replicated on the Indonesian side because they've only been playing for a year, is going to get them through.
I just think back to the games that Indonesia have had with Sporting across the save. They've had a lot more big games where they've had to change things up. The amount of European finals, all the different league and domestic cup games. Where with Germany they had those games, but it was in a much more. They were a lot more relaxed, weren't they? They were a lot more dominant, and that's why I've been back in Indonesia.
Well, it shows the amount of detail and analysis Germany must be doing before they even sit down to play the game, because they almost immediately were into autopilot mode on the single player game, and they've dominated from the start of the semi-finals here as well. They've just got it right straight from the off both times. Shows how much they must have practiced to get to that point.
I think that Jordi Alba goal we've just seen there is a bit of a concern because the wing backs are going to be in even higher position. They're going to be in more goal scoring positions, so that is going to have to be dealt with.
If we're looking at comparisons, you know, a couple goals for Fulkrug in that game we just saw there. A disallowed goal would have given him a hat-trick if he got it. Great goal from Xavi Simons, came off the post. So if we look at Fulkrug and we look at the defenders he's going to be up against for Germany, ironically, a German striker, of course. You know, he's going to have to win those headers, and we know he's very good at them. He's going up against Jonathan Tah, for example, who has been a really good attacking player for Germany with a goal and an assist. That's a matchup we've got to look out for. Likewise, we've got a couple of goals now for Kolo Muani for the German side. He'll be going up against the Indonesian defence, the likes of, again, another German, Sula. We did mention that Iksan, the Indonesian manager, likes to play in the Bundesliga when he plays the game, and we can kind of see that in some of the choices he's made.
Yeah, and being comfortable with the team that you've selected gets you to this point. It did feel like the two guys that have gone out of the tournament so far were left wanting a little bit, and almost, I said before, right, you can't lose a draft. Retrospectively, in hindsight, now it looks a little bit like that maybe happened, but mainly because of who they became up against, and that was been the real problem for them. I don't think either side will be particularly nervous. I think both teams believe in what they're doing here, and that makes for an exciting final because you're not going to have two teams thinking, I don't think they're going to think, oh no, Germany are too good for us. I don't think we're going to see that happen. I think we're actually going to be in a position where Indonesia really feel like they've got a shot at this, and Germany will be as confident as they have been the entire tournament.
Yeah, these are some of the goals the Germans scored. Look at the scenes of celebration from the manager Sven and Terry, his assistant. They've been great value all week long, and they were fantastic value in their performance against, let's not forget, a very good South Africa side. What a goal that was there from Kwame, who's probably been a little bit forgotten, actually, because of the performances of Kolo Muani and Tar, but he's been a big player for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a theme throughout the tournament. Germany have looked to certain players to think, do you know what, Jackson Irvine in the group stages was their guy. No one really expected that. To see him in Japan thrive to the level that he did. And they've equally done the same thing here. They've brought someone in, like they knew what he was capable of, and they've really captured that performance from him.
Kwame's very much a meta striker in the sense of the pace, the dribbling, the skills, playing on the outside. I think we've seen him create, we've seen him score. Very, very important. The nerd I am, I've just gone and looked through all the jumping reach statistics. And for example, if Nicholas Fulkrug wanted to pull onto one defender, it would be Lacroix, his 15 out of the 20, versus Nicholas Fulkrug, 16 out of 20. So maybe slightly tweaking where that striker is could see some good results.
I wonder if they're listening to us right now. They should have this sort of analysis, what the assistant manager's for. Maybe you could put yourself in the ring for the England camp next time.
Maybe. Looking forward to the call.
You think about a transition into management?
Yeah, maybe. You never know.
You're ahead of me on JT's list, so you're all right.
Right, we're nearly ready, guys. We're going to have a short break now. When we come back, it is, of course, time for the big game, the final, the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager final. It's across 2 legs, and we will be crowning our first ever winner. We'll see you soon after this short break.
Yo, want to smell premium? You got to try this new Lynx then.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close. You gon' around the town, off this way, doing all these shows. I've been on the road, I don't care where I go, long as I get paid. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night another movie get made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close.
Smell premium with the new Lynx Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than the finest fragrances.
Okay, it's nearly time. We've done our predictions. I actually haven't made mine. It was 2-1, I think. Germany. Germany.
That's right.
You back Indonesia. I don't think we got one from Dave, but Dave said Germany, I think, as well. He did. Well, I'll even it up with you. You've been pretty consistent this week, so I'm going to go Indonesia for the win. Do I believe that? I'm not sure I do.
What does your heart tell you?
Germany.
Okay, what does your head tell you? All right, I'll be on my lone island.
No, I'm going to go with you just for the culture, but we'll see what happens. But listen,
well, I was going to say, Will, what's your favourite kind of dog?
It's not Labrador, it's not German Shepherd, it's the underdog.
Indonesian underdog.
Yeah, exactly.
If you look, are they the underdogs? Because they were so convincing in their group stage.
I still don't think we know the full tactical picture from Indonesia. Maybe this is the surprise. Like Germany, we know what sort of magic tricks they've got up their sleeve. But with Indonesia, it still feels like, what? Can you tell us the surprise? What is it? If it's time, it's about now, because it's the final.
I'm ready to be surprised.
Looking at some of the comparisons across these squads here, the players that I think could be crucial in this game. We've mentioned Fulkrug, obviously we've mentioned Kolo Muani, Kwame for Germany. I'm looking at Dumfries as a right wing-back option, getting forward for Germany. I'm looking at, on the opposite side for the Indonesians, guys, the Grimaldo option, spent a lot of money on him. Xavi Simons did pop up in that number 10 position for Indonesia with a really important goal last game. We've got Insignia, we've got Lukman, who obviously played a huge part in the Europa League final last year. Savio off the bench. Sula and Tar is a really interesting comparison at centre-back, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what Sula did in that first game when he went on that mazy run, I think what a way to start the semi-finals. He dribbled from the halfway line into the box to set up a goal, and then on the other end, Jonathan Tar hitting a Steven Gerrard-esque absolute screamer. Is this normal in fantasy draft?
Well, we've got Tar playing as a libero. My worry with that for them, for the only weakness for Germany, we talked about how we get through them, and Dave covered a little bit of it as well, is that if he goes forward and marauds forward, will there be extra space for Indonesia? That's the only thing I really think they're going to be able to exploit, because the way they sit in without possession is proving really difficult. It's certainly the thing that South Africa struggled with, and it's up to Indonesia to find a way through.
Indonesia do have 3 less players. Now, could that factor in this? We could be. I don't think we've got any suspensions right now that I know of, but if there's a yellow card in this coming first leg,
massive.
It could be a problem.
Yep.
If you remember that first leg, they were playing quite aggressively. They picked up, I think, 4 yellow cards in their first game versus England. They'll still be there, even though they didn't get a second yellow card in the second leg. any yellow card for those players now would ban them from the second leg of the final.
Yeah, and that is crucial. We've seen it happen in so many tournaments that we've played.
Yeah, definitely.
Injuries and suspensions cost people tournaments. And so, while I'm sure they're confident right now, it's that sort of stuff really is out of your hands. Again, they're using harder tackling. They can take it off if they feel like it's doing a little too much danger. But Germany have a lot of players in yellow cards. We've seen them substituted a lot as well. They're obviously nervous about it. This is where it's really going to matter.
Dumfries in particular, I think, is the one they really need to worry about, because with that libero charging forward, you are really relying on those wing backs getting back and adding that defensive cover, and he is the one for them. And if they lose him, they're losing a lot.
Yeah, really good at defensive and offensive option. The thing with Germany is they had a chance in that second leg, bit risky maybe, to rotate, couldn't they? They could have brought in some lads to cover for the yellow cards.
Well, they tried to, didn't they? They started without Dumfries and things weren't going well, and they ended up bringing him on anyway. So they did kind of try, but maybe they'll regret not sticking it out.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure you get to the final ultimately, haven't you?
Yeah, they don't have a natural replacement for Dumfries. So it's not like someone can naturally go in and play there. I think both offensively and defensively is so pivotal for them. My worry for Germany, if there is any worry for Germany, is if we mentioned before South Africa didn't set up for Germany in a way that they probably should have done. And so if Indonesia are now having the opportunity to watch a little bit of that, are they going to do that? Because they're going to have to.
I don't think they are. What we've seen all week from them is just they've got that one style of play, they've got that one tactic, and they've been relentless with it. And I think they will think that they're favourites going into this, so they will be worrying about Germany, but with the thought that they are the favourites going into it.
Let's not forget that last game was a $2,000 game. That's the difference between finishing third or fourth in this draft setup and getting through to second. It's a minimum of $2,000 extra from 8K to 10K. This game is now 5K game because you're going to get 15 grand if you win. It's a lot of money. One of these two teams is going to take it. Will it be Germany or will it be Indonesia? It's time to meet our finalists. Starting off with our first team, please, round of applause for Germany.
Svengali is the name of the manager. He's a bit of a Svengali, and he's got an assistant who goes by the name of Terry, and he's a real character. And of course, they have an opposing management team. Please welcome Indonesia. Iksan Taufik is the name of this manager, the least experienced when it comes to Football Manager. But you wouldn't know, he's been very, very impressive. So, the stage is set. The boys are in their booths, managers and assistant managers ready to compete in, dare I say, the biggest Football Manager match of all time.
I think that's fair. I think it really is. The week we've had, it's deserving of a great final. I really, really hope we see it. And again, both managers with a chance to create a little bit of history. So let's see some.
We just want it to be open in the second leg, don't we? We just don't want, I mean, it could happen, but one team to come out in the kind of the way Germany did against South Africa in that first semi. We want Indonesia or the other team to have something to fight for.
Yeah, we want goals, we want drama. Can you imagine if Indonesia win this tournament after 1 year of playing? Hopefully we've got many more of these to come. Like, they could be dominant with the more experience they get for 10, 15 years. This could be the start of an era.
The Indonesian era. Yeah.
Nice little 2-1 home win. That's what we want in this first leg.
Sets it up nicely.
Really sets things up very nicely.
Do either of them need to rotate? Do either of them need to change anything? We've heard from the Germans. They said they're not changing anything.
They've
but
got
Indonesia,
to play 2 more games ever. No, don't rotate.
Well, I think we're nearly ready to kick things off. You can see our managers, Sven and Iksan. Guys, when you're ready, we're going to kick off this first ever final of the FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager. It's the first leg. It's Germany versus Indonesia. Let's play ball. Round of applause for our players, guys, as we get underway.
No surprise, Germany sticking with the formation that's got them here, and the same with Indonesia as well, playing a 4-2-3-1 system. It's the two sides that know what they're about as the managers lead their teams out for the first leg of this very important and very exciting final. I'm on the edge of my seat, I can't wait.
Yeah, Germany are going to be the white kits for this one. Indonesia in the red. We're underway here. $15,000 will go to the winning manager. And it's Germany in possession as the home team in this first leg.
And the emphasis is on them, right? They've got to make it count. They've got to make that home advantage mean something.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot in the semi-finals. They'd be looking for at least a couple of goals win. They're keeping it tight, keeping it to 1 goal. They'd feel very disappointed with that, I think.
Isn't it crazy with the amount of talent on the field that, like, I'm looking at Jonathan Tah at centre-back and Nicolas Sula to be the ones that might be the difference, because they have been so far.
Yeah, I think keeping an eye on Jonathan Tah in this whole game will be really interesting. They've got the number 10 playing ahead of the forward as well, behind the forward, sorry. So that's where the spaces are going to open up, that's where the gaps are going to develop, and we might have one here, in fact, as it's forward for Indonesia.
Simmons out wide, can he get it back into Lookman?
Wow!
He loves finals, this guy. He loves to score in the finals. Indonesia take the lead away.
A massive, massive away goal. Really nicely worked as well. They found some space behind the German back line, and it was Joey Simmons making all the moves. Lovely football inside, and look at that finish from Lookman. The keeper, well beaten, boys.
Have we ever seen this? Have we ever seen Germany down in a game? Because the league they dominated, I've never seen this before.
We had question marks over that German goalkeeper as well at the draft, and questionable there, maybe?
He sat down, didn't he? It was a little too easy.
It's what we needed to see a bit more of from South Africa in the last leg, that extra pass across the keeper.
Yeah, but Germany, never count them out. They're forward. We're just ticking over the 10-minute mark, and it's nicely cleared from Indonesia. And again, Jonathan Tah, you can see the way see that space that's left right through the centre there. It's happening every single time. They've got to be really, really careful, and the right pass at the right time, and Indonesia might find themselves 2-0 up.
Very end-to-end though, isn't it? We've only had 10 minutes, but it feels like both sides are going both up ends and looking threatening just for that final pass.
Oh,
what a flag! I thought.
Is he on?
Yeah, flag up.
I thought off.
You thought off?
You
I thought off.
I thought off.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Disallowed.
Sorry, Terry.
How close was it? Let's take a look.
Terry spends more time off his seat than on it. I enjoy it.
Famously, Germany, when they have been winning the Champions Leagues in their group, they've been lifting up a chair as a trophy, so they might actually get their hands on a proper trophy for once.
Heart rate's at 150 force fed at the moment. The German manager.
Drama on the goal line there, blimey. Ball whipped in again, and Germany just about deal with it, but it's going to be a corner, I think.
Indonesia look cool. I think heart rate could be 60.
How have they cracked the game so quickly?
We are mugs.
Grimaldo for Indonesia. Lookman got the goal. Poor pass though, giving it straight to Dumfries. But he's not been particularly useful with the ball there. Still 1-0 to Indonesia. XG from Germany at 0. And I can tell you the heart rate of Iksan Taufik, Indonesia, at 108.
That's pretty cool, really.
Oh, so 40 less than the Germans.
Another chance. 16 minutes gone. And look, Germany are used to this tactic working. It's why they brought it to the dance. They've obviously used this before at home in competition. It's probably been the one that's been a conversation between their community of which is the best one.
That was awful.
That wasn't very good. That wasn't very good.
That was a gift.
You cannot account for that. That's not tactics. That's somewhat unlucky. A massive error at the back, but it's the hustle. Look at this. The first chance.
My
dearie me.
I mean, you say it's not tactics, but he could have been aiming for an out-of-position Tah who'd gone on walkabout again.
2-0 away from home against Germany. Who saw this coming? Not us.
He did.
Well, he did, but not the majority of us.
I literally did. I know you can go on holiday as a manager, but the centre-back looked like he'd gone on holiday as well there, didn't he? He was like, what was going on?
Corner for Germany. They need something. Raum can't find his man in the box. Jonathan Tah's gone from hero to 0 for the German side in the last few fixtures.
Look at the space through the middle.
Swarming forward.
Look at the match momentum for Indonesia.
Need something though, don't they? Germany, we've not seen them under this amount of pressure in this tournament. They need to do something different.
And we've not seen them have to try a plan B.
No.
Have they got one?
Oh dear.
That's
Weak
poor.
attempt, really, wasn't it? But again, they still look quite threatening going forward. There's a lot of space for them to move into. They obviously understand the tactic very, very well. But you look across at some of the ratings that they're currently putting out, nothing above a 6.7. Whereas you look across at the other side of things, for Indonesia, they're absolutely flying right now. 5 or 6 players playing extremely well. They're going away from home. Corner played into the centre.
Oh,
Jonathan Tah is very, very close.
He scored from 30 yards. He can't even score from 3.
They've had a couple of big chances that just weak finishes.
And there's another one and another save. Germany's starting to apply a little bit more pressure now towards the end of this first half. Sorry.
It's a little bit
now
like the
we're
reverse.
Get the outswinger.
It's the reverse of what we saw against South Africa, isn't it?
Great save. Tah again.
Great save.
Tah could have had a hat trick.
Another one.
We're saying Tatar at the moment to Germany.
Another corner. It's going to hurt the Germans even more that the goal was scored by Fulkrug as well. A German striker, no less. Another corner.
Indonesia have him at the front post, blocking a lot of that. And obviously, we talk about the offensive threat that he possesses. It's also massive for them defensively.
I'd love to know in the shortlist, whether it was online or at home, where Füllkrug was for the Germans. Surely they'd have wanted him as well.
I imagine he was on a short list of about 50 strikers they had ready to go.
He was on my list. $18 million, I think that's really good. I think Seb Haller I went for instead in our draft. He was about 8 or 9 mil, so 10 mil cheaper, but I think Füllkrug's a bit of an upgrade. Really good finishing stats, and we've seen it, haven't we?
Yeah, we're at half time. These are some of the most important meetings they're ever going to have with their players. You've got pumping fists on one side, you've got
We're just
confidence on the other.
all eagerly looking to see if they're going to click on one of those other tactics or if they're sticking with what they've been doing.
Yeah, the performances across the board for this German side have been really,
there we go.
really
We've clicked
poor.
on number 1.
I know this is something you like, Will. Lacroix is anxious.
Yeah.
Do you get him off at this point?
You've got to sit him down in the corner and go, mate, if you're anxious now, get out of my team, because this is the moments that change everything. We don't need your anxiousness. We need you smiling, happy, and putting on a performance.
We'll go straight back underway. And Indonesia will be very, very happy with the first half. And oh, dearie me. Panic stations at the back there, but calmly collected eventually behind the goalkeeper.
Do they abandon the back three at some point? Maybe, it's the home game. They don't get another one of these.
Well, we talked about it, haven't we? They've got 3 systems. If it's not working, are all three
We
three
have
systems...
just seen they flicked from 2 to 1 and then back to 2 again.
So
they were identical shapes.
I would like to know what 3 is, Kevin. I'd be fascinated to see. Because you'd hope it's actually something very different to give them a different edge to the game. But that's not necessarily how they've built this.
Look at the XG. Germany with more than double what Indonesia have. It could be a pen.
They're going to look at it. The referee blows for it. He'll go to VAR to confirm it. And this now could get very interesting.
Oh, dearie me.
This could be 3-0 away from home.
This could be the tournament.
Will he score? Füllkrug.
No!
Messia! Huge save from the young Frenchman.
And Germany celebrated like a goal. Unbelievable.
Turning point.
Well, will it be that? And that's what we're going to see now as Dumfries brings it away and a counter-attack's been launched already for Germany.
Oh my God, man over.
Oh, it's such a heavy touch.
You can see it again. It's a really good save for a keeper that we have doubted.
I said strength would be the thing for Meslier. Well, he's strong. He nearly took his head off. He must be strong enough.
Chance for Füllkrug to go on to 4 goals for the tournament there. He's had a goal disallowed as well. Dominating
How
the
many
attacking
more
opportunities.
chances does Tar need to get before they try something different from these corners?
There's been a lot of confidence from Germany. That's the role they've decided to play, and they've played it very well. The question is now, is it all coming a little bit unstuck? And again, Indonesia go forward. There's bodies everywhere.
Oh, my.
It should be 4. The way this is going.
The Germans are attacking here. They're going for it. They need the goal.
Yeah, I mean, they need a couple of goals at least.
I can't work out who the crowd want to win. It's a little bit of both on both sides, celebrating every goal.
Also, you look at the possession stats.
Oh, tackle harder.
You look at the possession stats and what you were speaking to with Sam Allardyce about, Spen. Indonesia had less of the ball, but they are winning.
Yeah, and they might get another one. Oh, wow. Is it onside?
Oh, I thought that was on.
They're going to look at it. Will Brazier thinks it's on. For his boys. He was right.
And it's 3-0. It could be 4. If they'd scored the penalty, it'd be 4. Germans, what's happening, boys?
Do you know what the worst bit is? They promised me as a birthday present they would win.
This is close, by the way, if they showed the lines here.
We might get to see the third go now, not this time around.
Happy. This is the manager. But they've missed a penalty as well, Will.
Yeah, and they've created those chances, but they've not had the players in the right position to put them in. This would be horrible.
Oh, my.
And don't forget, we heard in the press conferences, Sven said that if they win, they'll get a tattoo.
Well, that's perhaps what's happening here. He's decided he doesn't fancy one.
Yeah, maybe he's decided, you know what, this has been fun, but hang on.
Absolutely dominating the game, Indonesia, for an away team. All the chances, but I think since Germany have gone attacking, it's actually backfired on them. They've started to leave gaps.
You look at it, who would have thought, I know we saved the penalty, Germany's best performing player in this home leg is their goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Indonesia, the biggest game of their lives. They've only been playing for 1 year, smiling, laughing. There's $15,000 on the line.
I imagine the surprise is going to be they lied and they've been playing for 30 years and they actually made the game.
That would make a lot of sense.
Jonathan Tah, by the way, as the captain, a 6.0. Worst performing player on the pitch.
Well, he's missed
right
so
now.
many chances.
Yeah, but even so, do you take him off? Is performance a problem? He's on a booking as well.
Need a goal, don't they? We need a goal here to make next leg very interesting.
At 2-0 down, the Germans had double the XG of Indonesia. They went attacking. Since then, they have not added to their XG at all. And Indonesia have added about 1.4 to theirs. So it's completely backfired going attacking in this fixture.
It does feel like, Ben, do you feel like we still need to see more tactical stuff here? Because it does feel like a bit rushed going through these games.
We've said,
wow.
We've said before, they don't get a second chance at a home leg.
No.
Like, if you're going to make changes, you're going to mix things up a little bit, do it now. I don't know what we're waiting for.
We heard about all the experience the Germans have had in draft mode. I wonder if they've had experience, but with one system, because they needed to change the system. For me, I wouldn't have gone attacking. I would have taken a centre-back out.
And that's why this tournament is like you can play who you want back at home, but these are the best of the best in Football Manager. We brought them all here together, and this is where you've got to really show up.
If in doubt, Benjamin Sesko. They've just brought him on.
They will not change the system, though.
No, again, we're not on the third system either, are we? So there's something there, whether it's the shop or I don't know what the plan is here.
Just a goal, I think. If you can get a goal.
This is good. Like they're going through the finite detail here of telling the players, come on, I've got some belief in you. Get out there, do the business for me. And as you say, they've got not very long to turn this round, so the comeback story in the second leg is possible. But Indonesia, look at that XG. This is so deserved.
And with 43% possession as well, but absolutely dominated the chances. You could argue the Germans deserved a goal.
This would be huge now, wouldn't it?
Could they get one to keep this tie alive? For Germany's Lacroix into Ram, he's got space, thinks it in!
And that's their guy.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
We can't forget that Indonesia missed a penalty as well.
Well, here about this in their prediction. 3-0, potentially 4. Not quite.
Wow.
That's full time.
What a first leg. Only Will Brazier saw that one coming. The rest of us convinced Germany were going to do the deed. In fact, they've actually been dominated in that one, really.
Yeah, really, really impressive. I think that'll be the German coaches. They look a little shell-shocked. They can't quite believe it. They're walking out, pacing around. They can't believe it. This is the first time in 6 days we've seen these two guys look anxious at all, nervous, on edge.
And it could have been worse. It could have been worse. It fell apart when they went to an attacking mentality. They stayed with their system, Kev, though.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted for that system. I suspect, as Ben mentioned in the commentary, that the third tactic on there is probably just a more defensive version of the same shape. I think they've come in with a plan. They're doing that 3-4-3. They've got options to drop alternate players in. But it was clear when they were doing the draft this morning that they weren't really giving themselves a plan B. It was all very much the big meaty men strategy. And it's not as if they've got little fancy playmakers to bring on, have they? What else can they do realistically?
Well, let's find out, because Chelsea's with the Germans right now.
Thank you, Spencer. At home, 3-0, and you're playing against managers that have only had a year of experience. Do you think you went into this match with too much confidence?
I don't think so. I think that's just football for you, right? I think we had the same amount of chances like in the last games. We just didn't score any, and then like a few individual mistakes, a penalty, very close offside calls in the defensive part. I think that can just happen to you, and I think we just have to do it better next game.
Very unpredictable. That's the game of football. What are you going to change for the next game?
I think we still believe in the system. I think just from the game itself, it looked pretty well for us, I think. We're just having to see basically get rid of those individual mistakes, and I think we're fine.
Thank you. Spence.
Thanks, Chelsea. I am with the guys from Indonesia who've got to be absolutely delighted with that game. I'll be honest, I think the majority of us thought the Germans were going to do it. They seem to have more experience, but you guys always believed, didn't you?
Tadi di awal kayaknya dari media, dari penonton kayaknya lebih percaya kalau Jerman itu lebih unggul ya. Tapi apakah dari awal tuh emang percaya bisa ngalahin Jerman?
Lah, kita udah main FM dari berapa belas tahun.
Apparently he's lied. He's been playing Football Manager for over 20 years.
So that was the surprise. That was the surprise. He's been telling us he's been playing for 1 year, and it's just basically ruined everything we've been saying for the last hour. Cheers for that. But you've been playing for 20 years. It shows, because you've been fantastic. What do you need to do to expect from the Germans in this next leg? Because they didn't really change their style. They were quite stubborn. You guys dominated the game, missed the penalty as well. Is it a case of just do the same thing again at home and you'll be the champions?
Jadi si Jerman kan tadi sepertinya dia kokoh sama strategi dia ya. Lanjutnya nih ke leg 2, ada ekspektasi apa yang bakal dilakukan sama dia? Terus juga buat Mas Iksan, Mas Manandar sendiri tuh apakah sepertinya bakal stick dengan strategi yang tadi atau bakal ada perubahan?
Niklas Füllkrug will make Germany people crying.
I can understand that one. He said Niklas Füllkrug will make the Germans cry, and so far he has been. Well done to the Indonesians, but there's still a second leg to play. When we come back after this break, Statman Dave's going to do some more tactical analysis with a special guest.
None of today's participants will have any idea of what they are smelling. People say that the new Lynx fragrances are just as good as the high-end fragrances, so let's put that to the test.
It's a different vibe.
Guess the price.
For me, it's like £30.
This one, 500 quid.
I am now going to reveal the new Lynx, part of the fine fragrance collection.
That was my favourite one.
Well, did you hear the Germans have only been playing for 1 year?
Called it. Don't we? I think we all took a big sigh of release at this table because we've been playing the game for so long and we've been mugged off, really, didn't we?
I mean, there's no way you could get. Maybe you could, but they're too good, aren't they? They're too good to be 1 year in.
Nobody is more relieved than Aaron right now. Who now realises actually they've been playing a little while.
And the Germans probably, because that was pretty conclusive first leg.
I don't know. The Füllkrug comment was made, and I looked over, and there was just steely anger coming from that table. So maybe
steam coming off Terry's head.
Do you think some of Terry's comments earlier in the week have sort of played into their hands and allowed them to make that comment back, though?
I don't know. I kind of hope so. I hope that's where we've led it, because we've allowed these managers to have a bit of personality, to play, let's say, the roles that we want them to play, and Germany have been great at that. And equally, so the guys of Indonesia.
Oh, true.
They've not been without a sort of an edgy comment now and again. They've quite enjoyed the idea of being favourites and dominating and being written off in what was a very competitive group. You think about the French with big personalities in there, the English with big personalities, the Poles as well. Like they were, even the Indian guys as well. All of the people in that group were quite outspoken, and these guys waltzed through it.
Yeah, they certainly have so far, at least. Dave's got something for us now, and he's got a special guest.
I do, I've got a special guest. So there's only one thing I've got to talk about, and that is corners, the highest scoring defender in Premier League history, John. We're going to look at Niklas Füllkrug's goal. One of the tactics that we're seeing a lot in this tournament is players looking to hit that near post and get on the end of it. When you were playing, how was your communication with the taker?
Well, I think relationships with Frank used to take all of our set plays. So as Frank was running over to the ball, it would be there's space at the front post or there's far post. I tended to go in this front post space for me, where I identified in the Premier League there was always gaps between the front man and the person marking me. So Frank would know first and foremost where that ball's going, and I would attack that space as well.
So the ball's got to be right, first and foremost. The delivery has to be really on point.
Delivery has to be good. The desire from the personnel has to be spot on as well. So we was very fortunate at Chelsea. Myself, Ivanovic, Gary Cahill. We were shipping in with 15 goals a year between the three of us.
Not a bad kind of defensive forward line, but we've seen that in the tournament that defenders have been scoring a lot of goals. Sebastian Coates, for some of the Sporting Lisbon sides or Sporting Club de Portugal sides, 52 goals in 2 seasons. Maybe a little bit of a dominant tactic. But in terms of that attacking that near post, we'll just play it through once in normal speed. What do you need to do to get on that ball?
Well, I think you need to try and gain a little bit of yards as well. So between the markers, say you're my marker here, I would then get Gary Cahill. I'd fancy my chances, by the way.
Easy. I never thought I'd be marking John Terry. But
I'd get Gary Cahill between me and you. So now that just creates that little bit of distance. So now Gary's my kind of marker.
Yeah.
So me and Gary.
So I'm watching where you're going.
Yeah.
I'm set in a semi-decent way. Yeah?
But now we've got a yard. So I would then go here.
So check back
to then attack that front space as well. So now I've got my half a yard, which is all I need on. Now again, you go back to the delivery. We was very lucky we had Frank. 9 times out of 10 that ball was there, and it's down to me to then attack that. Behind me, so if Frank just overhits the ball, Ivanovic is probably a yard or 2 yards behind me, and after Gary blocks my man, he then goes behind Ivanovic. So we've got like a train of, so if it's under hit, I'm there. If it's just over hit, Ivanovic, and far post will be Gaz. But also I think it's important to identify that if I go up and Van Dijk's marking me, so Van Dijk's very good in the air, I would go, Gaz, you're now the front post, I'm the blocker.
So you change the setup in game. So you've got a number of plays, you've got a number of ways that you set up this train. And if you realise that your marker is Virgil van Dijk, one of the really dominant in the air, you change it up. So you're hitting that near post area, you're hitting that centre of the goal area, and then potentially you've got someone on the back post. You mentioned William Gallas as we were chatting before. Because I've got that kind of bias in my mind. I remember him scoring at the back post. So even if you get that first contact, so the delivery is good from Frank, you flicked it on, you got someone on that back stick.
Yeah, and I'm looking from this area, I'm looking to go across goal. So can I go past the keeper that side?
Yep.
If I kind of misjudge my header there, then you've got the likes of Gallas coming in late for a tap-in, which I think he had 3 or 4 in one season, which was unbelievable as well. So you need to attack, but also go in. These guys, so people marking as well, you've got the centre-halves tend to mark each other.
Yep.
Midfielders and strikers do not want to be here for defensive corners. So they're the ones that switch off. So if you can get people alive, so flip this on its head, defensively for us, when Frank comes in the box, I'm now switching these on, going, lads, liven up.
You need to
switch on now. It's time to defend. So it's important to get everyone switched on, but knowing that on the flip side of that, again, you can get behind the back of other attacking players or midfielders that don't really want to be there.
So you're kind of looking, when you go into the box, you go, number 1, who's picking me up? Number 2, is there a midfielder or a striker that's dropped back that you may know? You may have looked on Football Manager. You might have had a look at their jump reach on the train down. Heard that conversation before. Very, very interesting. Yeah. So you'd look at that and go, I know where I know whether I can be a threat, I know I can be a decoy, and that variance must be so difficult to defend against.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to point out as well that for me coming up for an attacking corner, I have to run 50 yards. Now, if this gets headed out, I now have to run 50, 60, 70 yards back, which I don't want to do. So it's important for me that you work on this, not just on a Friday before the game. So me and Frank would go on our own and have Gary and Ivanovic behind me, and we'd work on it. Delivery, we know it's going there. This is the timing of the run. This is when we're going. As Frank starts his run to this kind of detail, we're off, we're setting.
You've got your signalling, which is another important part of it.
Because at a lot of stadiums as well, you'd see it where they're kind of bowed on the corners, where Man United's a famous one, where you get probably a yard and then you're kind of up and over. So Frank's not got much room as well. So his delivery tended to be 1-2, then deliver. So as Frank takes his first step, I'm on my move already, going to attack that ball.
And that's exactly how we've seen so many goals scored at this tournament. But that was brilliant analysis. Spencer, back to you.
Guys, that was great. I love that. And I think Statman Dave is the man to come to for stats, not for marking advice, though.
I thought I was going to cover it.
I've known Dave for 10 years, been on a few nights out with him, but I've never seen him move like that before.
Brilliant stuff, though. Amazing to hear from one of the most dominant goal-scoring defenders in the top-flight history in England, John Terry.
But they're breaking down those moments, and these moments are creating the champions of this tournament, aren't they? Like how much have you guys been talking about corners, but it's that intricate detail that's winning these guys the big prizes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen probably 100 goals from defenders from set pieces over the course of the last few days, if not more. And we saw it in the draft this morning. Teams specifically drafting because it's such a key part of the game.
Let Me Fizzle is the name of someone who's written in, by the way. It's not just something I'm saying. They said that they're really loving the insight that they're getting from this. And it's like, I'm fascinated by the real-life comparisons and the fact that you can actually use the game to inform decisions in real life. Whether it's simulating things and looking at what happens over a period of this many corners or free kicks and then working out strategies to apply on the training ground. It's fascinating how far the game's come.
Yeah, and it's a credit to the game. They already boast the biggest scouting network in world football. They say that themselves. It's managed to transcend what is a video game for people that like football data to actually be something like this, where we can get people like John involved. It's been unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't even know if the word game is even the right...
It's a simulation as much as it is a game.
It's so much more, isn't it? And we're learning constantly as we play, and then you can take those learnings and apply them to real life. But one man who potentially could have handled JT in a marking situation is Big Sam. In your prime, Sam, up against JT, who's winning the header?
Me.
Simple as that.
Well, that would have been a tough battle, to be fair.
Me and Sam were just discussing. So back in the Mourinho days, we played Bolton, and Mourinho pulled a training session. I do not know how he got it.
Neither do
Big
I.
Sam's tactics, team shape, how he's going to play against us, and Mourinho's pulled this video. Sam, I don't know where he got it from, but we were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
That's outrageous behaviour. You need to do something similar for the Germans, I think, going into this next game. But if you were going up against a John Terry team, with him at the back, Sam, how would you prepare for someone coming in at the front post and doing these sort of tactics, like knowing they're going to do it and they're going to be dominant in these set pieces? What's your response?
Yeah, it's always very, very difficult, of course. The one thing we'd first do is we would get somebody to tell the referee to watch for it.
Right.
So we'd have had a look, and somebody would be talking to the referee and say, look, they do a block here, so we want you to keep an eye on that. And then, obviously, we might use a small player just to stand to block the run block, or maybe block John on his run, like you mean. But just depends how you feel it. I mean, people don't realise just how important set plays are in the game today. I think it's around 36% of goals scored on set play now. So it's a massive bonus if you defend them well, and again a massive bonus if you can score from them. So, but as John said, the first thing, it's about the quality of the ball. Needs to be consistent in the right areas.
Yeah, we've seen lots of teams now add set-piece specialist coaches now into their games as well.
That's true.
Looking ahead to this final second leg, the Germans have got a bit of a mountain to climb. Talk to us about some of your biggest comebacks as manager. Can you remember going into games, whether it's at half-time and you're down, or in a two-legged affair? Like what comes to mind as how you did that?
I think in my time, I think the only time I ever come back was a 2-0. I think anything after 2 was always very, very difficult, of course. So it happens very, very rarely. So if you do get the opportunity, it's something to celebrate. But I mean, it's such a difficult task when you're losing 1 or 2 goals in the Premier League. Any more than that, rarely you can come back. And like I said, you need a special team or one of the teams that's at the top of the Premier League to come back from that result, like you mean.
Yeah, 100%. It just shows you how big a challenge the German side have got ahead of them in this second leg of our final, which we're nearly ready for. So we're going to start things up. Germany, good luck. Best of luck to the guys from Indonesia as well. This is it. This is the last game we're going to see. It's the second leg of the final, the first ever FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager final, and we're getting things underway. Let's make some noise. Indonesia in the driving seat. Let's see how this plays out.
And pretty much then no changes for Germany in terms of system at least, but a few personnel changes in the middle. And so we'll see if that has any impact whatsoever. I think a couple up front as well, but system-wise, it looks identical to what we've been used to.
Is that a mistake?
I think it's like I say, they drafted for it. I don't think they've got any way to do anything different. They've just got to hope they have a little bit more luck with it today. If they get out there and grab the first goal, anything can happen.
We need a big turnaround here. 3-0 down, the Germans. They play in the white strip. Indonesia in the red shirt and socks. And it is them that are in control of this fixture. But the Germans, if they can get an early goal, like Kev says, anything can happen. Home advantage, though, is with Indonesia. Comes into the box. Kalamwani, Dumfries is trying to walk it.
It took so long to get that shot away. I don't know why he hesitated. Hit that first time. There's no one blocking him. He had a big opportunity there.
I don't know what the team talk was, but these German boys have come to play. They've gone close again. It's going to be a corner.
They're certainly coming out high energy. Goodness me. And now we have the first one of the corners. We're going to hit that in-swinger to the near post. Tar's there again, and he's just not having any luck at all across his tie.
That's a great foul, that is.
That's a cool foul in the middle there. I wonder if there's some... Like, look at the German side there. I'm suspicious on that there could be some suspensions because it doesn't look like their regular lineup. In fact, I think there probably are a couple. So we'll see how much that changes things. Again, if they've drafted for the system, they won't be that bothered about it. But early stages here, you can see 80% possession in the first 10 minutes, 0.35 XG. It's a really strong start for this German team, but they need a goal.
They need the ball to do so. It feels like both teams come into this final, both having that premium tactic.
Oh, so much space there. That was such an opportunity. He was completely unmarked.
Yeah, pass is completed. You can see it's a little rushed at the moment for Indonesia. Germany certainly having control of it. But that said, who knows? They're forward again into the penalty area. Big chance and a goal!
Yeah. Politano has been unreal. I think that's his third goal of the tournament for Indonesia. And they clearly, we now know, have been playing more than a year.
It's the technical element to this team. We said it in both semi-finals. There were sort of these big lads in one of them, the German-South Africa semi-final, and then England-Indonesia was the technical sides. And we're seeing that right now, the technical ability is outdoing them.
We're also seeing a lot of teams outperform their XG and vice versa as well, at least at the start of games. Indonesia quite ignoring the dominance the Germans started the game with.
Also the possession stats as well, isn't it? Indonesia not had a lot of
my goodness me.
Game, set, match.
They've cracked the code.
That's job done.
We've done it.
They've cracked the code. They are the enigma. They've done it all. Indonesia can't be beat. They're perfect.
I will say, if there's one team over the last week that had the chance to come back from this, they're over there, and they're called Germany. So
at 5.
Let's not rule it out just yet because I've got a lot of money on this.
There was a penalty miss as well. It could have been 6.
Benji, we've heard about Germany getting tattoos. If Germany come back, will you get a tattoo? Thank you, yes.
That didn't sound like I had a lot of faith there, did it?
No, it didn't really.
A silent pause.
We had Dr. Chris yesterday who was talking about his getting the Football Manager on his sort of curriculum at university. People are going to be studying this Indonesian performance for years.
This is the first World Cup of Football Manager, and Indonesia have played and absolutely dominant. This is the final. This isn't a group stage match. This is the final. They're 5-0 up on aggregate.
Look at the overload here.
The Germans,
there we go.
Is it onside?
Oh, steady
is it onside?
Looked on.
I think it looked on.
It's being looked at.
Let's see.
VAR.
It's not on.
Oh my word! You can't buy it.
It does put into context as well how well Aaron did in the semi-final to be as tight as it was against Indonesia.
Yeah, and he can be proud of that at least. They need a goal early.
The Indonesian, even their formation, it even plans for the offside trap. They're getting them constantly offside.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, they're getting in behind that central defender every single time. The
There we
counter's
go.
on
So
though. He's offside
Offside,
though. No, he's missed anyway.
The defensive line of Indonesia is as organised as I've ever seen.
It's 24 minutes in. We need 5 goals in 65 minutes.
It's been done before.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Give us hope. Give us
That's offside.
That would make it more difficult. Let's take a look.
That feels offside.
Xavi Simons. It feels offside, but we'll see.
It is.
They're checking it, and it's going to be a disallowed goal.
Wow.
You've got Xavi Simons on 2 goals for the tournament, Fulkrug on 3, and Politano on 3 as well. Lots of goals coming from different places for Indonesia.
Yeah, and also they feel so good about their draft as well, won't they? They've got it right in the right places, and the people are scoring those goals for them.
Yeah.
Sven's heart rate dropped to 138 now. I think he's kind of accepted. He might be over.
Well, a goal here might reinvigorate them. Here we go, Dumfries to play it in. I don't know, is he known as a set piece taker, Dumfries?
Offside.
Play it across. Sort of got stuck under the feet of everyone in the middle.
5 goals away from home.
It's
not going to happen.
fascinating how well Indonesia are defending against these corners because the German team is
The
massive.
space in behind again. It's that ball over the top centrally. We pointed out in the first game, and it's still a theme now. It's the one thing they've got. Jonathan Tah is not enjoying himself.
Look at the XG, look at the possession. 33% possession at home for Indonesia. Just like Sam was talking about earlier, you don't need possession to win games of football. And Indonesia are proving that.
Yeah. I think if we're going to get a meme from this tournament, it's going to be the Indonesia guys talking about Fulkrug to their German compatriots. I think that's going to be one that stings real deep.
What's amazing about this opportunity as well for the nation of Indonesia is we know they're a football-mad country, so many supporters there, but a chance to come and win a world trophy on this stage as well.
And that's been really exciting for all the different managers we met this whole tournament, hasn't it? We got real close and chatting with the Lithuania guys. The chance to represent their country is such a massive thing.
Approaching half-time now, it's 5-0 on aggregate to the Indonesians, not conceded a goal against the Germans, who only conceded 1 against South Africa in the previous semi-final. So this is a really dominant display.
They've said, what's going on here? That is one of the worst halves of football I've ever seen. Germany are not happy.
That's got to be a point-the-finger job there, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
outstretched
still clicking the yellow box, but yeah, if you want to point the finger, go for it.
Look at Dumfries, one of their early draft picks, a 6.1. Their worst performing player currently.
Lacroix, he was anxious last game, now he's very frustrated, he's in danger of being booked. Get him off, get rid of the back 3. He's actually looking at me. This is not professional advice.
It's worrying that you boys are looking over, isn't it?
Unsolicited. But I have won quite a few Champions Leagues. So.
He's been nervous and anxious, Lacroix, all through this draft mode. Like you do have to look at those little stats, don't you, when you go into this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the mental attribute side of the game is something that is often overlooked, but it really shouldn't be, especially in tournaments like this when it's so important.
Fulkrug wearing the armband for them against Germany. That's a mental trick, isn't it? It's a German.
Insult to injury, I would say at this point. Another goal for Indonesia, and that would probably seal it. We've got half of football, a full half of football to conclude, and it's not looking good if you're a German fan right now, which is me.
If you look back at their draft order, you think about what Sam and John were saying about how they would build a spine of a team. They've gone centre mid with Anguissa. They've gone Xavi Simons, who's been a really important player for them in the middle of the park behind the striker. They've gone Sula. Their first 3 picks all central, just like
absolutely.
they said.
And they were the one team that we commented that did that. Yeah. Every other team was actually looking to play wide, look for crosses, look for the big lads up front. They were the one team that we said, actually, they've really focused on their middle and they've tried to dominate that area. And for large parts. They actually haven't, but the time in which they've had possession, they've done so much more with it. You mentioned earlier, Spence, that they were clinical with the chances they've had, and that goes a lot down to their chance creation opportunities.
They know the way they wanted to play, and that helped them so much, and it helped them with them draft picks, but they went real
Is it off again?
They're getting the ball.
Yeah, I think it's off.
I tell you what, he's very confident because he's run back to the halfway line. It's going to count.
Wow. Okay.
What's
Here
that?
we go.
They got one.
There we go.
Let's get this party started.
A beautifully timed run. It was extremely close. And now 4 goals in 40 minutes to keep Germany with a hope of glory.
Germany win this, I'm getting a big Sam tattoo.
I thought you were supporting Indonesia.
Oh, yeah?
Wow, can't go to bed. It's 5-2.
Well, I never.
I'll drive you there, don't worry, we'll go straight after.
They now need
a lovely time.
3 goals in 40 minutes, and this game has turned on its head perhaps. It's 2-2 in the fixture. It's 5-2 overall. Germany need 3 goals to get their way back in this.
We are going to need his promise clipping as well. We're holding it.
Let's move it on quickly.
Oh, dearie me. But now, this is one of those situations in Football Manager where they need more highlights, they need more chances. If it ebbs away and suddenly they find themselves on 80 minutes without a goal, that would be so frustrating. The risk now is, do you change anything? Because it wasn't working before, it's working now. This is
where Tar finally scores from one of these corners.
There's a corner played in. It's going to come out to them, though. There's still an overload on this side, but cleared well. It doesn't quite feel like it's done yet. The drama this would cause.
No way.
The ball into the centre.
Oh, my word.
It's casual. Oh, dear me, another corner,
Another
though.
corner.
You might want to put one of them heart rate monitors on me right now.
They've had so much of the ball, the Germans, they just haven't really been able to get the XG off the back of it.
But it was like when Aaron was chasing that game, wasn't it? He had so many highlights, but just couldn't get the goal.
He had 63% of the ball, but still inferior XG to the Indonesians, who continue to be more prolific with their chances.
And it's actually quite set nicely for Indonesia right now. They know they don't have to do too much. They can kind of react to what Germany are doing. Speaking of which, they're going to make a change. That right-sided option, they do have another one, actually, outside of Dumfries. And so on he comes. They've got all these forward players. Are they going to move them slightly further forward? Obviously, the roles sort of do the work for them. But do they need to be a bit more aggressive, perhaps?
I think throw caution to the wind. Get rid of one of these defenders. Just stick a 10 in there.
These 3 defenders, don't you?
You're going to lose. If 3 goals down, you've got to go for it. Get a goal, then change your back.
At this point, I think Saar probably off is potentially the move. If you've got another big lad that can take his role at set pieces, then don't worry about it too much. Maybe bring Sesko on.
their entire front line can take his role at set pieces. They've got plenty of big boys.
Yeah, but
the issue is they've got a formation that's built around possession, right? That's why they've got the 3rd centre-back, so he can be a libero in there. They don't need possession, they need shots at this point. So they need to get players up the pitch, play more direct. That 60% possession means nothing for them.
It's a bit of a calamity at the back. They're through, and it's a big save. 25 minutes to go, and this is where it comes down to it. If Indonesia get another goal, they can probably be comfortable that they'll be champions. And there is maybe that goal. And look who scored it.
The captain, the 4th of the tournament for the $18 million striker. What a bargain that was.
Yeah, and it all comes down to those picks, doesn't it? You can do all the research, but we did say the further down the list, that is where the draft will be won, and Fulkrug's that player.
And how much is that goal worth? Quite literally, how much is it worth?
Right, it's worth,
I'm happy.
$5,000.
That is one of the most expensive goals in all of history. Football Manager history.
And to be fair, like obviously it's the final, we're talking about Germany, but they have been fantastic competitors, haven't they, from start to finish? I know, Benji, you love them, but...
It's not over yet, Will. Get that tattoo ready.
But it's interesting. I think they've had a possession-based approach, and when they haven't had enough chances from that, they haven't had the plan B they needed to go and find other ways to challenge them. Look at other teams where they've had to come back into games. I think Aaron's England are a good example. We found a way of changing.
Oh, is that a penalty? Maybe? It's been really interesting because we're seeing quite a lot of tactics. The week started with 4-2-3-1 being the conversation of, is everyone just going to play that system? Is there going to be any differences as they go close again? But actually, you look at the team that's likely to win this tournament by the end of it, they're going to stick with a 4-2-3-1.
So it turns out everyone was right all along, and that's what everybody should have done.
And actually, it's very you, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. I'm loving it.
I did that as well. Benji, do you remember?
Nope. It was a very good victory, Will. Well done.
No, but yeah, seriously though, I think if we can just get another goal, get the entertainment going for the last 10 minutes, because it's very fitting for the week that we've had as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think one more goal for Indonesia should be celebrated like that's done. One for Germany, a little bit of hope maybe.
Van Uyck and Sesko coming on for the Germans, both struggling to get to the pace of the game. It's a difficult challenge coming on in this sort of match, away from home against a just prolific Indonesian outfit. But Grimaldo's been a standout performer for the Germans at left back.
And think where they picked him in the draft, it was late on, wasn't it, when they had that money to spend?
30 odd million, I think.
Yeah, 30 odd million, but it was a low down pick. They'd been saving it, they'd been waiting for it, and he's been fantastic.
Yeah, been obviously fantastic for Leverkusen as well last year in real life. Moffey losing the ball, but here it is. Germany getting a shot off, saved, corner.
Worth saying, no major injuries or suspensions in these games, which have allowed their managers to just do exactly what they want to do. There can be no complaints, really. So that's always good.
Kev Tar's been so wasteful at that front
I
post.
know. I mean, on the rare occasions they can get the ball past Fulkrug to actually get it to Tar, he's just basically clearing it.
Indonesia.
He's not had a good final.
Insigne in the box, puts it in, looking for another one.
That was
To add
idiot.
insult to injury for the Germans here, but Indonesia unable to score on that occasion. D'Ambrosio. It's going to be a corner kick. 6 minutes left. The Germans need 4 goals. It's looking unlikely. Fulkrug.
I'll tell you what.
He is a monster.
Player of the tournament right there.
Gotta be.
It's worth saying as well, the German managers there clapping that goal, sending appreciation over to the other side. I think they know that this tournament is not theirs. But another goal for Indonesia and 7-2 on aggregate in the final, Spence.
I was so close to picking him in our draft. So I had him on the wish list. I was going to click him. And I went Seb Hilaire, and I regret it.
This is
a goal
the draft.
machine.
This is the moment now for Indonesia as well, isn't it? What, 4 minutes away? We've had a week's worth of work, and it's all come down to this. They have been the best side all round, haven't they?
They have been, yeah.
Across the 2 different formats.
Right from first day.
What a goal that is on the free
And
kick.
they seal it with, I would say, goal of the tournament.
Wow. That is insane.
Even though the German managers laughing it off.
They arrived late to this tournament as well, and now they're taking the whole thing home.
Well, they arrived late, but they've arrived now, haven't they? On this stage, doing something that's never been done before.
They've hacked the mainframe. They're in. It's unbelievable.
Just thank God it's not been 1 year he's been playing it.
It's injury time now.
Is there one little moment for Germany?
Good
No,
goalkeeping.
there is not.
Castells. Just people need to study the draft strategy of Indonesia. Look at the players. Look at why they picked
People need
them.
to study the tactic of Indonesia because
everything.
it's dominated all the way through and never been changed.
They've just been so good from minute one. Remember that first season as well when they got the quadruple? No transfer market in the summer.
Yeah, they were the 4th lowest spenders in that group, and like we said earlier, the way that it reverberated around the room when every other manager found out that they'd done the quadruple in the first season. Nobody else had done that, had they?
And it set the platform for them to do just this.
I think the assistant manager of Indonesia is asleep. Can you hear us?
There's the confidence of a man that knows he's won this
We might need to
competition.
put the heart rate monitor on him. Dr. Benji, get over there.
Absolutely not. But when the final whistle goes, the cheer needs to be loud enough to wake him up as we're coming to the final moment, Spencer.
Corner, last kick of the game. For a little bit of pride for the Germans, maybe. Indonesian defence is just too organised. And that'll be all she wrote. Oh, there it is!
And there we go.
Indonesia do it. He's awake. It's a miracle.
Lovely.
Incredible scenes. What a final. 8-2. 10 goals. And actually, I hate to say it, but an 8-2 beat the Germans right now.
Goodness me. What a performance throughout the entire tournament. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it's really impressive, and I love to see the Germans give them a clap there. They're going to get a chance to do that for real in a minute. We're seeing the scenes in game as well, by the way, the fantastic fireworks there on the pitch. Wow, what a performance. I mean, at this level, you just don't expect it.
No, and the perfect way to round things off. Yeah, the perfect way to round what a wonderful week. And someone described it earlier as a festival of Football Manager, and that's certainly what we've had this week. It's been phenomenal.
I was really worried that they both cancel out each other, but it's gone the other way, hasn't it? Indonesia have absolutely dominated.
Yeah, I need to get in there and have a look at this tactic immediately. I need to know what's gone on because they've done it without changing anything. I'm fascinated.
Is it the same approach they were using in the
Yeah, it's the same
earlier
tactic
save?
they've used since they arrived here and won the quadruple in their first season.
They've cracked it.
Yeah.
It is OP. It's the one we need to be studying
Absolute
for
madness.
years to come.
It's Indonesia as well, and we are living in it.
Based on what you've seen, because obviously we know, especially with a draft that goes straight to semi-final, final, you know, that
you could play them multiple times, you might even have different winners, but it feels like Indonesia have just got to a level that's a little bit above anyone else here.
Yeah, I mean, the way they've dominated that, I think you could play it another 10 times and they're just going to keep winning it because they never gave Germany a chance. And Germany had been so good throughout the whole tournament. To see them do that to the team that, I mean, we called as our favourites before the final started, it's just very, very impressive.
Yeah, very much so. Chelsea's with the German team there who finished second, and well, they've just been amazing, haven't they, Chelsea?
Yes, you guys have been amazing. One of my favorites this week, a lot of personality. How would you rate your performance today?
I think we did really well. I think like even the final games weren't that bad of a performance, I think. We just didn't basically use our chances. I think we had like 15 corner kicks this game and we didn't score a single one, like 30 over 2 games, but that just happens, that's football. We have to deal with that.
When the Indonesians put their grandmother the VAR and that happens, yeah.
How do you come back from this?
I think we just have to enjoy the game, I think, and just accept that this can happen. And I think they played really well. And yeah, just next time we have to be prepared and just basically try everything that this can't happen again.
You've played a lot of hours of this game throughout these 3 days. Are you going to go home and rest?
Yeah, for sure. Like we need some rest and some sleep. It's been very, very little sleep in the last few days, I think. So yeah, we have to catch up with that.
How has this experience been for you? I mean, this is the first ever football manager event. How was that?
It's been completely amazing. We've been really blown out of our minds, I think. It was just completely amazing in every regard. Like the organization was great. All these stages were great. All the people working here, they did so well. Everyone's so friendly. All the schedules worked out perfectly. We're just honored to be here, really. And we really hope an event like this happens. If we can attend as well, but even as a viewer, we want to re-experience this, I think.
Just knowing that you're the best in your country, to represent your country, and having this experience, will you possibly think about being a real manager, taking on the game?
Well, I think we also had this topic in an earlier press conference. I think there's still a few steps you have to make to become like a real manager, because there's more to it than just part of the football manager, because you have to deal with actual humans, not just with the computer. But I think it could be very interesting to work in this kind of field. I guess at first like an assistant, basically doing all this data analysis stuff and analyzing whatever's available to us as information. But eventually I think you can grow into this job if you have experience with football manager, yeah.
What about you? I know you work in marketing, it's something a little bit different, but are you thinking about becoming a real manager?
Football manager is enough for me. So, I mean, I love it. I played a lot, so it brings you to nice places like Liverpool. So, yeah. Continue.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it over to Spencer.
Thank you, Chelsea. I have got some very special guests with me on the stage here, and what has been a really special day as well. I'm delighted to be joined by Miles Jacobson, of course, the studio director of Sports Interactive, the man that has been the lifeblood of this game, along with his very impressive team for a long time. I've got Adrian Rowley, of course, he's the head of eFootball at FIFA, and of course, John Terry, who we've had with us throughout the day. Miles, if I may, how does it feel to be here and see what we've seen?
It's been really surreal. You know, when we've been working on this game for 30 years, we've had lots of visions of big things that are going to happen that have ended up happening, but I never imagined anything like this. The whole tournament has been absolutely incredible. It's been brilliant to watch. People who've been watching at home as well, being able to see all the content that's been created is brilliant. But when you actually come into this room and see the stage set up, which is awesome, you see the setup behind the scenes, which no one's been able to see, where there's got to be 50, 60 people working so hard to put all of this together. Just thank you to everyone at FIFAe, thank you to all of the managers who've taken part, the community who've been watching, and the whole team here who've been putting it on. It's a life-changing thing. It's really weird. Been doing this a long time. Never thought I'd see anything like this. So, you know, we said that this was going to be a trial this year to see if it happens. Just want to say to Adrian right now, I want this to happen again. So please, let's make this happen again in the future. Just incredible.
It has been incredible. I think it's a great reflection of yourself and the team and the game you created, the community, the way we've conducted ourselves, you know, the press conferences, everyone's done you proud, so well done to you and the team, Miles. Adrian, this is a new event for the FIFAe portfolio, of course. Are you as happy as Miles?
Listen, Spencer, I couldn't be happier with what we've seen today. I mean, the last 4 days, what we've seen in terms of football expertise, technical knowledge, also the passion for the game that we all love was just outstanding. So for us to see this was amazing. And I would like to thank all the countries that have participated, all the managers that have put so much effort in to qualify, to give us all of these magic moments. And I would like to thank our good friends from Sports Interactive for trusting us with this game to do this, to be able to do that. I'd also like to thank you, Spencer, and the entire broadcast team for giving us such a great coverage, very knowledgeable, very entertaining, very fun. And last but not least, I would like to thank everybody that have tuned in and have supported us along the way. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm a happy man.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Adrian. Quick question for you, John. You've been watching the last few days. Have you learned anything from the Indonesian guys that you can put into your management? Because that's pretty impressive, right?
Very impressive. 1 year in the game is very impressive to go and win it year one. But just blown away, just to echo what the guys have said, blown away by how big this is and the scale of it. When I walked in yesterday, it was like, wow. And I think the exciting thing is this is just the start of it. And it's encouraging to hear the guys say this is just a start and they want to progress this even further.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much for joining us as well, John. Of course, Sam as well. Okay, now we're going to welcome down, first of all, our runners-up, which is, of course, the German guys. We're going to present them with their runners-up medals. So if you'd like to join us, please, Sven and Terry. Big round of applause. What a performance they've given us. We've got some medals for you here, Sven. Fantastic all week long, on the pitch, in the press conferences. It's been an absolute pleasure. So once again, a round of applause for our German team. Okay, so runners-up, they take home $10,000. Not bad, a few days' work, but getting $15,000. And of course the trophy, which we're going to give them in a second. Make some noise for Indonesia. Please join us on the stage. We've got our translator here as well. Yeah, here he is. Brilliant. Fantastic. So we're going to have a quick chat as they get their medals there from Miles, the gold medals, of course. First of all, we didn't know as much about the Indonesian team before they came on the scene, but did they believe that they could win the whole time?
Jadi kan sepertinya dari awal kompetisi ini tim dari Indonesia tuh kurang terkenal dari media, mungkin hampir tidak ada sih yang tahu timnya ya. Tapi dari datang tuh percaya nggak bisa menang kompetisi ini?
Udah pasti menang sih, King Indo nih bos, senggol dong.
He feels like when he came in here, he knew he'd definitely win.
How does he describe the secret of his success and their tactics?
Gimana buat Mas Iksan, gimana atau Mas Manar juga, gimana coba deskripsikan rahasianya biar rahasia taktiknya biar bisa menang kompetisi ini?
Rahasia taktiknya sih apa ya? Rahasianya nggak tahu juga. Kita bermain attacking, terus yang paling penting itu opposite instruction-nya. Jadi setiap player yang menurut kita susah atau membahayakan kita jagain lah, tackling atau apa gitu, terus ya itu.
So they don't feel like there's any secret, Spencer. It's just playing attacking football and making sure to mark whoever seems difficult on the enemy team properly.
Well, it works. Fantastic stuff. So this is the big moment. Remember, $15,000 has been secured. Indonesia have won on the first ever world stage for this fantastic game. It's my pleasure to introduce you as the new world champions and invite you to lift the trophy for the first time. The FIFAe World Cup featuring Football Manager champions. Give it up for Indonesia! Incredible scenes They've done it. They took on the best in the world, 20 countries, and they came out on top in the first tournament of its kind. Well done to the Indonesians. Well done to everyone who took part in this inaugural event. And we hope to see you again soon for more of the same. To everyone from behind the scenes and on stage, we say thank you, and we'll see you very soon.